All right, I do believe I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy hump day to you, Wednesday or Thursday morning to some of you on the other side of the planet. So good to have you here, and I hope everything is going well among your wonderful journeys. I'm excited for this evening's session, see what messages we can bring in from spirit today. So I'm excited. Let me just make sure my microphone is all good and good to go here. So before we get into everything, what we're going to do, there's a lot of energy going on today. We've got, what do we have? I've all written down all this energy that we have going on. Mercury moved into Gemini, I think on Monday. Mars moved into Taurus, I think yesterday. Venus moved into Cancer today. The sun is now in Gemini. So happy birthday, all you Gemini sun babies. And we got a huge blue moon, full moon in Sagittarius on Sunday. So a lot of energy going on. So I thought I'd bring in this little magical feather to help clear away some energy. We'll do that amongst our little opening ritual here, and lot of stuff happening. So the energy feels a bit sparky today. So I got all my black onyx on my uh, uh, desk here, my little reading area, to help pull down the beautiful energy. And we've got two candles going in the back as well. So we got some light and some dark that's balancing. So I know. So we'll start off by taking a big deep breath in, holding it for as long as you feel comfortable. Slow exhale out. And that will allow us to come back to this moment out of the chaos, out of the future, out of the past. Come into this beautiful center that we have in our heart. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl and then wash away some energy with the feather as well. So if you want to join me, let's begin. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Got to take a big deep breath before I take my big deep breath in. All right, here we go. Beautiful. I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we do that, we can just let this vibrating energy just vibrate up into our minds and all our stories, into our heart and all of our emotions, throughout our energetic body, into our auras and our chakras, our meridians, and of course into our physical bodies too, to let it do whatever it wants to do as well throughout of all of our system. We'll do that. With something we can do to raise our vibration immediately, of course, is focusing in on gratitude, and um, that immediately, raises our vibration to match that of the higher realms, and we can receive from spirit, and then also magnetizes us to be receiving more of what we're grateful for. Sorry, got distracted. Could tell when I go off my spill, I'm like, where was I? Breathing, breathing, I know, right? We had beautiful snow today. Well, snow and rain. It's been cloudy down into the low 30s. So I think I'm a little asthmatic today. I don't know. So let us go ahead and we'll bring in with the singing bowl right now. So remember gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful. Much, much better. Using the feather to transform and transmute energy from lower to higher is what I was doing too. I just felt that's when I was going to do it in that moment. ah, Extra goosebumps. So I love it. So thank you guys so much for joining me and doing that. And so we'll keep the feather over here and we'll get into everything. So hello everyone and welcome, welcome. So happy to have you here. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea and we'll get into everything. But we do have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. So grateful for that. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So thank you guys so much for being here. And we try to keep it high vibration, a safe space full of love and joy and support for one another. And I'm so grateful. I hardly ever, 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 ever have to um, ask someone to not, to raise their vibration. So you guys come in with such love. I'm so grateful for that. A low drama channel. Thank you. We're grateful for high, high, wonderful energy. If you want to know how any of the process works on any of this readings, it's all down in the description area of the stream. And donations do get first priority. You can make a donation super chat. All of my other Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay are all down in listed in the description area. And I don't have any set dollar amounts currently, so whatever you're able to give from your heart, I do honor that. Um, and what else? What else? Oh, I do get to free readings every session, maybe a couple hours, sometimes depending how many donations there are, but I do get to them and I do post a pinned comment after the end of each session listing all the readings I completed with timestamps. So you just find your name, click on that timestamp, takes you right to your reading. Very fancy, I know. Also, I do have a podcast uh, usually every 2 weeks. It's been 3 weeks since the last one. I almost have it completed. I have it recorded, I'm editing it, getting all the little fancy graphics and everything. So it'll be out tomorrow sometime. It depends on how I finish tonight. If I'm exhausted or not, it might be out at midnight. Otherwise, probably tomorrow sometime. Probably tomorrow sometime. Because Wednesday nights are fun, I know. Excuse me. But I do have a podcast. This is the last one. Growing the Empathic Gift. Oh my goodness, hold on. Getting all choked up. Um, and if you want to catch up on any of the previous ones, if you look at the playlist link is down in the description area, or if you go to my main page at the very top, the YouTube channel, it is listed there as well. Yeah, so we have that there. Right? All this wonderful energy is zipping in here. So I'll move that out of the way and then we'll do some shout outs. We'll see where we're at on all of the readings here. And we'll make sure we're all updated. So we'll do some shout outs. We'll start at the bottom here. We got Deb in the house. Hey, Deb. All by yourself today. All right, Celine Dion. All by yourself. Cleaning your living space, listening to music. Gonna take on a walk. Oh, how fun. Thank you so much. I love that. Um, that wish there, Deb. So I'm glad we get to go along with you on there. Christina Lowe's in the house too. Hello, hello. Love to all. You'll be reaching out with your reading question. You decide one. Oh, good. Very good. Put it into words. Sounds like a plan. And we've got Val in the house. So footwork. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the donation list here. And I'm assuming it's for a general, unless you state otherwise. Your shampoo. Oh, Chelsea's in the house. She's currently shampooing her hair extensions. That's nice. Very good. Oh, thank you. I did see your donation come in here. So thank you for that. And we'll move your question from there. Let's see, what time did that one come in? Yeah, so it'll be right there. So perfect timing there. Thank you, Chelsea. Get you on the list here. Oh, you didn't take out your extensions to shampoo them separately like a dog, and then you're gonna blow it out and then put them back in? You're so funny. But thank you for clarifying, because you just never know. We got Ruby Grimm in the house. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. Oh, and I just see you guys made donations down here. So we got JoJo in the house too. Hey, JoJo, good to see you. Why is my voice trying to go away? I was recording my podcast earlier and it was fine. Maybe it's because I'm talking louder and projecting my voice. So, Ruby, thank you for your donation too. We'll get you guys both on the donation list here. All right. And I left off up here. We got Gene XO in the house. Hey, Gene, good to see you. See your free question request. We'll get you on the list here. And Christina, you said that you all this energy is crazy, but you feel pretty good. But you also have a stellium in Sagittarius, right? So you might be getting an extra beautiful balance with this full moon that's next Sunday. I love it. All right. And then we got Crystal Ray in the house. Hey, Crystal, good to see you. Thank you. Let's see here. So did I hand you on the list up here? Yeah. So I'm going to keep your first one where it was at, because it's not your fault that um, it got poo-pooed by YouTube. So your second one here, I'll put in the order when it was brought through here, but I'll keep your original one up at the very top, which is what what Corey's mom thought of you guys. So I got you in there. Christine says, "Oh yeah, up in there, Montana, cold up there, right? Switching things up, yeah, yeah." I hear you. All right. So we got that. We got that. And then we got JV as well. Hey, JV, good to see you. And I got your donation. We'll get you on the list here. My goodness. What is happening? All right. Let's see here. Only that's your Texas name. He's black and white chest. Oh, cute. All right. And then Christina, now I see your question about your grandmother, Chris. All right. So we'll get that on the free list here. Okay. And we got Pinky Aura Angel as well. Hello, hello. We got you on the free list here. Hello, hello. All right. And we got Lauren of Light in the house. Hey, Lauren. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We do have you on the list. And I think I've got all of your questions there. I got that. And then we got Cat Mia. Whoops, let me move Chelsea off of there. I moved you up top already, didn't I? I did. I just didn't delete it down there. Okay, good. And then we got Cat Mia, like I said, in the house. So good to see you. Got you on the free list. Maria P, we have you on the free list and your 2 donations as well. So we got you there. We do have Sudeshna times 2. So thank you. I got you also on the list there. We got Lotus of Serendipity, and that is on the free list. Yep, we got you right there. Very good. I just like to double check to make sure I didn't miss anybody, because I am human sometimes. We got Ashish Balkaran Hello, hello, and Blueberry. Hello, hello. And of course, we have Miniheel. And did I not? Yeah, and then Ascended Butterfly. I do have you on there. I thought I missed it for a second. And then we have Ranjine. Hello, hello. Or Swaroop. We've got you on the list as well for free readings. I think that is everyone up to that point. And let me just make sure here. More have come in here since I was yapping here for a moment. And we got Ruby. Very good. Yeah. It is pollen season. Doing great, still having lives. Thank you. I know. I mean, what's happening here? Like, I don't know. They should be quiet today with all the rain and everything, but you never know. All right. And then we've got Allah. Hey, Allah, good to see you. Got you on the free list here. And Ruby, there's your additional question. Get you on here. Boom, boom. For your additional donation. We got Livier Vagara. Hey, hey. Things happening in your career journey. So we got that there. Absolutely. We'll add you to the free list there too, Ruby. Boom, boom. Got a Teshi Singh in the house. Hello, hello. Everyone's just coming in. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. We got Brenda Globy in the house. Hey, Brenda. Good to see you. Make some more space. This free list is like just blowing up like rabbits. Yeah, Chelsea, you can do that or email if you want to send it to my email. Um, that's even better because I don't have my Instagram set on for notifications, but my emails I do have up. So if you want to send it via an email, then you can do that if that works. Okay, very good. Because I'll get that little notification right here. All right. And when you said for your second question, is that uh, for your free reading, or are you making another donation, or was that your donation meant for two? Just clarifying so I know where it goes. Ah, okay, gotcha, 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 gotcha. All right. So let me get the list here. We got quite a list going already. After you're finished blow drying? Okay, no problem. You got plenty of time, I'm sure. So, thank you guys so much, for being here and for all your questions for Spirit. I love connecting to Spirit, so, I appreciate you guys being here and giving me something to ask them specifically instead of just pulling cards for myself. So let me give you a cheers real quick here. I will give you the list before I do it, but I think I need to take a sip right now. So cheers, cheers. Thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful that you guys are here. Part of that love tsunami. So thank you guys for those of you that do that too. So I love you guys. Cheers, cheers. Yum yum. So I got toasted coconut flavored coffee with zero sugar Twix flavor creamer. I know, it's like eating a what would that be? It's almost like a, almond joy, right? All right. Oh, yeah, tonight I'm gonna be using this tarot. So sorry, the Dark Fantasy Tarot. And anyone that makes a donation, you'll get a fortune cookie. We still have a bunch of these Law of Attraction that we have here. So we'll do those. And if your donation is $5 or more, we're getting pretty low here, but we're gonna still use these Oracle of the Rift Walker till they're all gone, and we'll find a new one. So if your donations add up to $5 or more, one of your fortune cookies will be that. Or if your single donation is $5 or more, you get one for each one of those. So that's what we got. let me just clear my throat really, really good away from the microphone, and then I'll give you an update on where we're at on donation, the order, and then we'll dive in. All right. So, excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. I think we are good. All right. So, up first, we'll have two for Sudeshna, and then one for Crystal, and then Maria P times two, and then Lauren of Light, and then JV, and then back to Crystal, and then Chelsea for number one. And then Val, that's where you're at on the list there. I know it's going to be a while. Um, so I know. And then Jojo, you'll be up. I don't see your question yet, Jojo. I don't think I saw one, so just in case. And then Ruby times two is where we're at. So we got a little list going. And then we will get to free readings at some point as well. So let's shuffle up and get into it. Got my little All You Need Is Love shirt on. It's one of my favorites. All right. So Sudeshna, 2323. Look, we're just starting off with repeating numbers. So Sudeshna, let me give both of yours a love and a like while I'm up here, and then zoom back down. All right. So Sudeshna, you're currently not cognizant. Yes, yes, yes. Your team lead is moving on, right, right. And then they did confirm that you need to be the team lead. Oh, nice. Handle all responsibilities, but you're not that experienced, both technically and leadership wise. No other senior will be there in the team. You'll be a dictator then. So, what energy is coming for you in this position? All right, let's take a look at that. Unsupervised. Will you be able to handle this based on current energies? Okay. And then what will happen here? Okay. And any negative situation can happen. All right. We'll look at that. And then we'll continue on and we'll pull some extra cards for your second part of your question there. So, starting off, we wanted to know what's the overall energy coming towards you here. Yeah, you got the devil card coming in. So, here's the work card. You're going to work. You're going to work. There is, a lot of energy around the shaking and rattling of your cage, your long held beliefs. It's going to be a lot of learning for you there. And that's what happens, right? There's no comfort in our growth zone, and there's no growth in our comfort zone, right? So you're going to grow, and that's good. It's you're freeing yourself from a lot of things around this, but there will be challenges, and I feel like you know that. But also remember, you've overcome 100% of every challenge you've ever had in your life, or you'd be dead right now. So you got this, right? You'll grow through it, but it's about being lenient and let go of long-held thoughts and beliefs and all these expectations, and look at it as we're gonna learn all this together, and you can tell your team, you know, that I look forward to growing with you guys, and I'm open to hearing what your ideas are, and you can approach all that way too, right? Um Will you be able to handle this? Yeah, you got the 5 of Pentacles. This realizing, this is the, beliefs in like, lack and feeling you're going to be abandoned, left out in the cold, left behind. So, like they said before we got the card is, you can look at why you think you can't. Why don't you think you could handle this? You got a great track record, like they said. So, if you have such a great track record for your life, you're like, I'm going to get through this. That's what whenever I have a challenging situation, I say, I'm either going to get through this or I'm not. Either case, I'm going to be fine. If I get through it, yay. If I don't, that means I'm dead and I'm even better off, right? Because I don't have this limitation of this human body anymore. So it's like, yeah, what are you worried? What's the fear below the surface? But you definitely, the more you focus in on the gratitude for the skills you do have and for the opportunities, it grows. The more you have fear, you draw in and you freak out and you get drawn out of the brilliant, beautiful mind that you have, right? Because you're going into a child kind of mode, and your inner emotional child that's 7 years old and younger doesn't know anything because they hadn't had any training yet, right? So, uh, so I like this for you. What will happen here? You do have the 6 of Wands, so there is a victory energy with the 6 of Wands. You are lifted up and seen, so it's an opportunity to shine for you here, but it is a victory card. So, like you said, you've overcome everything you've had in your life, so this won't be any different. In any negative situation that can happen, yeah, the 9 of Cups. I love this, that your emotional dream come true. The worst thing, the most negative situation that could happen is you get stuck at that company because you're like, "Oh, well, maybe I'll just stay here then and continue in this toxic relationship," where they're, in a way, setting you up, not for failure, but they're not setting you up for success. They're not, like, "Well, let's make sure you have support, make sure this," or like, "Here, swim," and they shoving you in the deep end, right? And you're like, "Wow." But that's all right. You don't need that. But that's the worst thing that could happen is that you end up feeling stuck there and you stay there and you don't live your dream. You don't leave to go live your dream. I like that. That's the worst thing that could happen because you don't want to be there anyway. So who cares? You deserve to be somewhere else where you're more supported, right? All right. So let's see what's your fortune cookie for that one, and then we'll continue on and get more details there. Yeah, I like this. What a beautiful card for you to get. You got faith. That says, faith sustains manifestation even when there's no visible evidence. Keep believing. Strengthen your faith by affirming that everything is working out in your favor. The flip side of this energy, this is so perfect. Fear of failure may be creeping in. Recommit to trusting in the divine process. I like it. All right. So that's for your first one. And then for number two, you got 2956. So for this one, boom, boom. You want to know, will you get overloaded with responsibilities? I feel like we know that answer already, right? As all these cards come out, it's a handful for sure. Let me shuffle these. Calm that energy down. All right, so will you get overloaded, and what will happen to your job switch? Like, will you get enough time for that? Okay. Will you stay cognizant for the next few months based on current energies, or anything else scary going to happen here? Okay, let's see what we got here. So, will you get overloaded with responsibilities? You got the strength card, this Leo energy, which I feel like this is yes, but you have the courage to push through and handle it. That's that you find your inner strength. You're going to realize you're so much more stronger than you give yourself credit for. And you're like, I'm going to be fine. In fact, I'm going to rock this, especially Leo leadership energy. I feel like you learn a lot and you grow a lot, but you show your inner strength too. Um, what will happen with your job switch? You got the 8 of Wands. Will you have enough time for that? The 8 of Wands is a ton of energy being invested there. I don't feel like if you're like wanting, um, you're talking about like you taking classes, you doing things to try to do it. I feel like they're going to have you so busy that you're gonna have to really balance things. In order to do that, you're gonna have to really pocket away time for yourself, like, put it on your schedule, and it's non-negotiable. You're gonna decline invitations, decline doing things with family, whatever, if that's what you're really wanting to do, right? You do have on the bottom of the deck, they wanted me to see it and see that you have the 10 of wands, which is, you know, how you keep from having burden impact you is to really create the 3 buckets of what's truly urgent to you and important to you, what's truly urgent I mean, sorry, truly important to you, but not urgent, then you can put things on your calendar, and the things that are saying they're urgent but are not important to you, you put those in those bucket, and if you have time, if you do everything in bucket 1 and are caught up on bucket 2, then you can dabble if you want to in bucket 3, but you don't have to. But this is about moving your energy from feeling so burdened, trying to do everything, to prioritizing and learning to say, you need to invest in one of these buttons." Wow, that's probably one of the most extreme no's in there. So, I feel like that's important. Um Will you stay at cognizant the next few months based on this energy? You have the 8 of swords. Yeah, I feel like you can with this. The 8 of swords is you're learning to let go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve anymore. Those that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. So I feel like if you're letting go of these expectations and you're learning a lot, that, unless you are the one who takes the action and wants to do it, I feel like you'll end up like that's that worst case scenario is you end up sacrificing your dream for the job. So you let the job, the at cognizant, all this extra responsibility and everything, um, you don't say no to things. You don't create space for you to pursue your dreams and you get stuck in the going in circles with them, right? Anything scary that will happen? Yeah, I feel here, the 7 of swords is lies and deceit, and I think we got this before with them. The Empress card is you. This is your creativity, your production, your, abundance, and I feel like if they're saying, "If you do this really well, we'll get you a promotion, we'll give you this, we'll give you that, blah, blah, blah," but I don't feel like that's true. I feel like they're just gonna use you, and then you're not gonna get anything for working like a dog, right? So I feel like that's really the scary thing is that, um, you're going to try so hard to give 1,000% to them when they're only given 10% to you, right? So I feel like that's important. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. So we have receiving. Doo, 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 doo. That's my little satellite sound. To manifest, you must be open to receiving as much as you give. Wow. There's that overgiving I was just talking about. Practice saying yes to support, love, and opportunities without hesitation. The opposing energy of that is resistance to help, maybe limiting your growth. Allow yourself to be supported. So, in this specifically for this period, this question, right? This is about you um, allowing others to support and don't think you have to do it all yourself. Ask for support, ask for assistance, and if anyone offers it, don't go, "Oh, no, no, I'm fine. Don't worry about me," say, "Help, yeah, hell yeah, I'll take your help." Alright, so that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. Let me do a couple more shout outs here, and we'll get back into it all here. So we got Alice in the house. Hey, Alice, good to see you. Thank you for your triple donations here. So we got that one. Oh, very nice. Have fun, Christina. And then here's your other 2 questions, Alice. All right, I see those. Number 2 and number 3. Boom, boom. And we got Chris in the house. Hey, Chris, good to see you. Good evening. Always reminds me of Count Dracula. Good evening. All right. All right. I think I am all set. So we'll dive back in here. So up next, we do have Crystal for your first one. 37, 22 is for yours. So, and then let me, I think yours is up here. I'll give that one a love and a like since that would be technically number one there. All right. So, you wanted to know what Corey's mother thoughts of you are. So you and Corey didn't, uh, I think you didn't hear her. You were talking, but she caught us together today. Oh, busted. Whoa. All right, let's see. So what does what does mother think of you here? And then these four. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. Well, we got the Ace of Cups on the bottom. Yeah, and the Knight of Wands here. I like it. So, Ace of Cups energy is an energy of I feel like she's just happy that he's finding someone to love or to be interested in kind of energy. The Knight of Wands underneath it is, that mama stuff of you better be careful. You better watch yourself. You better watch your passions, you know, young man. So I like that. But the first energy is the Ace of Cups. So I feel like she's happy that he's at least finding love somewhere. We have the Seven of Wands. I don't know, she's got this energy of, how she thinks of you as someone that shines bright, that stands out, that doesn't ask permission to shine, doesn't care what other people think, and um, doesn't defend who they are. And I feel like this impression of her, she kind of is like, I like that. She likes your fire with this energy because I feel like she might have kind of shrunk her energy and shrunk herself when she was growing up, and she likes how you don't because you're like, oh, if I could have done that when I was younger, kind of, it's like jealous, but it's not a jealous. It's a nice jealousy. It's like, "Oh, if only I could have been that way." So I like that. Um, I like that she likes that about you. I don't Does he live out on his own yet? I don't know because we got the King of Pentacles and the Nine of Pentacles. Um, I don't know, there's something here about independence and being self-sufficient and, you know, he needs to be out. I feel like he needs to be on his own out there, and I need to not support him. So there's a little bit of that, yes, find someone, kind of energy. I don't know if I almost feel like he lives with her, right now, and she's kinda looking to having independence herself, whatever this is, financial independence and this. But, I feel like, there's a lot of this, it's 'cause it's all finance energy that I'm feeling and self-sufficiency, like financial support and living on their own and doing everything on their own. And I kind of feel like there's a little bit of that. Yeah, yeah, meet someone, date them, get married, get out of my hair. And you're not living here. That's that's funny. So let's see what else is on mama's mind here. Yeah, Page of Pentacles. So this is feels like this is an abundant thing. Three of Swords, of course, concerned, don't break my son's heart or I break you. Nine of Cups, yeah, like a dream come true energy. And the High Priestess. So again, both of this High Priestess and the Nine of Cups feels like she wants his dream to come true. She wants him to be happy, but she's of course mama bear, wants to make sure her son doesn't get hurt, but she does feel like this is a good opportunity. I feel like that. Good opportunity as long as he doesn't get his heart broken. As long as he's, uh, it's a good opportunity with that coming forward. So this seems positive there. I don't feel like there's anything too I don't even feel like there's anything too negative there besides don't get her pregnant with that Knight of Wands. Um and I don't know what that's just like kind of I don't feel like she's like, don't get her pregnant, don't get your heart broken, and get out of the house. Kind of a strong energy there, but I like that. She seems like she could be funny when she's not being serious. We have dedication, which is your commitment defines your success. Consistency creates lasting achievement. Reaffirm your dedication today. Align your daily actions with your bigger vision. On the flip side, wavering focus may be delaying progress. Anchor yourself in your purpose. I feel like this energy is like her energy of what she's hoping for them, like for Corey to you if you need to dedicate to them and you need to have purpose, you need to go forward and head in that direction. um don't play games. It's time for you to get moving kind of energy. So you need to dedicate to the mission. So interesting. So that's what they have for the first one. We'll circle back around for your number two here in a moment. So thank you again for your dual donations. All right. And then Michelle Smith, hello, hello. It's so good to see you. Thank you for your donation via the Cash App. We'll get you on the list here. And I got two from Maria P up next. And after I do those, I'll give an update on where we're at in donations because I've got feels like about 12 donations. So I'll give an update on where we're at here just so everyone can kind of know where we're at. But let's take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Much love to you. All right. So Maria P, you're up 4442. There is your first time stamp. So thank you for your dual donations via the PayPal. So Wally's thoughts on you after your date on Monday. Whoops. Let's try that again. Slick cards tonight. All right. There we go. Monday and then today. And then what's coming for you tomorrow? Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. I love it. And then what about work for you this week? Anything about from Dr. Bob and Dr. Laura? Dr. Bob, Dr. Laura. Okay. So Wally's thoughts on you after your date on Monday. 7 of Cups. There was a lot of different emotions they were feeling there. So their thoughts were a lot on, I feel like whatever the thinking was going on, it did, because I kind of feel like there's mixed emotions. Like there's some really great emotions, and then there was um, some low vibrational emotions. Don't know if you guys had a little bit of a not a fight, but a little bit of snippety here and there. Overall, you know, 7 is a spiritual number. It's not bad. It's just that there was a lot of different emotions that were felt. It wasn't just, "Oh, wow," and it wasn't all "Rrr." There's a maybe, like, at a 7, like, 2 low vibrational emotions and 5 high vibration emotions. So that's not bad. That's relation for relationships, that's pretty good, right? So, I feel like it was good. I feel like there was a little snippety. Maybe you mentioned some things about maybe a little bit of your disappointment and some things like, "Oh, I would have loved to see you," or something where they're like, "Wow, you know, way to lay a guilt trip on," but I feel overall they really enjoyed, the evening or the date. Today's energy. You got the Ace of Pentacles, yeah, feeling abundant, um, feeling like they're looking forward to, doing something together, something new that he's planning to do together here. So I feel like, um, they're in a brighter place today than they were on Monday. I feel like they're a little more rested and a little more, like, through their week too. I just feel like they're a bit low on energy, because I think the weekend kinda overdid them. Um, what's coming for you guys tomorrow? Yeah, Four of Swords. I always like getting this for you guys. This is what you guys used to get in the very beginning when you guys were hanging out. Just such a restful energy, hanging out. Remember the good old days, Maria, when you were just happy that they were coming over and that they were able to spend time just cuddling and sitting and having this wonderful little time together. So I like that. um, and then, oh, there I am. Maybe I should have highlighted. I keep on looking away. There we go. Work for you this week. Oh, wow. Yep. Look at you always get some sort of creation, abundance. This is Empress is a big abundance energy, a big creativity energy. It just feels like, what is happening here? Have you watched that video yet? The one about abundance, where it be? Because I feel like they keep on bringing up abundance, abundance, possibilities at work, but they keep bringing up there's a block. Because they keep bringing it up, going, it's lining up all the stuff outside of the city gates that your inner child's going, no, we don't deserve that yet. So it's something to do with this to open the gates to let the flood come in. But there's something uh, internally with your emotional inner child that's holding back abundance. I know, right? Let's see here. What does Dr. Bob think here? Excuse me. So, yeah, Dr. Bob, he sees the 5 of cups here. I feel like his perception of you is that you're feeling down, you're feeling a bit kinda low, emotional, like sorrow, not depressed and sobbing at your desk, but they kind of, see you as kind of not as chippy and cheerful as you usually are, and he notices that, not in a bad way, because he understands everyone's emotions can flow, but you're usually pretty upbeat and going, and so when you're down, even if you're I feel like you're like me, like, when I was at work, I was usually, like, way up and this positive beam of light all the time. Just how I am built. And if I was quiet, people were like, "What's the matter?" And other people, like, their high is here. So even on my worst day, I was still more upbeat than other people, but, there's, like, this, um, this he's noticing that, like, "Huh," but not concerned like, "Oh, that's bad, you're being a bad employee." He's just concerned about you as a person. Like, "Are you okay?" Kind of energy. So, I like that. And then what about Dr. Laura? Dr. Laura's got the 7 of Pentacles. 7 of Pentacles is patience and, um, what is this about it's not the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but it's more of, I'm wondering, I feel like she's got on her mind whether you're like, I feel like that she's trying to plan where opportunities would go, and I feel like her big thing today was really about you. Not that she sat and thought about you the entire day, right? But when she thought about you, she was like, "I wonder if you would be happy in this position, or if you would get in there and go, I don't wanna do this," kind of energy. So I feel like she might be asking you some questions in the next few days or as they're progressing and trying to figure things out. So hopefully that helps. That's for your first one. Let's give you your fortune cookie. Whoa, flying off here. Oh, yeah. What is your passion? Dun, 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 dun. Emotional intensity fuels creativity and purpose. Follow what sets your soul on fire. Do something today that ignites your spirit and awakens your creativity. It's interesting because they were just reminding me with work this week with the Empress card, that's also following your heart. Where is your passion leading you? Where's your heart leading you? Emotional, on the flip side, emotional suppression may be dimming your light, reignite your passion. Interesting, right? I like that. So, that is for number 1, and then we will circle but on to number 2 here. What the opposite of you at work, Chelsea? Lord. Hey, Queen. Double trouble in the house. Uh-oh. It's like the Wonder Twin powers ignite. All right. So, Maria, for number 2, you got 52 at 53. There is your timestamp for that. All right. And you want to know, is Dr. Laura okay with you taking the vacation days in the morning with your kiddos? All right. Take a look here. Okay. And then why was Gane asked, I'm probably mispronouncing her name, Hene, maybe the G silent, Hene, asking you about your days off this morning. Did she think that you were cheating the system? Maria, because I did tell my boss, Dr. Laura, and then a message from Wally. All right. So is Dr. Laura okay with you there? Yep. You got the hermit card. So that's okay. She knows everybody needs time off and so I feel like that's a positive. I don't feel anything concerning there with that as well. Um we all need to pitch in to give Maria a spa day, right? You're funny. And then you wanna know, why were they asking about your time off here? The Fool card. That's an interesting energy. I feel like, um, for some reason, she thinks that you are asking for the time off to go look for another job. She's like, "Well, why are you taking off?" Or "You taking off and da 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 da," and he's like, "Mind your own business, woman." Does she think you were cheating the system? No, I got the star card. This is again, this is like are you pursuing your dream come true? Are you looking somewhere else for a different job since you didn't get the one you were going for? You know, so interesting, right? And then a message from Wally. Yep, I feel here. You've got the Hierophant energy, which is seeing things from a higher perspective, and the Four of Cups energy. I feel like with these, the Four of Cups can be where emotions, how we can become kind of stagnant and just doing what we've always done. And I feel like they are wanting to change things up a bit with this Hierophant, which is, it's the master of change. And I feel like they want to just make things, I don't want to sound like they want to make things more exciting. It's not that things are boring. It's just like they're feeling like we've been at this level long enough. It's time to do a little more, you know, a little more um, with our relationship and with what we're doing and where we're going and that kind of thing. But I feel like they're wanting to do that, but they're also waiting for stability to return. Because after you broke up with them, just what, a week ago was it? It's only been a week, right? A little over a week that they're like, I kind of wanna see, make sure things do stay solid and that it's not going the other direction, right? Yeah. So there's some beautiful reflection energy for your fortune cookie, which says, deep introspection is needed. The answers lie in understanding your past and your present. Take time to journal, meditate, or analyze patterns in your life for insight and clarity. On the flip side, avoidance or self denial may be preventing growth. So face your truth with honesty and courage. Ooh, I like that. All right, so that's for your second one there, Maria. We'll circle back eventually for your free reading as well. So many blessings. All right. So, oh yeah. So let's take a look here. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I got your email and your Cash App, your second Cash App. So I'll add you onto the list here. And then I will read your short story once I get to your question there. Too funny. Okay. So, all right. So let me let everyone know where we're at. Cheers, cheers. No, you're fine. I was just like, wow, what is this? And I'm like, oh, this is the email you sent. And it's like, it's scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. No, but it's not that bad. I'm a speed reader. Psh, psh, psh. Yeah, my face doesn't hide a whole lot. I'm like, what the hell? Or did it look like, oh, wow. But you're fine. Yeah, we all need a spa day with cute selfies. You guys are funny. All right, so where we're at, oh, it was more like, what? Or it was probably more of a confused look is probably what I saw. I was like, what is this? I'm like, oh, this is the email I had already forgot. That's how that I'm in spirit and not as the human a whole lot when I'm doing readings. I'm like, oh, that's right. That's the email. And then I refreshed and then the Cash App came through because I saw the little indicator that a Cash App was made, but the email hadn't updated yet. That's what was throwing me off. I'm like, wait, so there's the email, but I thought I saw so it was more of a confusion. Was that look? Okay, so up next we do have Lauren of Light, and then JV, and then back to Crystal, and then to Chelsea, and then to Footwork, Val, and then to JoJo, and then two to Ruby Grimm, and then three for Alice, and then to Michelle Smith, and then back to Chelsea. So that's where we're at. All right. So let's keep going here. So Lauren of the Light, we got 59, 47 coming in. So Lauren, hello. Thank you so much for your donation via Zcash app. And we got your two groups of questions. Let's go. Oh, I know, right? I don't know. We will find out, right? Because I was like, when you told me that, I was kind of like, but I didn't go there. Was none of my business that night. All right, but let's dive in here for your first one here. But I thought you said you had to drag it out of him. Yeah, right. Because I said, "Now did he tell you that he wasn't tied up to a chair with" So, let's take a look here. So, well, let's do your first one. How should you approach the client meeting and then podcast tomorrow? All right, let's take a look here. So, first of all, what energies can help you around the client meeting? And then what about the podcast? Got that, in this. All right, that one too. All right. Well, I like it at the bottom of here. Oh. So I got the King of Pentacles on the bottom, which is an energy of abundance, very positive energies for both. So we like that. For your client meeting, you do have the Knight of Swords. I like this. This is good, you know, ask a lot of questions, not like ton of questions, but, just, don't assume you know what they want. Really clarify. Yeah, like you said, really clarify and inquire because I feel like this particular client likes because it shows that you're interested in where they're coming from, not just going, "Oh, I know how to do all this and you don't know what you're talking about, just listen to me." It's, "So tell me, is this what you're looking for? Tell me. This could you share a little more about that? I'm interested to see where you're wanting to go with that." And so I feel like that's an important thing, which I feel like you normally do anyway. But I feel like being very cognizant of it with them and intentional, that's the word, intentional with it is important. I do feel like they're a little bummed with this 5 of cups. I feel like the client, yeah, people love talking about themselves, love. But and I do feel like they're a little down. I feel like they're kind of in a low place. So I feel like, you know, being aware, because you're gonna pick up on their energy anyway, but I feel like if you're even a little bit they're overwhelmed, right? A little bit of like, "Hey," not boo, you're not gonna talk to a client, but kind of that energy of, "Hey, boo, you okay? What's going on? Do you need a hug? Could you use a hug today? I could use a hug today. You want to just have a hug? Here, have a hug." I don't know how well you know the client, but it's that kind of energy. It could be a, uh, a verbal hug. It doesn't have to be, a different one. Yay! I love it. Yeah, and you have the 2 of Wands, energy that's here. And the 2 of Wands is this, of course, whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. But it tells me that tomorrow your energy is huge with what be very aware where you're focusing your energy, right? Gratitude, 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 unconditional love, joy, laughter, play. Beautiful, because just a little bit of this is expanded, a little bit of this is expanded, so gratitude for what you have and like you're just doing right now. Thank you so much for the client that I closed today. I'm so grateful. Remind you to gratitude? Okay. Remind Lauren gratitude. Set an alarm on your phone. Gratitude. Yay. All right. And then what else here? These are also for this. Yeah, you have the Moon card and the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, there is a bit of um be aware not to overgive, over offer, overextend yourself. Because I do feel like here they really want a nurturing energy. There's the 6 of Pentacles is a codependency awareness card, and I feel like this mother caring energy can kick in and you can maybe overgive a little bit. Yeah, right. Yeah, I feel like that's one of my big ones too. So I feel like just be aware of that, they want they want someone to care, but you don't have to overcare or overcommit. You could tell them, I'm here for you, and I'm in this boat with you, and I'm excited for what we could do." But you kind of, "I tell you what, I'll do this, this, and this as well." Nope. Yeah, of course, as you know, honor your gift, honor your what you deserve to. So I like that. And then your podcast for tomorrow. You got the Tower. I wonder if it's gonna be rescheduled. Let me see here. You got the 10 of Wands and the Empress energy that comes in here. So, I do feel like there's gonna be some sort of sudden change to it tomorrow. It may not be canceled, it might just have what is, it feels like maybe the time and stuff doesn't change, but maybe who's on the podcast with you or just something feels like there's a suddenness, but that's okay. You have the Empress energy, it's abundance, it's fullness. your creativity kicks in, you're able to you're so good at flipping on the fly and shooting from the hip and pew pew, That's why do they do that? Pew pew. You can just pew, pew. You're Annie Oakley, sure, I can put on a little show for you. Pew pew pew. Because that 10 of wands, you can either take it into burden or you can take it into abundance. And of course, you have that ability just to take a challenging situation and flip it. And I feel like that's what comes in here. There's something that suddenly is like, "Oh, no, we need to do this instead," or "So and so's out, but this person's gonna stand in instead," and, that kind of thing. So, I like that. Underneath the surface, you do have the Page of Pentacles, so abundance energy again, and Page of Wands. Yeah. So, bringing in new excitement, new passion, and new energy coming in there too. So, looks really good. I like it for you. Um, both of them feel very good. That's why the King of Pentacles on the bottom. Yeah, yeah. It's like, yeah, and I get that too. Because like, with my podcast that I do, I procrastinate because I want it to be perfect and do all this, and then it comes down to like, "Oh, I just gotta get it done. Let me just flow," and then it just flows when I stop trying and I just let it flow, right? It's like, all right, let's take a look here. So your fortune cookie for that first one. For the second one, you'll get the Rift Walker. But for this one, yeah, trust, baby, trust. Your future's so bright. You got to wear shades. I love it. Have faith in the unseen. Everything is unfolding in divine timing. Let go of the need to control. Surrender to the process and trust that the universe has your back. What? I love it. On the flip side, it's doubt is blocking your flow. Reaffirm your trust and release fear of the unknown, right? Whoop, whoop. All right. So I like that for your first one. And then for number two, we're at 10909. Ooh, nice little Holy Spirit number. So, what do you need to know about Jake? We'll start off there. So, what's important for you to know about Jake right now? Got that and that. And that. All right. What's he trying to accomplish with you? How does he feel? Okay. Boom, boom. Next action. What's he hiding? Okay. And then what does he wish he could tell you? Actions over next week and the next 2 weeks. And why is he wearing masks to you right now? What's your power move? Pow. Pow in the kisser. All right. All right. Well, let's see what we have here. So we'll start off here. Oh my God, yes. You're just like, here, let me put you out of my misery. So, okay, let me just make sure. I'll just do these one by one. So, what do you need to know about Jake? So, first of all, King of Swords, Three of Swords. Yeah. Well, of course, we know he's in his head and he fears heartbreak. So, that's number one. We know that. That's the scene, right? We know that his mind is his troublemaker, um, and that he's always in his head, but he's concerned about being hurt, but he's also concerned about hurting you, right? Yeah. So he's, totally in there in that space. It's hard for anyone to be in, right? Um, Also, we got the Chariot and the Four of Swords. So, but he goes back and forth here. He goes back and forth between worried about everything and then not, worried about everything and then not. This is that back and forth with the chariot, the power of choice, the movement energy, going with the flow. Then his mind gets in. Well, you know how that is. You can relate. We're so good when we're in a certain spot, and then something comes in, and we're like, we fall off, right? Yeah, and so there's this going back and forth energy within them, which you know is normal and has been his mo, right? Underneath both of those, we do have the Queen of Swords. That's the balance between head and heart. So that's the thing, that's also the battle. He goes back and forth, Yeah, the pattern, the repeating cycle that he has that goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And I feel like I mean, that's what you need to know about him right now is that he is gonna fluctuate. As he always has been. He hasn't changed. He hasn't like, "Oh, suddenly now I'm gonna stick to the heart and being honest and open with you." Nope. Where did he go? Well, that's normal. The little gopher sticks his head up, you know, and you can play whack-a-mole. Knock him out. But I feel like that's what's important to know is that that pattern, he hasn't had an opportunity to change, so he hasn't, right? Yeah, so, I mean, it just is like which makes sense. If what he's telling you is true, then, he definitely can go into fight or flight mode quickly with that news, right? So, I feel like that's what they want there. Let's see what is he trying to accomplish with you? Yep, he's trying to create space for you here. I think he's insane right now. Yeah, especially if he's on those drugs, medicine, not drugs. But, you know, I feel like what he's trying to accomplish is he's trying to set you free. Like, mentally, he's trying to set you free, like the Tasmanian devil, right? Blah, 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 blah. Um, it's funny, the tower, whoosh, it's like the Tasmanian devil, but I feel like that's what he's trying to accomplish with you. He's trying to set you free so that, um, because he feels like he's a burden or he feels like he creates burden, um, kind of energy. How does he feel though? Yep, 6 of Pentacles. Codependent. Codependent, maybe a little bit, but he wants to give and receive equally, but I feel like he feels that you're an overgiver and he's a taker, and again, that burden energy, he feels like you're the one that gives so much and he's not able to even live up to what you give, right? He's not able to do that. What's his next action here? Yeah, the Knight of Pentacles, slow things down, you know? You're like, "What, go backwards and reverse?" But I feel like his next action is very slow, not rushing forward into anything, I feel like it's the slowest moving horse out of them all, right? So I feel like his next action is inaction or slow action, snail slow action that, um, kind of energy there. Um, so what is he hiding? Got the Page of Pentacles along with the 10 of Wands, and then also the Hanged Man and the 5 of Wands. What is this that he's hiding? Because Yeah, what does that mean? Exactly, right? Because the and I feel like these are 2 separate things related, but 2 separate things is where they're because 'cause they're showing like they're conjoined twins, these 2 things that he's hiding. One is that and he can't hide this very well, but this is like he's he's waiting to see what is overwhelming to you or not that's coming up with this Page of Pentacles, because the Page of Pentacles is like a new opportunity, and the 10 of Wands goes, this is, are you going to be looking at this as a burden, or is it gonna be looking at it as a blessing and gratitude? And I feel like more so he's waiting to see if you're gonna see him as a burden with what's unfolding. Like, is it going to be something where you're exhausting yourself and um you're, um, using, like, all of your energy towards him and not for yourself, where he feels like you're ruining your life for him, right? So I feel like he's hiding that he's I wouldn't say testing, but he's pushing things just to see what happens, right? Oh, right. Um, and then the other thing that he's hiding, you know, he's trying to hide anyway, how much with this 5 of Wands, how much that that he's suffering in his low energy. Because this transformation, it's like the caterpillar is going through the it's I feel like he's in pain and he's hiding how much he's in pain, like physical pain. Um, and I feel like it's because of the transformation that's happening, that's there, right? So, yeah, he does care. I mean, I definitely feel that here. Yeah, I don't feel like there's someone else either. I feel like he really is going through something physical. Um, so, well, we'll see what Mark comes in here. What does he wish that he could tell you? Yeah, 9 of Pentacles. Yeah. He wishes that with the 9 of Pentacles, I mean, like, that's like the physical dream come true, abundance. But he also I mean, he's so confusing because it's like, I wish I could tell you that I would love to be with you alone in the garden and that, we're all this, right? Um, but also, I wish I could tell you that I wanna be alone. But I wish I could tell you that I wanna be alone, but I wanna be with you, but I also wanna be alone, and I want both. And he doesn't know how to communicate that because it's difficult for an avoidant or a severe introvert that they're like, "I don't know how to tell you that I love you, but I also love to be alone, and that I don't like to be with people as much as you like to be with people, and that it doesn't have anything to do with how I feel about you or anyone. It's just what I need for me," kind of energy, which is like, yeah, I get it. We'll take a look here. I'll add that clarifying question on there about his mom. I don't feel like she is. Um, okay, action over the next week. You got the 3 of Cups, so joyful, celebration, more trying to gather and rally around friends and like trying to do things. I feel like he's trying to do group things. Um, so I feel like, um, there's this energy here of like, if I do things with groups of people and, then it's I've hit everybody that needed to see me, and then I can spend a lot of time alone. So I feel like he's going extremes, like joyful, "Hey, everybody, da da," because he can't stay joyful for a lot of people all at individually, but he can fake it for a little bit and then, and then pulls back kind of energy. And he's just like, it's like he's trying to keep up a front to people kind of energy. Over the 2 weeks, and we've got the moon energy. I feel like there's going to be a lot that's going to be emotionally revealed here in over the next 2 weeks. This movement of emotion. We do have a full moon, blue moon in Sagittarius on Sunday, so there's a lot of fire energy. Um, but and we have a Gemini new moon that happens. But I feel like that's gonna be outside of the 2 weeks, but this next moon that's coming in, so next Sunday, I feel like there's a lot of fire, a lot of fun, a lot of play, a lot of learning that happens on this next Sunday, but I feel like there's a lot of emotional movement based on that Sagittarius kind of energy that comes in. But I don't feel with that Knight of Pentacles, I don't feel like there's a lot of movement, just more a lot of expression, but not a lot of movement forward, even movement backward. Even though I feel like with that tower, they're wanting to create space and all this, but I feel like they're trying to hold on to make it your choice that you're breaking up with them kind of energy. But we'll see what's coming in here. Because why is he wearing masks for you right now? Yep, I feel like it goes back and forth, right? With the 2 of Wands, it's that, peekaboo, "Here I am, no, I'm not. Here I am, no, I'm not. Here I am, no, I'm not." The vulnerability. It's the avoidant energy. I don't feel like it's anything new, quite honest. It doesn't feel like, "Oh, I'm doing something new." It's like, "This is what I've always done." I feel like you're just becoming more and more aware of it, because I feel like you've taken off some blinders and you're going, wait, this thing that I was kind of, because love will do that, when we're infatuated and when we're obsessed with someone and all of that. After a while, we're like, let me take those off. And you're like, wait a minute. I start seeing things I didn't see before because what maybe we didn't want to see some things and we were very patient. But after a while, the patience bank gets overdrawn and we're like, okay, wait a minute, right? So what is your power move? Ooh, the 5 of swords. 5 of swords energy. It doesn't have to be an argument, but it can be a calm conversation, um, about, you know, change. I feel like this 5 of swords is, you know, I don't feel like things can keep going the way they are, and I'd like to have an honest conversation about what you feel that you're experiencing with me that doesn't uh, make make you want a relationship or feel like a relationship could happen between us. And then I will share mine too. Because on the bottom of the deck, I was wondering why they were waiting. Because you go from the 5 of swords to the 6 of swords, which is there is possibility of leaving old ways of thinking behind, see things from a higher perspective, which can allow movement, either movement together or movement away from each other. Um, but I feel like, you know, it's important for that. And I know with everything that he's going through right now, um, that might be difficult to do couples counseling or something to learn to communicate and see things from each other, from, an outsider perspective and have them help us give tools to communicate, kind of, energy that comes in with that. Um, so let's take a look here and see. Um, you also wanna know, is his mom manipulating him? You know, pushing for marriage, the 4 of Wands? Maybe manipulating, but not in a negative way. But, right? She's saying, "You need to get married, I need a grandchild." Maybe that's on her mind because she's afraid she's gonna lose him, you know, maybe she wants him to have all this stuff, and so I don't feel like she's manipulating him in a bad way. And let's see here, you wanted to know, let's just verify 2 things. 1, is there another person there? No, just the 2 of Cups energy. That's just you. We'd get 3 of Cups or some other shenanigans energy. This is no, it's you. You are it. Here, I'll just show you it even closer because you can see here. Lauren of Light and Little Mister Darkness there. Um, and then the other thing I wanted to ask, oh, is he really, inflicted? Yeah. Or, 7 of Wands, which is, a, it's 7 is a conflict energy of energy. Um, so it feels like that is, you'd burn down the town. See, is he really ill? Yeah, we got the 7 of Wands, the 9 of Wands. There's definitely something that's blocking him here, blocking his energy here. So there's definitely some sort of obstacle or, something that's impacting him. So I definitely feel that that's there. So let's see here. Your fortune cookie here. This is going to be from the Oracle of the Rift Walker. So whenever there's a donation of 5 or more, this one, all right. I'm like trying to shuffle. It's not leaving my hand. I guess this is yours. Oh, B&B. Number 36. Here's that 9 energy again. To begin is to be unguarded. To learn is to trust your trembling steps. Ooh, trust your trembling steps. The invocation is, I don't yet know the way, but I'm listening. Let each step be my teacher. I like that. Yeah, right. um, so the fawn appears when you're being invited into something new, a path, a practice, a truth, or a way of being that is unfamiliar. Like the young deer taking its first steps, you're meant to move gently, curiously, and with openness. The fawn is a symbol of humble beginnings, of being both vulnerable and full of promise. It does not charge forward, it learns by watching, listening, and feeling. There's no shame in being unskilled. The beginner's heart is one of the most sacred and the most magical. So, this card asks you to slow down and observe what life is trying to teach you. The trees, the mistakes, the silence, the eyes of another, all are lessons waiting to be received. You're not here to be perfect, you're here to grow. Oh, yeah. Your shadow energy of the card can be fear of appearing foolish. Ooh, right? I hear that. Avoiding new opportunities out of pride, forcing a pace that overwhelms your spirit, and refusing help or mentorship. That's you, right? I don't wanna appear like a fool. But it's like, I feel like people are only foolish if they don't take a chance on love, and if someone screws us over, that's doesn't make us look foolish, it makes them look stupid because they coulda had us, but you're like, "Who's stupid in this?" And then 3 reflection questions. Where am I pretending to be further along than I am? 2, what would shift if I gave myself permission to be new? And then who or what might I learn from right now if I softened. Interesting. That's usually your problem. Well, there's other patterns too, right, Charles? Alright. So hopefully that helps, Lauren. That's what they have for you right now, my dear. So enjoy the slow step-by-step moments of new growth. Yeah. Yeah. Just kind of focus in on you, let all the expectations go on who they're supposed to be and what you're supposed to be and do, and just enjoy the moment and, um, yeah, be gentle on yourself and, yeah, you keep waiting for the shoe to drop, but look at it as like, a path, and if it moves away and if he, steps away, then, "Alright, I have time to focus on what I need to focus on," and when he, comes back, because that's his little pattern, he swerves, and if you just let him do what he's gonna do, he that's the whole thing, right? When we try to control an avoidant, they spend more time away. When we don't try and we let go, suddenly they're there, right? And then you're like, "Oh, he's back. Hey." And then he's like, "What?" And you're like, "Oh." And then he's back, "Hey." And it just works that when we realize I don't need to go, "Hey," I can just go, "Oh, hey." And then they stay because I'm not trying to make them be anything else, and I'm just giving them the space to be. Then they come back more, right? When they ebb, you ebb, when they flow, you flow, and 0 expectations, yeah, that's perfect for an avoidant especially. Yeah, so I like that. But, the whole thing is we work on our own selves, because our anxious attachment, our tendency to anxiously attach is because we're attaching our worth to their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. And instead we come back to us and go, "Yeah, I'm who I'm looking for. They're just extra above and beyond, so I don't need to freak out if they're in my life or not." I like that. So, boom boom. All right. So that's what we have, my dear. I think I saw Alice, not yet. Where we're at, I've got JV up next, and then Crystal, and then Chelsea, and then Val, and then JoJo, and then 2 for Ruby, then your 3, and then Michelle Smith, and then back to Chelsea. So, that's kinda where we're at right now. Alright. Let me see. Make sure I've got these all set up. We got this one, we got this one, got this one. Okay. Right? Show up without the masking. Yeah. Add alcohol and it's over, right? Cheers, cheers. "Let me in the house. Who you in there with?" Uh, all the joys of relationships. Alright, so let's get back into the readings here. I could be reading you guys all night. Like I said, you guys are so fun. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, the testing thing is we don't need to test it because that ends up being manipulation, right? If I'm like, "Oh, if I do this, I can get them to do what I want," it's like, really just be real and go, "They can't handle this, so because I care about them, I'm just gonna let them be them, but I'm gonna spend the time finding the love of my life, which is me, and then when I'm everything I'm looking for, then I can take or leave them with whatever they're bringing or not, and if it over time gets on my nerves or I'm like, That's I realize that's not what I want," then I can let them totally go if I want, but it's always a mirror showing us how are we being self-avoidant ourselves. If I'm attracted to an avoidant, how am I being an avoidant to myself, right? It's a big one. Hey, Debbie, Deb, my tech Zen friend. Good to see you. All right. So, JV, you are up 137 even. So, thank you for your donation. Let's see. I think it's up here. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Ooh, way up here. In fact, while I'm up here, I'll give that one a love and a like. And Crystal, I'll give yours a love and a like. And Footwork, I'm going to give your a love and a like. I'm just going to give all the ones I can give a love and a like to because I'm so grateful. But then I have it all captured so I don't have to scroll up. All right. This is it, JV. This is it. All right. And I got you on the free list here, Debbie. Oh, all right. So you do have an interview with the company whose CEO you know. Any positive outcome? All right. Let's shuffle these up. See what we got coming in here. Any positive outcome? Okay. And then, yeah, you're excited about this opportunity. All right. Let's take a look here. And we've got that here too. Let me just real quick here. All right. So, bottom of the deck. Ooh, we do have the Six of Swords. Six of Swords is a movement energy. It's about, leaving behind old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher perspective, leaving choppy waters to go to calmer waters. So, Six of Swords is a positive energy, especially beyond the bottom of your overall reading. So, I like that. Any positive outcome? King of Pentacles. Booyah! King of Pentacles, one of the most abundant cards in the entire deck. So this is looking positive. Should just stop there. Let me put the other cards back in the deck. No, you got four others. Let's see what this is here. Yeah, you have the Nine of Swords. This is about letting go of expectations, the fears that we have of, instead go in going, if we can go in as grounded as we can, not the fear of what if, what if, what if, what if, what if, but the magic of what if, what if, what if, right? So our energy can go in two different directions, and it takes just same amount of energy to imagine what could be instead of fearing of what might happen, right? So I feel like there's this great energy going in of just, you know what? I'm just gonna know that whatever's gonna unfold is for my highest experience, and I'm going to allow it just to be a conversation um, and see what unfolds as we go down that little road. Yeah, the Queen of Swords. Yeah, here's this beautiful balance between head and heart. So we like that. That's a beautiful energy of compatibility too, that they just feel like you're such a good fit. But when you're balanced with your head and your heart, then you're not freaking out too, right? Take a beta blocker before. You're so funny. Just have a shot of tequila before you go in. You'll be fine. That's a joke. Don't do that. Yeah, the Eight of Pentacles, which is you've been putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. Eight of Pentacles is a great card because it is a card of, abundance. You're seeing the fruit of your labors come in, and, that energy is coming in with that as well, right? Propanol, you're so funny. And then the Magician, yeah, here's the magic. You know, so much whatever we focus on is what, grows and expands, and so when this says, when you go in, when you're focusing in on, you know, this beautiful abundance of who you are and the gratitude for the opportunities and the things you've loved about what you have had with work and everything in life and what you do have. When you go in with this wonderful high vibration, you know what you want, which is important with the Magician. You know where you're at, you know what you want, and it's just a matter of realizing the 4 elements of the energy that you can put forward, which is, the, the mind, the emotions, the energy, your overall, focus energy, and your physical actions. That the energy behind all of that, if I'm focusing on high vibration thoughts and stories and high vibration emotions, high vibration actions, psh, then it comes my way. And the more I can do that, the more it draws in. So I feel like it's just going in as high, yeah. In Chelsea's, we're just high as possible. No, she didn't say that. But, go in with as high vibration as we can, realizing, um, we can trust that everything that unfolds in our life is for us, even when we can't see it. And that if I really feel like they're gonna offer you the position with all that energy there. But if even if they didn't, that just means there's something more amazing that's coming your way, right? So, I like that. Oh, I see. It doesn't get you high, it just balances your so you don't get anxious. Alright. Well, that's good. So let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too. And you've got triumph. You can't make it up. Wait, I gotta You didn't get to see it because I was behind the card. It's a little trumpet that's coming in. Joy is not a reward, it's a return on investment. And master power number 44 as well. So the invocation is I have come through the fire. I wear no ashes, only light. So triumph arises when the wheel has turned in your favor, not by chance, but through persistence, faith, and transformation. This card is not about egoic victory or worldly accolades. It's about becoming the version of yourself who could survive once you thought, what once you thought would destroy you, right? So it is a holy kind of joy, earned, embodied, and unshakable. Triumph doesn't demand celebration, it is celebration. It radiates from the bones, from the breath, from the knowing that you have become gold where there was only ore. You didn't win by defeating something outside of you. You triumphed because you chose to stay, to endure, to rise, to believe there was something beautiful waiting on the other side. And now here it is. You. I like that. Love it. I love it. I love it. And then the shadow side is doubting the worth of your accomplishments, diminishing joy out of guilt or trauma conditioning, waiting for the next collapse instead of receiving the light, and comparing your triumph to someone else's. Your reflection questions: what have I overcome that I haven't fully honored? Where in my life is it safe to let joy in? And can I accept that I'm already worthy of celebration? Whoop, whoop. I love it. So, Shazam. I love it. Triumph. So, looking good. Looking good. Uber driving, right? Well, I feel like here with this solid energy of 4 and 4, 44 for you tomorrow, I feel like you're going to be okay. So, I like it. I like it. Botox is expensive. You're so funny. You guys are hilarious. All right. Footwork. I know you said you can't see your donation, but I already had seen it. We have Crystal and then Chelsea and then you. So you're 3 away for the donations there. And then we've got Kat Marie. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the list here as well. All right. And then let's see, you said something else here too. By the way, your podcast you recommended the episode about the inner child really resonated. Oh, very grateful. Thank you so much. I'm glad it helped. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. So I think I've got everyone else here. And then Jojo, hey, there we go. Thank you for your question. I'll get it added on here so I don't have to go searching for it. So we got you here. All right, perfect. All right, and then I just got another donation that came through here too. See, when did that come in here? What's the time frame? Okay, so that just came in now. All right. So I see a PayPal that came in. So, and I know this name, I just can't remember your screen name. I think it's similar, but I do see that. So I'll put it up here. And then once I see your question, I will put it out here. Because I don't think that's Cat Marie, you didn't make a PayPal donation too, did you? Because it's a similar name. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, that's right. So that's different. Definitely different. All right. Thank you, Stormborn. So I have your donation there. It doesn't have a question on it though. So as soon as you post your question out there, I'll add it in there. All right. So I think we're good. Think I'm on. I think I'm good. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So we'll jump back in here. So, whoops. So we've got Crystal for number 2. We got 1:48:54 for you there. Here's your timestamp for number 2. And this one is you wanted to know Corey's thoughts of you. You had a spicy time today. Spicy. All right. So let's take a look here. Corey's thoughts on you. Got these, and we've got this, and we've got this, and we've got this here. Not there. All right. So, all right. Well, we got the magician on the bottom of the deck. The magician is an energy of action and movement. It's the divine masculine energy of wanting to take more action. So I like that as the underlying energy that's on the bottom. So we've got that. What are his thoughts here? Oh, okay. I like this too because you got the Page of Cups and the 10 of Cups. 10 of Cups is a relationship kind of energy. Page of Cups is it's almost like they're offering you no, not fish soup. That's the Ace of Cups, which is offering emotion. So I feel like this is great energy because I noticed underneath the magician is the Queen of Cups too. So there's a lot of emotion below the surface that I feel like will make itself known pretty fast here. So let's see what else we got here with this. We have the Two of Pentacles. Yeah, there is this balancing energy that's coming in, and they're taking it's like that power of choice of they're consciously trying to make choices on what the next steps are. So I feel quite organized. I almost feel like a Capricorn. I'm Capricorn rising, and that's what it feels like. Could be Virgo, Virgo, Capricorn, any of the air signs, Gemini, Aquarius, and Gemini, Aquarius, and who am I missing? Oh, Libra. I was like, I went the beginning and end and forgot the middle. But I do feel like they're very calculated in the next actions they want to take here. So I do feel like there's a lot of emotions. I feel like they have a process. and I liking this. My Capricorn is going, "This I like that." So let's see here. Yeah, we have the Judgment card, which is a bit of a calling card, right? That's coming in here. You're funny. Seem gentler. Well, I do have a stellium in Pisces, including my moon, my Venus, my Mercury, my Saturn, which rules over the Capricorn. And I have a grand trine and a mini trine in water, which also creates a kite of water. So I got a ton of stuff that pulls me in the other direction. Oh, okay. Oh, I get you. But I do feel here, Crystal, that the judgment card is they're feeling a pull. Um, this is our higher self calling them and pulling them. So I feel like they feel drawn to you with this judgment card that's coming in here. Yeah, beneath the surface, they have the Seven of Swords, which this is them trying to get out of their head. They have some old, oh, you're a Libra. I love it. Um, they're trying to get out of their head of, some old thinking, some old ways of thinking that deceive themselves. And I feel like they might have had uh, some people deceive them in the past, either lying, maybe even cheating on them in the past, to where they have a very organized way of approaching things to see how things unfold. Yeah, this is so like uh not Sagittarius energy. But I feel like it depends. I mean, we have our sun sign, but we also have like our moon sign and our Venus sign. So how they go about love can be very much that, kind of energy. Sag makes sense for the hot time, spicy time. Um, but I feel like they're wanting to kind of go down a specific way, just to make sure that what happened before to them doesn't happen again. Yeah. But I definitely feel they've got a lot of emotions that come in here with the 7 of Cups too. So, they've got their happy, happy, happy emotions with all this 10 of Cups and, all this too, but they've got some of that underlying energy that they're, you know, um, learning the trust. I feel like they used to give their trust, like, just blindly, but now they've learned to give a certain amount of trust, but then there's a certain portion that has to be earned. So, I feel like kind of that's where we're at right now with that energy there, so hopefully that, makes sense there. Alright, and I got this one, let me just make sure I do that, so yeah, okay, and then for your fortune cookie, yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you again for your dual donations. Yeah, I like it. Persistence, which says success comes from consistent effort. Keep going even when the path is unclear. Stay committed to your vision. Overcome obstacles with steady progress. And the flip side of that is frustration may be tempting you to quit. Push through resistance. I like it. So kind of the wait is worth it kind of energy, right? So, I like that. Alright, thank you, thank you. Alright, so we'll continue down the list here. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. So, Chelsea, you are up. Chelsea, Chelsea. Got 156.16 for you here. You have a stellium, you said, in Capricorn stellium. Wow. Venus and North Node in Aquarius. Oh, nice. All right. So you want to know, what did Jay think of your response you shared on your story regarding professionals in the creator space and protecting their brand? Oh, okay. Let's take a look here. Okay, got that, and these. All right. Yeah, just in general, right? Well, yeah, so your response wasn't to them, but you wanted to know what their thoughts of your general response was. Yeah. He is the company self and branded. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I feel like 5 of swords. Feel like they agreed with some things and didn't quite agree with other things, which I feel like is their kind of energy. Um, that's the bottom of the deck, and we got the 4 of cups, is the first card. 4 of cups is kind of like I feel like it's not like a stagnant energy, but I feel like it balanced out, like, the things they thought were like, "Well, I don't know if I agree with that." The other thing was like, "Wow." It kinda balanced each other out for them, right? So that's the kind of energy that comes in with that. Um, yeah, I like it. They have the temperance card here. I do feel like there is something here, um, because the temperance is like a slow taking its good old time, going back and forth and back and forth. But this Knight of Wands, I feel like there's something in there that made it easier for them to make a choice to, like, move faster in their business on something. Because I feel like you gave them a little bit of a perspective on some one of those things that they were like, "Huh." Well, yeah, right. Well, we can't, expect everyone to, be correct all the time. So sometimes people make mistakes, those other people. But, I like it because you gave perspective on something that I feel like it's gonna have them take action on something that they've been waiting on, and something you said just clicked to have them take an action on something within their business. Yeah, it's like the full card for them to take a leap and to try something that was here, right? Right? This is a Capricorn. That's right, because we know what works and what doesn't work. That's the whole Capricorn energy, right? We know business. Listen to Capricorns. But, yeah, I feel like the full card taking a chance, a new beginning, making a leap for something too. So, I like that. I like that this happened here. Yeah. The High Priestess energy here, I feel like they kind of saw you as, "Witch, she's a witch." Just in the place of like, "Wow, it's like you intuitively know stuff." I feel like they pick up on that you know more of what's going on than you lead on, and I feel like they're like, "You know things from a different source than this plane of existence." Because I feel like they have, like, they're like, some things you say, they're like, "This is weird." "I was just asking this, and you just said it in here." And they're like checking to see if their office is bugged or whatever, because 'cause they're like, "I feel like some things you're saying were really, like, lining up to stuff that they had conversations with, or even that they were thinking," though. I feel like that's what did it, is they were like, "I didn't tell anyone about this, and then that appeared on your post," or whatever. I just feel like they kind of see you a little bit that way. That's what they thought of it here. So, I like it. We got the Queen of Swords. Overall, I feel like they felt it was a really good, response, and the Ace of Cups, I do feel like there's a little bit of, it's a happy energy with the Ace of Cups, but I feel like there's something about and maybe this is the part that they kind of felt a little bit, conflicted by, is that something that was said kind of pricked them a bit in their self-worth because it's like, this is a reflection of what you are on the inside. Like, you didn't mean it that way, you were talking about creation and the outside and stuff, but it's something triggered something inside of them to look at their self-love, and I feel like they were like, "Huh, okay," and I feel like that's where they were a little bit resistant to your, 100% accurate truths. And they're like, "Huh." So I feel like in post processing, I feel like they're realizing, "Wow. Oh, wow, look at that." A reflection of themselves. Beautiful. How perfect is that? So, I love that. So, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this one here. Since yours was $5 or more, you get one of these. Whoa. Oh, this one here. I was like, why'd you throw the other ones away? Because those weren't the one. Oh, wow. I like it. Oh, right? Because look, like you help them create gunpowder. You blew something up. The dawn of gunpowder. There comes a moment when the spark no longer waits for permission. Beautiful. So I do feel like there were, like I said, you created a spark in them, right? I am the breath before the blast. What I carry can never go back. So this card marks the threshold between potential and ignition, a volatile crossing where restraint gives way to raw force. The dawn of gunpowder arrives when something long simmering within you is ready to detonate. So this is what I was talking about with that other card, right? Um, so I like that. We've got um, so either truth, anger, ambition, revelation. You are standing at the mouth of the cannon, flint in hand. It speaks to a power that is not delicate, but exact. Intent must be sharpened. This is not chaos for its own sake. It is decisive, transformative combustion. The moment before the match strikes is sacred. Once lit, it cannot be undone. So here lies the edge between silence and sound, between peace and uprising. There is no safety in delay. The choice is yours. Speak, act, ignite. This is that energy I was talking about. I feel like this is them. This is like what your response has done for them. The shadow side is acting without foresight, destruction without aim, repressed rage leaking out in self sabotage, and mistaking volatility for powder. And then reflection. What am I afraid to set in motion? What does my truth seek? I'm sorry, where does my truth seek release, no matter the cost? And am I wielding power or being wielded by it? So I like that. You see, I feel like this is strictly in relationship to the business. I was wondering that myself, and I asked them, I go, "Is this," as I was doing the reading, "is this like an inspiration to take a leap with you, or is this business?" And they're like, "It's all business with them right now." I'm like, "Okay, well, that makes sense. All right." Because even the number 12 is the Pisces house of dreaming, right? Neptune, dreaming, the dream kind of energy, not so much, I feel like, relationship is kind of the energy there, so yeah, yeah, so it's like, okay, so that was their response since this was about, you know, professional stuff. I feel like that's kinda where it was hitting. He's only business right now. Hey, Cat Marie. Yeah, $5 is enough for a deep read. Absolutely. All right. So that's what they have for number one, and then we'll circle back around for number 2. Oh, that's right. We got the story I'll read in a little bit. Here's a story about a man named Brady. That's gonna be in your head all night. All right. So we'll continue on here. So Val, you're up. 20707. Look at those repeating numbers. So there you are, Val. Thank you for your donation. And you wanted a general read. So let's take a look here. So what just read? Hello. Thank you for your patience and getting to your reading. You're like, I wasn't patiently waiting. All right, let's see what we have. I think you said, was it you that said that once? I wasn't patiently waiting. It could have been someone else. All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the 9 of swords coming in here. Now, the 9 of swords, yeah, patient. Hail no. It was you. It was funny. So the 9 of swords being the nightmare and insomnia card, but it's bringing in that you might be have had some dreams, or you will be having some dreams about, they're not nightmares, are not meant to be nightmares and scary. They're just meant to be intense so that when you wake up in the morning, you'll remember it, not just wake up going, I think I dreamt. I can't remember what it is, because whatever it is that's being processed right now, a fear that is ready to be faced and transformed in your life, it's going to come through in a dream, and it's going to start there, and it's going to be intense. Like, why was that, rat driving a moped pulling a scooter with an elephant on it. What? It's like you wake up, and so write them down so that you can, kind of sit with it, or, Google, what does it mean when this is in whatever resonates with you, but pay attention if you can, as much as you can, on the feelings you felt, because the things you see are your mind's way of kind of creating something, um, an object for you to focus something in on, but the emotional area is what's looking for release. So the characters that appear may not be the characters that are the source of the pain or the source of the fear that you're ready to resolve, but the emotions, you'll start recognizing it. You'll put it all together. So it's gonna start in your dream world. If it hasn't already, it's coming here, especially with this super full moon in Sagittarius on Sunday. It's a blue moon, and it's a full moon too. So it's once in a blue moon, right? And then you'll start to see things in the outside world that match that, people going through the thing that being transformed within you, and then you'll start to release it within yourself. But they're easing you into it through your dreams first, and then the outside world, and then you'll be in a place where you're like, okay, I can handle this. Not, hey Val, what? Wah! And scare the crap out of us, right? They just ease in. Hey, we're coming in. Hey, we're coming in. Hey, we're getting closer. Okay, here we are. All right. It doesn't startle us, like it was. So let's see what else they want us to know about this. That was the bottom of the deck. You do have the 10 of swords. Yeah, because you're ready. You're ready to put an end to this belief, this thought, this story that's held you back for a very long time, a fear that's ready to be, faced and transformed. The 10 of swords is. The 9 of swords is, I'm almost ready. It's ending. The 10 is, I'm out the door. Bye, kind of energy. So I like that. Then you have the high priestess. Beautiful energy. Underneath that, the 8 of swords. So the high priestess, she does step away, takes time to connect with spirit, look behind the veil, dive deep into their emotions. So everything we've been talking about, very much Pisces energy of the dream world that rolls over the 12th house. And so this is that energy of dreams coming in. But the purpose of it with that high priestess and the 8 of swords underneath it is to let go of some long-held story that has made you feel limited and bound and trapped and restricted and small, because that's not who you are, but you were something that happened when you were younger is what created this belief, and it's been there bubbling under the surface, and it's like, "We're ready to let this go now. Can we, put in a request for the dreams and all this stuff to come in so we can just transform this? And we're tired of carrying this and we're tired of being restricted. We're ready to be free." So I love this energy that's coming in here for you. Yes, 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 because you are getting this call. This judgment card is your higher self calling you to a new opportunity, the Page of Pentacles. But I feel like the reason why they're bringing in this change of belief is because, as we're growing up and everything we've experienced, we create expectations and thoughts and beliefs that start to really zero in our not zero in, but close in our view to where we're like, it has to be this way. It's locked out all these other possibilities because of our fears and experiences. And there's a new possibility that's here that if this is still in place where it's at, we won't see it. So this new opportunity that you're being called to requires some and they're like, look, so you wouldn't even recognize it as an opportunity because you wouldn't believe that it's an opportunity that you could be involved in. But because of this change that's happening and coming forth here, I feel like a big release on the full moon, this super, I think, is it a super moon? I don't know if it's a super full moon, but it's a blue moon on Sunday, that there is this change. It's almost like the Sagittarius fire of this full moon helps you burn away some of this to where you are able to see, and it might be that might be like the ignition of the release as the dreams come up around a full moon. We all dream so much, right? But very, uh like I said, very intense dreams that allow you to face these things, and then, like I said, the other things that unfold. I love this. Let's see, can you tell us what this is about at all? We have the King of Swords. So this is the change of the story again. So I feel like it's the change of what you're capable of. This is brings in a lot of new ideas. Like, oh no, it has to be this. It's like creativity. I feel will flow a lot out of this, and you'll get a lot of new ideas. Yeah, creativity. The Empress, number 3. So this is birthing something new, creating something brand new, something that people haven't seen before. Because everyone, I feel like, says it has to be this way and it's all this stuff, but I feel like you have this imagination that allows you to introduce something. It could be to the skating world even, if that's your passion, if that's where you feel it is, but it doesn't have to be, but I feel like it could be, but it doesn't have to be. And I like this, just this openness, because then we get out of our head, that we get into our heart, and that's where we create from. And I feel like you're something that stinted your creativity in the past could be where this is sitting in. Now there's this opening that comes up here. Yep. And then you have the Two of Wands. I feel like you have two ways to go with it too. You might even come up with two new inspirations. And I feel like you have to choose between, you can't do both at the same time. So you have to decide, what am I going to do first? Not which one am I going to choose to only do, but which one am I going to do first? And then the other one will come later. But I feel like one at a time coming in. So I love this for you, Val. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Since I put these cards back in, there we go. This one here. Ooh, the unfolding. Look at what a creative, beautiful little flower. Your path doesn't need to be fully visible. It reveals itself moment by moment. Let go of the pressure to know everything now. Stay present and allow each step to emerge naturally. And on the flip side, it says trying to rush the outcome may be creating tension. Loosen your grip and let life surprise you. Ooh, beautiful. So I love that for you, Val. Hopefully that helps. Thank you again for your donation. Greatly appreciate that. All right. So we'll continue here. So where we're at, right? I can add that as your free reading if you'd like, Val. If you want to come back later for that, it'll be at the very end of the right now of the free readings. Um, but I can add that on as your free reading if you'd like, and that'll be time stamped in the pinned comment, so we can put that on there. Okay. All right. So up next we have JoJo, and then Ruby, and then just Alice times 3, and then Michelle, and then Chelsea, and then Kat Marie, and then Stormborn, will be after that. Ooh, and I think Stormborn, you put your question out here. There it is. Let me grab that here. I don't think anyone else came in, right? No, okay. All right. So JoJo 21804. Here we go. And you want to know how or am I similar to Catherine, the character? Ooh, all right. Cheers, cheers. Thank you for your donation. Let's see what we got coming in here. Are you? We got the 10 of Pentacles for are you? Kind of feel like they're saying, well, maybe as far as like world-wise, 10 of Pentacles. What does that mean world-wise? Like physical things. It could be physical characteristics of the body. It can be, locations. They're like a lot of physical things. And the bottom of the deck, you have the World card, which is the ending of a big cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So I do feel like, there is that likeness of, the story of that you're hitting and have had different points of having those big victories and moving to the next level and transformation. The it's like the story of the hero is what they're telling me of that they have something big that hits their life to show them how strong they are kind of energy. And I feel like that's what it is, and the 10 of Pentacles makes sense too with that, which 10 being the number of endings and new beginnings kind of energy. I feel like that kind of is where it comes in there. So, I like that. What else? You have the Page of Cups, the 8 of Wands. Yeah, I feel like something you have in common with this character, Catherine, is a great passion for love, a great passion, a great desire, a great drive to find love energy with those two coming in. 8 of Wands, fast, 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 passion, movement, Page of Cups, but not just an everyday love to find the love of my life kind of energy. So I feel like that you guys have in common. You got the 9 of Pentacles, the desire to be alone and independent at the same time. Yeah, 2 swords. I like that. 2 swords, 2 of Wands. Kind of being, does this character have a split personality? Gemini energy? Because it feels like torn between I wanna be alone, and I love my aloneness, I love my independence, but I wanna be in a relationship, and I want the love of my life and everything, but I really wanna be alone and not told what to do, but I really want the da 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 da, I feel like it's the back and forth that I want both worlds can I just split off into 2 and be this person and then be this person? If I could clone myself kind of energy. So, I feel like that you guys might have that in common too, right? A straight man. A straight man in a woman's body, right? Too funny. Funny because that does happen, and um, then they end up with a woman in a man's body. They're like, "I'm looking for a man," and I'm like, "Well, you know, because 'cause you're a man in a woman's body, it's hard for you to find a man in a man's body, because you tend to attract, a man that's a woman inside." That's funny. Alright, let's see what else. You got the 9 of cups, the dream come true, the queen of cups. Yeah. So very empathic, very so much emotion flowing below the surface, and a great amount of romantic energy that's there beneath the surface, the Queen of Cups. So much below the surface, so much that's below here, right? Oh, oh, I love that. So we got this beautiful flow, but it's the trying to find experiences that reflect the emotional sea below them, but it feels like they keep falling short. It's like that search for that. And they realize I'm the only one that can give that to me. And then they fill up and overflow, and then they can have other relationships. But I feel like they're one of their biggest, and I feel like this is where, and this is kind of similar to a lot of humans, of course, too, but there's this the enormity of the emotional sea below the surface, I feel, is what, makes it stand out here as well. So, and then, yeah, and you have the temperance, which is the slow, slow, slow journey to finding the gold, but also being able, to turn anything into a golden opportunity, as well. It's, you know, and I feel like that's something that you guys share in common as well. So hopefully that helps, Jojo. We'll get you your fortune cookie here too. Let me just put these back in here. Wow, they're being difficult. It's like I have to shove them back in there. All right. So here we go. And we've got forgiveness, which says releasing resentment frees you. Forgiveness is for you, not for them. So let go of past hurts. Choose peace over pain by forgiving yourself and others. And on the flip side, it's holding on to anger, maybe weighing you down. Release it to move forward. Is that part of the story? All right. So that's what they have for you, JoJo. So many blessings to you. All right. Right. And then Alice, is that your free reading request, Alice? Just to make sure here. And I'll get you added on there. All right. So up next, we got 2 for a Ruby. So Ruby, your first one is 22530. Then Alice, you'll be up after that. So Ruby, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you'd like to get a general read first. So thank you. Good to see you, Ruby. And let's see what we got here. General, what does Spirit want you to know right now? So they do want that one, and that one, and then that one, and then that one, and those 2, and then that one. Those 2? Okay. Yay! So let's see what we have unfolding here for you. We've got, on the bottom of the deck, you have the 2 of Wands, which is it is a being aware of, that wherever you invest your energy, in each moment, your energetic choice is what draws in things in your life. And you're either drawing in things that match, unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude and play, or we're drawing in lower vibrational energy rooted in fear, right? lack, need, want, kind of energies. But there's also sometimes an energy of kind of going back and forth. And I feel like what they're saying is that it's okay to change your mind. And, that's the human power of choice. And so there's no judgment in it, but and there's no but, that's there. I think they want to say and something to be aware of is when we're going back and forth, it I feel like there's something about I do what I think everyone else wants me to do, and it gets old, it gets stagnant, it gets boring, it gets constricting, and then we go, "I'm gonna go follow my heart," and then we get it's like our heart tries to make a break for it, and then the mind goes, "Come back here, that's gonna be scary, you're gonna fail, what are people gonna think?" And so, it's kind of this back and forth that's been going on for a while, but what's been happening is you've been spending more time out in your heart before you go back to your mind. Before it was like a run heart and then back to the mind. And then it was heart, then back to the mind, and then heart for a while, and then back to the mind. And so the time that you've been spending in your heart has been growing and growing and growing. And I feel like they want to bring that up here for you, that you've been getting out of your head and out of fears and supposed tos and shoulds and expectations and been living more and more and more in your heart. So I like that. That's the bottom of the deck. You have the King of Cups. Yeah, the king of the emotions with the mind behind the scenes. So, um, right? The good to get out of the head. Yeah, yeah. Well, when it's rooted in expectations and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and fears, we've got our higher mind connected to our higher self. Um, so eventually we connect that. But instead of the mind ruling over the heart out of fear, then the heart is allowed to live with the support of the mind and the mind helping guide the heart on how it can get what it wants without, going bankrupt and, um, hurting ourselves and other people, because our mind is designed to protect us and our heart is designed to live. But if we end up just following our mind, we end up existing and not living because we're so constrained. We're just like, well, I'm doing everything safe, but I'm not living. Versus, if we only followed our heart, we'd end up dead very fast, right? Because we're like, oh, look, I'm going to go pet the giant kitty cat. They're like, that's a lion. Don't do it. So there's some things that keep us safe, but our mind can keep us overly safe or we're just pinned and we can't even move in life, right? So I feel like that's what's coming in. And this beautiful balance of the King of Cups is there. I get the Three of Cups, more emotional energy. So joy, celebration. And I do feel like this is telling you that you're finding your tribe because now that you've opened your mind more, it's allowing you more access to even more and more people as you open up your heart. And so I like this is that you're getting this, individual, like maybe two people that are going to be like close friends for you, where I feel like you normally have a lot of acquaintances, but I feel like you're opening up now your heart to some true friendships, that match you there. You definitely paint the giant kitty, right? So I like that. Wow. Yeah, all this emotional energy, oh my gosh. I guess I can do them this way. You got the Eight of Cups and the Lovers card here. Now, something that's happening right now is with the Eight of Cups, uh, and like this, that you're meeting these two individuals first that become kind of you guys are your great friends, three peas in a pod. I feel this is what comes first before if you're not in a relationship. I feel like this comes before a relationship because these other two help keep you accountable to being true to yourself and not shrinking and not trying to become who you think they want you to be. And you also help keep each of them accountable too. The other two keep the other one, the other two keep the other one. All of you keep each other accountable from a place of love, not judgment. Um, and it's a great resource because that's the precursor, and then the 8 of Cups comes in where you're uh, letting go of relationships and people that no longer serve you anymore, those that you were given 70, 80, 90% of the emotional energy into friendships, relationships, family, whoever, and only consistently getting 10, 20, 30% back. So you're regaining that back, that emotional energy back, because you're backing off to 50% or just taking a, not investing any more in some of those, and it's okay. They serve their purpose. It's time for them to go, and it's okay because you get all that emotional energy back. Plus, you have been, looking at suppressed and repressed emotions that you weren't able to feel, like anger and sadness from when you were 7 years old and younger. And you're allowing your inner child to feel those and release those because it takes energy to charge those old emotions that have been there that they weren't allowed to feel, and that's been stuffed down there for years. But as you allow yourself to feel it, you don't have to invest energy trying to keep it down there anymore. Plus, the charging of those, all that emotional energy comes back to you too. And the importance of this is it's kind of like you're being prepared for a relationship because you're meeting these, two besties to help you stay true to yourself. And now you're releasing energies and relationships that don't serve you and doing that emotional transformation. Um, and and that's going to allow you here, with this, to invest more into a loving relationship. You are married. Acquaintances more than friends, been distancing myself from so many people. Just did not. Yeah, perfect. This is what's going on. So if you still want to be in your marriage, then you can invest. You have all this emotional energy to pour into your marriage, to your relationship, not really your marriage, into your relationship. You can spark newness with your spouse if you wish, or if you're ready for them to be one that goes, then you would find love down the road too. But it's all this energy of building up your emotional bank to be able to invest it, right? This is leading you to the hermit. So definitely spending some time to yourself, connecting with spirit. Below that, you have the Knight of Cups. Yeah, here's the quest of your self-love, and the Emperor, which is your power of your choice, right? Oh, I love that. Well, good. So, this is about, excuse me, take a drink here. I have no spit left on my mouth. There we go. So, there's this energy, the Knight of Cups is being on a quest of your self-love. And the Emperor is like, you get to choose, you get to clear the throne room, get out of your head and get into your heart. And from your heart, make some plans and put some energy behind it. So there's a lot of this getting out of the head and into the heart and following your heart energy in this reading. And then your last two cards, you got the Queen of Pentacles, the Queen of Wands. Wow. So definitely, there is this energy. I feel like these are the 2 besties that are coming your way. If you don't have these 2 besties, you have one that feels like a fire sign, fiery person, one who's an earth sign and an earthy person. So, but behind the scenes, they both have cups energy. So they've got that emotional energy, that emotional bond. But I love this for you. So this wonderful, um, getting out of your head and into your heart, but a beautiful balance between it, and it's time to let your heart, um, your true high heart, be expressed, filling up from the inside and overflowing out to the world, and deciding how you want that to look. You know, so I like that. And then let's see here for your fortune cookie for this one. Yeah. And it'll be like peas in a pod. It's not gonna be usually when it's those 3 of cups, it's joy, it's doing something you love, and you meet 2 other people that love to do that too, that's their passion, and then you guys love to do that together where whether it's bingo or painting or drinking wine. I'm just kidding. We got precision coming in for your fortune cookie. Careful, calculated action leads to the best results. Aim with clarity and intention. Take focused action today. Align each step with your ultimate goal. Oh, band members. Oh, I love it. Scattered efforts may be wasting energy. Refine your focus and act with clarity. Yeah. So it's now you have some clarity on where to aim things. So I love that for you. So that's number 1 there for you, Ruby. And then for number 2, we got 23730. Here is those timestamps. So can you tell me what's going on with your ex and his attitude towards you and the custody issues? Oh, fun. Let me grab something really quick here before it disappears because I thought oh, there it is. So I'm gonna needed to throw something on the free list here before I lost track. And we got Mackenzie. Hey, Mackenzie, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here too. All right. So let's take a look here, Ruby. What's going on with your ex and his attitude towards you and the custody issues? Okay. Okay. It feels like it's something that's been building. Got one card, 2 card, 3 cards. So excuse me, it feels like something's been building and building and building up here. So he's actively admitting to neglecting our toddler and throwing a fit when you try to care for him. Okay. Anything else regarding this? All right. All right. Feel like we've got the 2 of cups underneath here. And we've got the world card too, which is an ending, significant ending and beginning of a new adventure and the 8 of wands energy. I'm wondering here, with this combination, it feels like there's another person involved in this. I don't know if they are dating someone or if they're remarried or something along those lines. It's the person doesn't want to have a child around, right? I'm happy he's your ex, right? Um, so it kind of feels like there's someone else putting a lot of pressure on them and like, "Oh, they're gonna be with us, never mind." Like, um, "Well, if that's your weekend, then I'll go do something else. You can spend time with your child," kind of energy, right? Oh, yeah. But I feel like there's someone else involved here more like that, that he's interested in, but they, um but they don't want, a child around, and so he's kind of his little inner child is thinking like his child is, uh, interfering with him playing with his toy. If that makes sense, that's kind of my feeling is, it's like, "Why do you gotta ruin my playtime?" And I feel like they go into their inner child, so they act like an inner child. And so then they become selfish because that's what a child does when it's feeling unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable. Me, my, and then you do neglect anything else because you're super focused on yourself, right? So, his job and hoarding money is all he cares about, right? I hear you. Stormborn, what should you do about your situation? I did grab that, so if that's the one, I did grab that. Alright, so let's see what this thing that's been I feel like it's something that's been building. We got the Hanged Man, so, um right? So, alright, perfect. Perfect, Stormborn. Sun Boundary doesn't like that, yeah. So, I feel like this cocooning, and I feel like he has been alone for a long time, right? So, I feel like because he's, feels like I've been alone and all I'm doing is sacrificing, then that's their little, kind of the little hoarding hamster. But I feel like they've been spending a lot of this time alone. Yeah, and they've been wanting to change things, but they've been feeling blocked with this 2 of Wands, and so I feel like they've been feeling yeah, I mean, I can't use that word on YouTube though, but it's rooster blocked. He feels kind of rooster blocked. That's the blocking, and he's wanting to act on his passions with the Wands energy, but he keeps getting restricted because a lot of people don't want to interact with him because he has a child. And and so he's kind of taking it personally. It's which, when we're acting like a little child, when we're in fear, we all do stupid stuff, right? So it kind of feels kind of this is where this is headed. Let's see what's underneath here. Yeah, the full card. I want a new beginning without any expectations, without any, restrictions. He literally posted on Reddit complaining about that. Wow. Okay. Well, that makes sense. It's like this full card is, you know, it's almost like he wants to start over without their child, but they also this is that split that they have inside of them because their inner child, wants to just be free and no responsibility, but the adult, along with their inner child, they don't want to be a father like they had. I feel like they didn't have a good father, is what I'm hearing. And it's like, I want to be a better father than I had, and I don't want to abandon my child because I didn't like feeling abandoned. But he's being pulled into this thinking of this building up of it's too much, kind of energy. Yeah, they have the Queen of Swords and the Knight of Swords. You know, this Knight of Swords is about, seeking clarity, seeking answers, seeking a way to solve this, a perfect balance, a perfect situation. I almost feel like they feel like he he would be better off just being with you guys, right? Oh, he likes the status? Although right now I feel like it's impacting you know, his passion and everything. But that makes sense though. He wants to be a father because he wants, um ultimately, he would like to be a better father than, you know, to his son than his father was to him, but he doesn't understand what that means either. And it can be just, like if his father was never around, just him being around, even if I neglect you, at least I'm around, or that I'm at least helping, that you are getting some food and you are getting the stuff. I didn't get any of that from my father. So I feel like he's like feeling like mine's a step up from what I had, right? Oh, he's close with his dad? Oh, but he never is enough for his dad. Yeah, so he's never enough for his dad. Yeah, that makes sense. So, yep, I just feel like he's trying. It's just a very confusing person. Yeah, because we got the Lovers card here. along with the Page of Wands. So, there's this I'm wanting a relationship with someone new. Yeah, and I want action. So a lot of this comes down here. Oh, he looks down on his dad. Oh, for his poor life choices. Oh, so yeah. Yeah, it's confusing. So, I see what you're saying. So, yeah, so he does look down on his dad and not being a good father, right? Like I was saying. So, um, this lovers, the Page of Wands, the Knight of Wands, it just feels like they're wanting some action, but I feel like they feel um that, you know, they're being hindered is the good word, being hindered by being able to live the life they want because of the child, but then at the same time, they don't wanna abandon the child, but they really do, but they don't, um, and I feel like they get upset because they know inside that being with you full time would be the best thing for their child, right? Um, but they don't wanna admit that, because then that says I'm a failure, but, and that's where they it's just like, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh." But so that is why they have the attitude towards you and the custody issues. Is he trying to have more or less? Because he feels like someone's trying to take something away from him, but I'm a failure then. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, kind of mixed, right? So that I could blame you and go, That we'll say witch, right? That witch, she took my son away from me and blah, 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 blah." But then he's happy about it too, but he's also feels guilty about it and then feels like a loser about it, but then also he's getting what he wants, but then, it's that back and forth energy, right? Yeah. Resolve. Lock them out. Change the locks. When you fully commit to your path, the universe aligns to support you. Make a firm decision today, remove hesitation, and step forward with complete conviction. Uncertainty may be delaying progress. Strengthen your will and trust your choices. Yeah. Oh, right. Fun, fun. I like this. So, yeah, I feel like he's gonna get what he's wishing. At least part of him what he's wishing, but not the other, right? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But soon, soon resolution. Yeah, soon resolve will come. So we're happy for that. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. And I think we do have, yeah, and then we have a free one for later. So I'll get to that later as well. Right, my dear, but thank you so much for your donation. So grateful. All right. So Alice, you'll be up. We've got three for you. And then I think you posted another question. I'm not sure, Alice, if that's um is that a free reading for later that you put there? Because you asked about Lucas. So let me know just in case, because unless you were posting an additional one and it didn't go through, which it sometimes it can happen. So I just want to make sure that that's the case. All right. So, but we'll jump into your first donation, which is 250.48. Whoops. For your first one here, Alice. Chick, 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 chick. Yeah, absolutely. I love that, Ruby. All right. So, Alice, you want to know what has Kyle been up to in doing these past few nights? Dun, dun, dun. What have they been up to? One and two and three. All right. Let's see what this is here. Looks like, at least the bottom of the deck, we've been chatting it up with Page of Swords. So I feel like they've been, and this isn't Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords would be like brand new chatting kind of energy, but this Page of Swords would be enhanced. So probably been talking to some other people all along, right? Which I think we talked about that before. They kind of keep, interacting not into heavy, you know, chat, but just kind of probing, you know, different people to see who may be up for bat next and, on the team that can get up to bat with them or whatever, right? And, but the Page of Swords, that's that enhanced, right? So I feel like they've been enhancing some chatting the last couple of nights. Yeah, the star card, looking for that dream come true, the mental dream come true, the mirage. So there you go. Well, back onto the hunt, continuing the process. We got the Nine of Wands and the Emperor. There's been a little bit of trying to get out of their head and into their heart. So I do feel like because you broke up with them, right? That it feels like there's this energy of I'm used to breaking up with others. And because you broke up with me, I'm having like this, whoa, kind of this, hold on, what's happening here? And it's making me with that emperor kind of sitting back and thinking, about things, right? So um that's interesting that that's there. Hey, Kat Marie, I'll give an update after I'm done with this one with Alice, and so, you can know where we're at here in a sec, right? Yeah, that's probably about right. Probably maybe a little longer, but yeah, you definitely check back 20 minutes to be good. And then so it's been so I feel like they started to do this and started to look at that big thing, but then they were like, and I feel like you kind of shook them a little bit by breaking up with them, but they're just kind of reviewing. They're trying to get out of their head and into their heart. Um, and yeah, and we feel here we've got the Hierophant, which is, they're I feel like they've been doing some little reflection. The Hierophant is like the master of the stepping stone, the master of change. And so they're looking at what did I learn through and because that's what we do with stepping stones is what did I learn so I don't repeat it. But I feel like they're kind of doing that. And, I feel like they're looking here with the 10 of cups. So they're back into thinking about what do I want from a relationship? Is it all the same? They have the sun card too, which is shining a bright light on things. So I feel like they're kind of contemplative as they're chatting with other people here. So I don't feel I don't feel like they've taken like action so much as reflection the last like few nights. But they are chatting, they are talking with other people and taking some chat to a new level, but no physical in-person interactions, it feels like. But it does feel like they're kind of pursuing the old kind of process that they would go through. See what your fortune cookie brings in for this one too. We got acceptance, which says embracing what is brings peace. Resisting reality only prolongs discomfort. Breathe deeply and acknowledge your current situation without judgment. On the flip side, avoidance or denial may be creating tension. Face reality with grace. So I feel like that's that one for that one there. I know. Um, so real quick, just for everyone, since I said I would do it, we got two more for just Alice, then Michelle, then Chelsea's number two, then Kat Marie, and then Stormborn is where I have right now. Don't think anyone else has said anything else. No. So, Alice, for your number 2, we're at 2:56:29. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. So you wanna know, how is he feeling and thinking during and a day after your breakup? Does he plan to come back? All right. Well, it doesn't sound like it. Let me take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. But we will ask specifically. So how was he feeling during the breakup? What was he thinking during the breakup? And then a day after, what was he thinking? No, feeling. What was he feeling and thinking? Okay. And then does he plan on coming back? All right. At the bottom of the deck, we do have the World card, which is an ending of a cycle and then a beginning of a new adventure. Significant ending and beginning energy. So the World card is the last card in the major arcana. I kind of feel like that and I know you really cared and you're really wanting to be in a relationship, but I'm 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 feeling relief energy that you're releasing yourself from that, because it just feels like they weren't ever going to choose you, because they can't get out of that high expectation of this unreasonable thing, and that's something that they have to work on, and it's something that you can't shake it out of 'em, you can try, smack, smack, snap out of it, like Cher in her movie, right? Snap out of it, but I feel like it would take a lot more strength to knock that out of him. But let's see what was going on here. So how was he feeling while you during the day that you guys were, breaking up? The 8 of Pentacles, was their feeling, and that is, this putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. I'll get the result that I'm looking for eventually, kind of thing. It's a transformation. It's a movement from caterpillar to butterfly kind of energy, which feels like, you know, and and the way they're looking at it is, not everyone can go where I'm going. Because what's interesting is they see themselves as a butterfly, and they see everyone else as a caterpillar, and he's looking for someone that will transform and be able to be a butterfly like them. But they don't realize they're a caterpillar and they're looking at butterflies and they're wanting, because they're kind of their perception's a little twisted, and they're expecting butterflies to transform into caterpillars. And you're like, no, the transformation needs to happen in here, but they don't see that. That's kind of where their hearts are, is going, well, not everyone can go where I'm at. And if they're not willing to, become what I am, then, you know, I can't force them to. It's like, what? Yeah, in their mind, here it is. I'm looking for the perfect the star card, right? I'm looking for that dream come true, and that King of Cups is, I'm looking for someone who is a perfect compatible person. And that their mind, I feel like during the breakup, they're like, "Yeah, well, I was gonna break up with you anyway." So I don't feel like their mind was freaking out. They're like, "Yeah, well," I think we talked about this before. They're bringing it back to me, because 'cause I'm feeling like we talked about how are they feeling when I broke up with them, and this is that same energy of going, "Yeah, I was anyway." And then a day after your breakup, how were they feeling? Yeah, Ace of Wands. Here's that action, action, ready to move forward and something else, new passion, what's out there. Yeah, Ace of Swords, new communication. Three of Swords, their emotions, the feeling is a little bit of expectations equal disappointment. You know, they were hoping, but then they're right back into new communication. as I was talking about in your previous reading. Ace of Swords. Well, Ace of Wands, Ace of Swords. Let's continue. That didn't work out. So onward ho we go, right? Um, does he plan to come back? The Knight of Pentacles would be the slowest moving knight out of them all. I feel like they never say never, but with this Four of Swords, I feel like they have peace of mind of, and I don't feel like they're planning a comeback. It feels like I'm on this journey, this quest of finding this magical Ace of Pentacles, and I'm okay with, because I feel like they've had so many breakups that, I mean, it's a lot, or that they've been through a lot of people. That's why I feel like they're wanting to move away from where they're at, because local, they've already been through so many people that they already have a reputation, and word gets around and people are like, "No, we're not gonna go through your little gauntlet of, you know, seeing what you can get and if we're enough for you, you know, kind of energy. Do we make the grade?" There's a difference when we're pursuing a relationship to see how we get along. That's normal, but when we're looking at a relationship to see, do you, do you make the grade when I analyze you? What? You know, no. So, I don't feel like that they're coming back here. Yeah. I feel like for your fortune cookie for this one, you got creation. And it says, "You are a powerful creator. Your reality is shaped by your thoughts and actions. Channel your energy into creative expression or a passion project to strengthen your manifesting abilities." The reverse, or the opposite energy, says, "Stagnation or overthinking may be slowing creation. Take inspired action now." So hopefully that helps there for that one, Alice. And then for number 3, we got 30353. Put this one here. And you want to know, why did Kyle send that nice message to me the morning after our breakup? I'm not sure how I should respond. Yeah. He doesn't like to burn the bridges, but let's take a look here and see what's below the surface here, because that's that one. Yeah, I feel like with this Two of Cups on the bottom, that even when there's breakups, I feel like there's like this, he prides himself on staying friends with a lot amount of the individuals that he breaks up with, and that, or they break up with him. Very few people break up with him, and he's usually the one that's chop, 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 chop. And um, that's why I feel like you were such an enigma to him. And but I feel like that's the big thing, is like, I don't burn the bridges. I'm still friends with almost all of my exes are friends with me still, and they're like, "Oh, really? Wow." Because they pride themselves on that, um, in some kind of, I'm trying to think of his name. I'm gonna have to look it up, because there was this big romantic person known back in the ages of the duchess and duchesses, and it was, like, right before they started having, gas cars, that when they first came out, um, but he was very known for romancing women, and he loved them. He loved them when he was with them, but no one was ever he never settled down with anyone. He was in love with romance. He was in love with being in love, but it didn't have to be a specific person. It's almost like that kind of energy here, but they're like, "I don't like to leave things bad. I like to, make sure that if there's a bridge ever I have to go across back over, that things would be, fine. No, not George Clooney. You're so funny. Sergio Von whatever, it's, he was a big romancer from back in the romance ages. He's so funny. Anyway, let's see why else did he send you this message here? Yep, the 6 of Wands. He just wanted it to be this victory. He just wanted things to be, this is this. I was a big person. I was not the better person, but I took the high road and I left on a good note, kind of energy. The 5 of Wands. Yeah, here it is. I took something that was dramatic and switched it around. I took something from low energy and I turned it into high energy. I feel like they, you know, kind of looked at it that way. Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune, they did feel like this was for the best thing, the tune of for me, you know, the fortune. They did see this. Yep, they have the 9 of Swords and the 5 of Cups. Yep, see, one of their fears is hurting other people because 'cause they're used to, breaking up with people and it not working out. But I feel like he liked, you know, in a kind of a weird way, well, not really weird, but, you know, a unique way for them, that I'm glad you broke up with me because that saves me from breaking up with you, kind of energy. Because he knew that's where it was going. Um, unless a miracle happened and something, he hit his head and he forgot this, mirage of a person that he thinks that he is gonna find out there in the world. But, I feel like that's why he sent, this nice note. Just I'm gonna leave it on a good side, and if I ever need to come back around, at least I didn't burn the bridge. But I feel like he felt, you know, that this was the best. And for this one, we've got hope, and I know you have hope here, that you were hoping that it meant, "Oh, he still wants me." Says, "Believing in better days lifts your spirit. Optimism fuels emotional resilience. So find one thing to look forward to today. Focus on what brings you light." On the opposing side, it says, "Discouragement may be clouding your vision. Shift your perspective to gratitude." Yeah, and I do feel grateful that, you'll learn a lot about yourself through this stepping stone, but you have someone further down the road that is more conducive to your energy, more aligned with your energy. But you did want to experience them on purpose for a purpose. And I feel like they will show you what you want to see about yourself so that you can be free from whatever restrictions you're putting on yourself. And one of the things we find we learn a lot about relationships with humans is we're taught to define our worth by other people's actions or non-actions, words or silence, and that means we have the story that means something about our worth. Anything in the outside world that happens doesn't impact our worth at all. It can impact our perception of our worth, of what we think our worth is. Our worth never changes. It's just, oh, we believed a story, and then so we think, oh, this isn't worth anything. It's like someone saying, your house is, you thought it was worth, $500,000 on the market now, but it actually isn't anymore. It's only worth 100,000. Really? Yeah, it's only 100,000. Oh my gosh, what happened? And you're like, well, I'll buy it for 150 if you like. And you're like, oh my gosh. And then you're like, wait, let me look. And you get an assessment on your house and it's worth $1 million. And you're like, wait a minute. These individuals out here don't know what our true worth is. They have their own idea, but that tells us about how they put worth on things and themselves. Doesn't mean that's what we're worth, though. So I love it. All right, so that's what they have for you, Alice. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Up next, we do have Michelle Smith, and then Chelsea number 2, then Kat Marie, and then Stormborn after that. So let me take a sip here. My voice is trying to leave again. What's going on? Oh, it's probably the changes in weather here. All right. Maybe I just need to drink more. All right, Michelle, you're up 31141. Thank you so much for your donation via the Cash app, I believe is how it came through. It sure was. And you would like some ancestor messages. All right, get to connect to the ancestors. Is this of your current family tree? Because, you know, we have connections to many, many ancestral trees because our ancestors were a bunch of hoes. No, I'm just kidding. It's true. But we also don't always come back into the same family line over and over and over and over and over again as a human. We can pop into this ancestry, and then we want to pop into this ancestry, and then we pop into this ancestry as well. And, so we do all these, to these different orchards of family trees. So I feel like this one is mainly your current ancestry of your bloodline, right? This time around. So that's where we'll go from. Yeah, I do by medium messages. Um, I do you mean like so messages or I think I always give extra large messages. No. Uh, I do talk to people on the other side, so I can bring messages in from family members, ancestry, everyone else like that too. Mine are 3XL, messages. 3XLT, they're extra tall too. Alright. So let's take a look here, Michelle, and messages from your ancestors. Alright, we got these 2, this one, these 2, these 3, and doing that one, ba-ding, as I hit the microphone. Alright, so bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of swords. I like this when this comes in from ancestors because the ancestors realize, they see how their beliefs, their fears, the little rules they created got passed down and passed down and passed down, passed down, and they're like, "Oh my god." It's like, "Yep. You did it." So when we get the 10 of swords, that's like, I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to all these expectations. That's kinda like the ancestors giving you not that you need their permission, but sometimes it feels good to go, reinforcement or yeah, reinforcement's a good word because they're like, you don't have to do anything that we passed down. That was human fear and we didn't know any better. So that was the old, you get to do what you want. So, when you try to please everyone else, that's when we screw things up, and so they're saying, be you, do you. We love and support you 100% with no judgment. And so I love that. You got the 4 of swords and the king of cups. Yeah. So here is the balance between head and heart. And the 4 of swords is again one of those energies that's about, they're resting on the ace of swords, seeing things from a higher perspective, which allows them to cut away the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, those expectations that don't serve anymore. And there's this, not allowing the head to roll, but they're like also things had don't turn out so well when we just let the human heart do it too, because we end up, doing things. There's a good balance in between what, come to an agreement, allow both your head and your heart to have a seat at the table in making decisions. Um, but it's not about pleasing other people. It's about having intelligence allowing the mind to support the heart and making because the mind is designed not to hurt, to help us not get hurt, um, and it'll help organize and bring forward what the heart is wanting to, head in. It's like the heart, like we were talking earlier, the heart is like, "Oh, look at a giant cat, let me go pet it." And it's like, "That's a lion. We're not gonna go pet that right now. Let's get in the car, roll up the windows, lock the doors," because sometimes lions can open up doors. I seen it. It's gotta be true, it's on the internet. But, but then it's like, now we'll go to a lion rescue where they have proven, lions that are gentle that you can pet through this safe zone, and you can pet it safely, so you can still get what you want, but you won't get eaten in the process, you know? So I like that coming through, that's funny. You have the hermit. So there's this special invitation with them to, we have tons we could tell you that will guide you. All you have to do is ask, just step back and we can connect, with you. I feel like that's an invitation because it was next to the justice card too. So they'll help bring balance. But the justice card, they have the ace of swords, which is all about seeing things from a higher perspective. Again, gleaning this wisdom that they have and this they're so funny because that's the least we can do. We gave you all this other stuff and, we screwed up generations, making it hard for everyone. It's kinda make us feel better if it can make it easier for some of you too. So ask away and take a step back, take a step out with them, and they'll connect with you. There's something about writing, even automatic writing, if you've ever tried that, where you can ask your ancestors a question and then just start writing whatever comes in. At first, it might feel like, oh, I'm answering this. But then you start reading it afterwards and you're like, whoa, how that just flowed all out. That wasn't for me. And you can get answers from spirit and from your ancestors. You can connect to anyone that's there. So I like that. And then you've got the Fool card and the Star card. I do feel like this is part of, the star card is like your mental dream come true. And the full card is about, letting go of, you know, um, thoughts and expectations and all of these things from the past that don't serve anymore. It's like an ending of a cycle, the ending of, we were given all this stuff where we end up living someone else's dream and not our own. And this is I feel like part of this is letting go of our ancestors, desires, and that they're saying, "Yeah, what do you wanna do from your heart?" And then, go on this adventure free of expectations, free of supposed to be's and those things, and that, uh, like, live your emotional dream come true. That, with the support of the mind, they have to bring it with the support of the mind, but not allowing the mind to bully your heart, but to support your heart's dream. What is your heart's dream? Right. And that's the thing that a lot of ancestors are, they're saying is like, it's so much different when you're on your deathbed and when you're on the other side, you're like, oh gosh, I would have, wanted to have done more of this, but I tried to live up to what everyone else wanted me to do. But if I had it to do over again, think I would, and then they come back and do it again, and like, damn it. Okay, next time I'm gonna try to remember to do what I want to do and not fall into the people pleasing. And so I feel like they're going, at least we could tell you, since you're asking us, we can tell you this, you know, don't what are we putting off? Am I waiting to die to live my dream? So I love that. Let's see. What else do you got here? You got the 6 of cups. Yep. Past lifetimes. And I like this reminder that you are your own ancestor. What? Yeah, you had past lives. And we do, like I said before, we don't always stay in the same family tree, but they're saying, yeah, you knew some of us, back in the day. You knew some of us back here. We did have these past lives together. Yeah, and the 4 of Cups. You got the 4 of Cups and the 4 of Wands. It's a beautiful, beautiful energy of marriages and I feel like the 4 of Cups, they're more focusing on the family tree here because the 4 of Cups is, it can be stagnant, solid emotional energies, but I feel like they're like, yeah, it was you were you were of the ancestral line, plus you were related to the family line through families too. But I definitely feel like they're bringing up just, an interesting fact. You were, uh, one of your own ancestors, a few of them. If you've done, like, your family tree kind of energies and looked back over things, you might resonate with some people, like, "I think that was me." Or if you're drawn to somewhere where someone was born or, that can tell you that that was you. So, I like that. Then your final card, yeah, the 9 of Cups. So live your emotional dream come true. They're like, "You can't let us down. We're hoping that you'll do that so we can have an ancestor that lived from their heart and not from their head, because we kept on doing it." We kept on doing what was expected and supposed to be, but we would love for you to live your dream, and we'll support you in it because we get to live it along with you. So I love that for you, Michelle. See what your fortune cookie brings in here. Get the Oracle of the Rift Walker since your donation was $5 or more. So let's take a look here. Oh, one of those. This one here. And you have here the silent drum. Ooh, beautiful. More trees. The call is quiet. The call is constant. The call is yours. So following your heart calling you, right? The beating of the drum. It says, "Not all summons come in thunder. Some arrive in stillness, in the hush between heartbeats, in the silence you keep avoiding. The drum is sounding. Can you hear it?" This card marks a spiritual summons, but not one shouted from the mountaintops. This is a subtle yet insistent call from your deeper self, your ancestors, or a future version of you that already knows where you must go. So, your ancestors right there, right? And this may manifest as a quiet craving for something undefined, discomfort in your current surroundings, dreams that feel like echoes, a body deep sense that something is about to begin. So trust the internal pull, even if you can't explain it yet. The drum calls the soul before the mind can understand. You may be on the shadow side of the card is you may be ignoring your intuition because it's not loud enough or doesn't fit your current story. Or perhaps you're chasing loud signs, missing the sacred whisper already speaking through stillness. Be wary of distracting yourself from the call because you fear the changes it demands. Interesting. And then your 3 reflection questions. What does my silence know that I haven't acknowledged? Where is my life? I'm sorry, where in my life? Yeah, where's my life? Where in my life do I feel a quiet but persistent pull? And then am I waiting for signs that are already there to amplify? Ooh, interesting. A new road ahead. So I like this here. So many blessings to you. That is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again, also, always for all of your amazing little just because donations. I'm so grateful for that. All right. So let's take a look here. So, do, 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 do. So Chelsea, let me just make sure I cut up here. So Chelsea, you said you'd love to ask about your dad and if he has any messages. Is that for a your free reading? Um right? Because I've got to read your other email here in a sec because you're going to be up next. Oh, okay. So I'll put you on the I'll just copy that, and then when I'll put you in the order whenever you want to do that. So, okay, perfect. And then Alice, you made another donation. So thank you for that. I'll get you on the list here. Okay. Oops, don't do that. Don't do that. All right, there we go. And then you made another donation. Is that for what you were asking before about Lucas gonna message you back? I'll put a placeholder in here. I don't see another question, so I'm assuming that's what it's for, but you'll let me know. I know. And then we have Chloe Bream came in. Hello, hello. Good evening. Oh, and you made a donation. Thank you so much. I see your question, so we'll get you on to the list here too. And then Chelsea, I just see we got your additional donation came in here. So I like it. All right. So I think I've got everyone caught up here. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anyone. Okay. Oh, and I didn't get your free question. Free question. Free question. Okay, Chelsea, I got your free question on there. Stormburn, let's I got Chelsea up next, and then Kat Marie, and then you, and then 2 for just Alice, and then Chloe, and then back to Chelsea is where we're at. So, uh, yeah, so that's where we're at here. Let me just, I'm going to read your quick email here. Yep, yep, yep. Sorry, I'm just reading real quick here. Okay, that's right. He said he was going to call, and then he didn't. He planned out a template. That's I love it. That's your Capricorn. All right. All right. I see. Okay. Really with spirit, with spirit, I don't need any details because I'm just channeling spirit, what spirit wants. And so when people ask me a question, sometimes the more detail I get, or the more detailed the question, I can zero and get a more specific answer. So, you know, so um, I don't mind because, at our core, we're all nosy about everything, but I don't need to know. So in the future, I mean, I don't mind people sharing because sometimes people just need to get it off their chest too. So yeah, the tea, right? So we're all good. So, all right. So Chelsea, I know that I read it. 3:30:56 will be your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And let me just remove that off of here. So the questions really are at the bottom, which is what is he thinking right now? Okay, so what is he thinking about just you and the interactions and contacting you, etc. Um, how how's he approaching all of this, right? And curious when you'll hear from him again. You're not going to reach out or anything. That's a good idea. um, oh, I didn't even bring up my when cards. How rude. Well, I put them away on Sunday night. So here we go. So let's see, based on current energies, when would he be reaching out to you here? All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Wands energy that comes in here, right? And I love this because the Queen of Wands talks about, wherever you invest your energy is what you can grow and expand. She's very determined, but she's very connected to the spirit world too. So she tends to know things and know people more than they know themselves. And also emotionally, um, she picks up on the empathic abilities, the emotions other people. So she's got a lot of awareness around someone, right? Yeah. And I imagined you would, because it's you, right? And you do. And the thing is, with that, and maybe a lot of people, that are seeking spirit in this chat, a lot of you could probably relate to this, that you will know people better than they know themselves because you're seeing it from a deeper level, empathically and from spirit. And we pick up on energies and we can know things about people that they oblivious because they're so much in their fear that they're out of their minds and they're in their little bubble and they're oblivious to a lot of things. As we were when we were in our fears before we had our, you know, dark nights of our soul and all of our enlightenment, right? So, but you'll find that's the case is that you will experience things that way. And sometimes when people have physical interactions with us, because of our energy, the emotional energy we flow out as empaths is stronger than if they're with people that aren't empaths when they have intimacy with us. Um, they're like, "What the hell was that?" It can scare the crap out of them because they're just like, "This what happened? What just happened?" kind of energy, right? But they also feel vulnerable, and they can also feel, looking into your eyes that they're like, some people have a hard time looking into people's eyes that are very empathic and connected with spirit because they can sense it, right? Do you like that voice that I did? Oh, but, that is that energy, right? We can see in. So I feel like that being the bottom of the deck, I feel like there's some of that, scaredy cat energy. Not scaredy cat, but just kind of taken aback and whoa, kind of energy. So let's take a look. What is he thinking right now? So, what are his thoughts? I got the Page of Swords. They definitely are trying to see it from a different perspective. They do have the Star card here too. Aquarius energy, which when I get that card, there is that containment of emotion into, um, Tupperware containers, burp it, put it in the refrigerator. So I do feel like they're thinking about things, reflecting on things, but they put all the emotion in a Jello bowl and have it put away, because I feel like they're not ready to feel it, but they are trying to understand it and get clarity around it. Yeah, they have the 5 of cups here. There is some low vibrational emotion, some sorrow, And it's interesting that the interaction, it was like, wow, that must have been very, very active interaction because it feels like it shook something loose in their heart. So again, that empathic energy that flows, it does shake things loose in people. And it, like, again, what the hell was that? And I didn't, I wasn't ready to feel those emotions. And it's like it reactivated an area that they had, paused. And now it came like, you know, up to them. Their heart presented these old emotions to their face. So some old painful emotions rose up too. And I don't feel like they were ready for that, right? Impulsive. Whoa. Yeah. So, and again, Ace of Swords, they are trying to gain clarity here. And we got the Emperor. Oh, it's so funny. Because this Emperor energy, they want time to think, they want time to get out of their head and get into their hearts. What's funny is the timing, we got the Emperor. So, you got the Emperor in your reading, but the timing is the Emperor, which March 21st to April 19th, of course, that doesn't feel right, that's already passed here. Maybe that was the last time you guys talked, but there's this, I mean, it's Mars and Aries energy here. But I just feel like this timing doesn't, it just feels like a maybe that they'll reach out, but I feel like they've got some stuff to figure out, with all this here. With this Emperor, I feel like they're trying to see things more clearly. Let's see here. Well, we have these other cards here. Yeah, it does feel like that. Yeah, Mars and Mars and Aries, the planetary ruler over the sign of Aries. Action, action, fire, fire, psh, 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 you know, it's very impulsive, like you were saying, right? It's this very impulsive, type of energy that, comes in. Um, and then the other question was how is he approaching all of this? Yep, the Page of Cups. So really looking at, this emotion here. You got the Six of Cups, which this is interesting. Uh, a lot of emotion below the surface. Let me just take a look at these. We got the Devil card. Here's your Capricorn energy. So so far with these three, I feel like they do want to, with the Six of Cups, kind of come back around. But that Devil card energy, I just feel like they get caught up so much in their head about the emotional side of it. What's below here? You got the Two of Swords. Yeah, here's the conflict between the head and the heart, and the Fool card, which is like, can we start over kind of energy? Because I feel like they're it's become too complex, that's in there. Um, so, I just feel like, how are they approaching this? Struggling back and forth, wanting just to start all over, but then getting caught up in their head, but then just get out of your head and just act. No, but what I just feel like they're going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, kind of energy. It almost feels like Gemini, like two big thoughts in one kind of energy. But so I don't know. I feel like we'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here. But I feel like there's this um I don't know. I just I don't feel like a encouragement or like this strong, strong connection, right? Yeah, he should, yeah, should reach out, but then that feels like a a trap, like a I'm behind, and but then their heart wants to reach out, but their mind is like, "Oh, I don't know," because they're trying to protect their heart, and I feel like they've got so much to work on that I just I feel like I wanna just go, just let it go and release all of your expectations around it, release all of your kind of hope around it, and just release it and go, "You know what? I learned a lot about me, and there's a block there for a reason, and I'm gonna trust it, and I'm just gonna move forward. I'm gonna release you. I release you," kind of energy. Yeah, I don't it's almost it's not so much negative, like, it's not like a, "Chelsea, run for your life. He's a crazy maniac," or anything like that. It's just like he's got a lot of his own stuff to deal with, and I feel like it's not a super reflective, working on myself, energy. I feel like it's more, I'm just, uh, kinda living in the outside world, not doing a whole lot of inner kind of reflection, kind of energy that's going in there, but so that's why I'm kinda like, I just don't feel like it's not worth the wait, is kinda where I'm coming from with it. Let's see, you got the great sequoia. Oh, is that why you like him? He's got a big trunk. Anyway, ancients among us, towering, enduring, whispering wisdom. Just kidding, just kidding. So I tower high on the shoulders of those who stood before me in a land before time. Roots deep in the earth, branches reaching the stars. A living witness to legend perseveres through the ages. I carry the secrets of history within. So the sequoia honors the power and presence of prehistoric wisdom and deep endurance. These ancient giants have witnessed centuries of change, storms, fires, and renewal, and yet they remain steadfast, a living bridge between past, present, and future. This card appears when you feel called to connect deeply with your destiny and greatness. You're discovering strength in history, heritage, or traditions, and you need to embody patience, resilience, and grounded presence. The sequoia reminds you that you carry the legacy of many lifetimes. Your life is part of a vast living tapestry. Ancient energy flows through you, offering strength and guidance. But when the storm comes, you must be prepared to call on it. The shadow energy of this card may reveal feeling stuck or burdened by ancestral patterns or expectations, resistance to growth because of clinging to the past, frustration with status of lack of legacy, the need for grounding or desire to plant deeper roots in some aspect of life. Your reflection questions, you have four. What ancient wisdom flows through me now? How can I stand tall in my own truth while honoring my roots? If put to the test, will I persevere? And am I as grounded as I want to be in this situation? Right? Hmm. Do you think just keeping your options open, and he most likely won't become self aware enough to work on himself? Just, yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's a good summary. But yeah, that's what I kind of feel, with the energy here. I just feel like it's the no connection and no response is what all we need to know. It's like, all right, I deserve more than that. And I know you're going through stuff and blah, 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 but when you're going through whatever, 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 you still take time to connect with those you care about. So you're like, their energy doesn't match yours. So just saying, just saying. Yeah. I want him, but why do you want him? Is it because he's not, emotionally available? Ooh. Sorry, didn't mean to that did wasn't meant to be a zinger. But is questions that we can ask ourselves. I used to ask myself, why do I keep, um, being attracted to the stray animals and those needing a home, you know? I'm like, oh, maybe. Alright, so that's what they have for you, my dear. And we'll circle back around for your, other one too from messages from your dad. Let's see here. So I think I got Chloe, I got Chelsea, I got your additional one, and then we have Alice. Thank you, Alice, for your additional one. Now, I think you made another donation. I didn't see a question. So you had one, "What do your angels, guides, and angelic messages and which helps most women or not able to let go, remember me more strongly?" And then I saw a second donation after you asked about angels and spirit guides. And then I didn't see a question for that. And but then you've made another donation. Um, so I feel like I'm missing a question, unless was that your when is Lucas going to message you back? That's what I'm going to assume. And if not, we'll get you squared away one way or another. But for now, since I haven't got a response on that, I'm just going to do that because I feel like that's what Spirit is telling me. And then for this one, if you ask to get back together, all right, very good. And Kat Marie, no, you did not miss yours. You're actually up next. I know. Spirit's a little chatty tonight. So thank you guys so much for your patience and getting to your readings there. Really chatting it up. All right. Hey, Jamie G. Hello, hello. And all right, and then Crystal. Sorry, I didn't answer you. But yes, you can, and you did, so that's good. I feel like you knew, Spirit told you, so good. All right. Oh, excuse me, burping up here. And then we've got Angelina. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Got your donation. We'll add you to the list here too. All right. So let's see, we're at 3 hours and 50 minutes. So, um, what I'm gonna do here, um, so, um, I'm going to just quickly, and I know Camry, I'm so sorry, you've probably been waiting, waiting, waiting. But, so let me tell you the list real quick for the donations. I do need to run to the little gentleman's facility since I've been on for almost 4 hours, so and my buns are starting to numb, so I need to get some circulation going through them real quick as I walk. I'm not gonna do anything special, don't worry. Whoa, that's TMI, bruddaZEN. But I'm gonna go, and I think I'm gonna get some more coffee real quick here too. So while it's a little, thing. So while it's doing that, and so I'll be back. But so Cat Marie will be up next, then Stormborn, and then just Alice for 2 more. Um, and then, Chloe, and then Chelsea, and then back to Alice, and then Crystal, and then Angelina. So we have that. Somewhere in there, I think I'll do Cat Marie and Stormborn, and then I'm gonna do 30 minutes of free readings because I like to at least get to some of those since people have been waiting for quite a while as well. Um, I think, let me see. Well, let me decide on that. I'll decide when I'm running around here. And then but that's the order in which we'll do it there. I know, sit that long. It's from working in a call center for years and years and years. Used to be able to sit for, 4 hours. We usually got breaks, but a lot of times you just sit for forever. But I'll be right back. Thank you guys for your patience again and all your love and support. Thank you for the thumbs up too. It's something you can do for free to help spread the Zen love. So thank you for doing that. And definitely for your patience in getting to your readings, right? Yeah, I have training. So I'll be right back. Oh my God. All right. Thank you guys so much. Almost filled my coffee cup up to full. I was like, whoa. It's one of those automatic ones too. So you're like, oh God. All right. So let me get all situated here. All right. So let's just check. Make sure we're all good here. All right. Don't think anything else here. Oh, thank you, Chelsea. No abductions. Good to know. All right. All right. So, thank you guys again so much for your patience. And we will dive in here. Oops. So, up next here, we do have Cat Marie. So, 35636. So, Cat Marie, here's your timestamp. And you want a message about a new connection. You're both Aries. Uh-oh. I don't know why something feels off. All right. So let's take a look here. Oh, that fire guy's going to combust. So let's take a look here. So what can we know about this new connection? What is important for you to know? I want all these as well. These three, this one, that one underneath. Okay. All right. Well, we do have the Two of Cups on the bottom of the deck, which is an energy of, important relationship, romance, partnership kind of energy. So we'll see what that's about. Definitely some mirrors going on there. Of course, two Aries, you guys can be mirroring some stuff back and forth to each other. But let's see what we have coming in here. Let's say I feel like they want to give you let's get your fortune cookie over here out of the way. We'll come back to that. All right. So your first two cards of your actual reading, because that's below the bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Wands and the Five of Pentacles. So there is a little bit of this Five of Pentacles is the fear of being abandoned, the fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold. And that Queen of Wands energy, I'm getting a sense of that, the fear being activated. And it does feel here like maybe it's been a little while since you actually kind of cared about someone where you really cared about losing them. It just feels like there's something been activated that hasn't been activated before, where, it's like, before other people, meh, all right, whatever, but this is like, oh, I really want this. So something we really care about having or not kind of energy can bring a little bit of discomfort, especially if we haven't felt it in a while. Um, so I feel like there's something there if that resonates there for you, but that could be part of the, uncomfortability or the something feeling off because it's like that fear bubbling up inside. But we do have six cards here. So let's see what these are about. These came out together. Yeah, you do have the Death card, this death and rebirth, along with the King of Wands. And I feel like we're going to do 3 and 3. And the Ace of Cups that's coming in here as well. So, I feel like there's something here. I'll look at here. Here's we started at 35636. If you want to rewind, that's when we started you there. So sorry. Hey, buddy Tim. Double shift. Enjoy. So I do feel, we have this energy of the fear of death. The King of Wands is like someone undetermined and, trying to figure out, getting out of their head, getting into their heart, trying to make a decision about relationship energy. And so I feel like this is one side and this is the other. So I wonder, this could be a mirroring. Let me see what these other three are. Because I feel like you kind of both are in the same boat. And so you guys are picking up each other's energy of kind of like, are they something wrong over there? Well, is something wrong over there? Well, they're acting weird. Well, they're acting weird. It's kind of like this. dual kind of almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But let's see what this other one is. Yeah, because we've got the Four of Pentacles, which is about defining our worth by things on the outside world. Yeah, this Judgment card, this calling, this nudge, trying to see things from a higher perspective. And we've got the Eight of Pentacles coming in here too, which is like a transformational energy that's coming in here. And I'm feeling, because I'm feeling, and I'm going back and forth between the both of you. And this is what's happening is I'm like, oh wow, they feel this and they feel this, but they feel this, but then you feel this about this. And I feel like you guys are kind of ricocheting same emotions off each other. And and a lot of this has to do with transformation and insecurities about someone leaving. And of course, going back to that original with that Five of Pentacles, the fear of abandonment, I feel like you both kinda have that kind of energy. And I feel like because both of you know that you have it within you, where Aries, you're great starters, but you can also get bored fast. Oh, Scorpio rising. Yeah, both of you get bored fast, and you have the capacity to react and kind of end things fast too. Spur of the moment kind of things. It's like, "Oh, I'm done." Psst. And I feel like because you know you have it within you, that we can also see in the mirror of other people that we could do that too. Like, "I'm done." We can wake up one morning and go, "That's enough." And I feel like we fear that, but I do feel like because there is this strong attraction that you do care about losing this one or not. Others, you could take or leave, but this one, I feel like there's something here. Let's see what these other we got 3 more cards. Let's see what this is here. Yeah, some sort of past life connections here with the 6 of Cups. So, I feel like you guys were drawn, like, immediately together, like you knew them from like, "I think I know you from somewhere," but it's not this lifetime, it's from another one, right? Oh, yeah, I just feel like there's this draw here. Um, yeah, it does feel here like you both are on this, this Knight of Pentacles energy here. They're on a quest of self-worth for the Ace of Pentacles, for seeing, you guys each seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. And the Eight of Swords is part of this journey, part of the reason why you guys wanted to interact is to cut away some thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore, those that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So, I mean, I feel like it's there. I feel like you guys just like reflect that fear of abandonment in different ways, right? Yeah. And so I feel like, you know, um, yeah, you guys just express them in different ways, but you guys have the same kind of wound and, um, you know, but you express it differently and you react to it differently when it activates. And it doesn't activate at the same time. So I kind of feel like you guys are taking turns, going back and forth with the reactions, and then someone reacts to the reaction. But so there is a journey here, and I feel like you guys have had several different lifetimes together as well, right? He always talks about his confidence. I'm like, are you trying to convince me or yourself that you're confidence, right? That's that boasters, they don't believe, they're trying to build themselves up to where they think you're at, right? You're like, "Huh." Interesting, right? I like that though. Who are you trying to convince? But I do feel like a part of your journey is to understand your worth and um, that other people's actions or non-actions, words or silence don't define you. And they all eventually turn us inward anyway, inward and upward to find our true worth. But I feel like there's this release here that if you let go of expectations around them, even though you guys weren't committed, I feel like you had expectations on them. The heart does that, I know. I was in a non-committed relationship, because we both had just left. Like, I had a 3-year relationship I was just out of. They were out of a 7-year, and we're like, "Yeah, I don't wanna get in any relationships." So we knew that up here, but my heart had already committed. And so when they were like, "Well, I wanna kinda sleep with some other people," and I'm like, I know that that's okay, but my heart, it's like when it's in, you can't reverse out of the heart. It has to scrape and drag out of the heart. And so even though I knew, and they were totally honest and upfront from the beginning, we both were, the heart has different stories, and we get that. But it's part of our adventure reflecting back to us what we wanna see about ourselves until we see it. So I definitely feel like, with this 2 of cups on the bottom that, there's no mistakes. You guys did choose to bump into each other again, to go through this adventure, to go through this, reflection here. What else did they want you to know here? You got the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. All of this is to really focus in on yourself. The Hierophant is underneath it, which for me, the number 5 Hierophant, they are the master of change, but they're also the master of um, stepping stones. Which means that they are not meant to be your lifelong soul partner, that you guys chose to come across each other's path for you to reflect things back to them and for them to reflect things back to you. More so this 5 of Pentacles, which is, that, the fear of abandonment, the fear of not being enough, not having enough, kind of energy that comes in there, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I feel here, as I put all these cards in backwards, that, you know, all you can do is focus in on your own healing and your own transformation. Just you being you, and, that's gonna be enough because 'cause you're just a mirror. That's all we can be for people, is a mirror. And, we can share our experiences, but we can't make people change or help them change. We can just make it easier or harder for them to make choices in their life, but ultimately, people are gonna make their own choices, and, the more we try to, not that you're gonna try to push people, but just as a public service message for all of us, the more we try to push someone, the more they push back, and the more we pull, the more they try to pull away. So, letting go of expectations and, you know, focusing on what we're grateful in someone, is how we grow a relationship. And having, of course, when we have expectations, we end up focusing on who they're not being, and then we get more of not, because that's what our energy is inviting for us. But I feel like they're more with that 5 of, um sorry, I was just reading your fortune cookie. I'm like, "Oh, how perfect." But the that, the, you know, Hierophant, that's, like, more the master of stepping stones. You learning experiences for everyone? Here, I'll pull a quick card here for you. Do you have a fated, um, soul partner in this lifetime? Yeah, I feel like you're with the Judgment card and the Six of Swords that, you do have a calling, you do have a pulling from then. I don't feel like you have a fated partner, like one that's absolutely going to be there because the Six of Swords is about, you know, leaving old ways behind and movement of things. So I didn't get the fated one, but that you can have I do feel like you have a relationship that you'll have a soul partner, but, um depending on what choices you make, you would end up with this one, or this one, or this one, but they're stepping stones that teach us things along the way before we get to them. A great video, if you haven't checked it out, here's from my podcast, The Easier Path, and we talk about fated love in that, and I kind of explain it more. I show maps and kinda how the different how relationships can work and not work. But I feel like you have some stepping stones, which this being one, that help you let go of things. And then depending on the route you go, you do have, I feel like, I don't know why I have like five, but you have five different possible people that could end up being your soul partner. Um, and then also if you go way over here and make these extreme life changes and choices, you could end up, not being in a long term, but I definitely feel where you're at right now, you're over on this end, you'd have to, like, make significant life altering, huge changes for you to end up not wanting to be in a relationship. But your fortune cookie around this one, you do have salt in the wound. Here you go. That's why I was like, "What?" Let's see what it says. "Pain is not punishment. It is the alchemist's fire burning what must be cleansed." Wow. So these that you feel like, "I'm a learning experience for everyone," or everyone is a well, and because everyone is a mirror and showing us what we wanna see about ourselves. We have no idea what the other people are seeing in us in the reflection, but, so for this card, the invocation says, "I sting where you hurt most, but in my fire lies your healing. I do not bring sorrow for sorrow's sake, but to clear the way for new growth." Wow. So this card reveals a moment of raw emotional or spiritual vulnerability, a truth or pain laid bare. It may signal that you've been confronted with something uncomfortable or exposing, but this is necessary for deep healing. Of course, right? Salt in the wound amplifies what's already there, making it impossible to ignore. It invites you to face discomfort rather than avoid it. It purifies through exposure and honest feeling. It can also represent a necessary release of old hurts that have festered unseen. And my podcast series, I mean, especially in the beginning, I talk a lot about, why people cheat, the things I learned through my relationships and what they were showing. So if you're that's free, all of those, if you want to check out the rest of the podcast too, I really encourage it because there's a lot of that pain and suffering that I went through, my drama and my trauma, as I say, that you could probably resonate with some of that that's in there. So check it out if that feels right for you. This card encourages courage to sit with pain rather than numb or run from it. Awareness that pain often precedes transformation, and trust that healing is underway, even if it feels sharp now. Oh, how fun. Yay. um, so the shadow side of the card, it says, in shadow, this card warns of self sabotage, dwelling on wounds, or reopening old hurts unnecessarily. You might be holding on to pain for identity, fear of change, or because you've not yet found ways to fully process and release it. So beware of repeatedly picking at the same sore emotional spot. Ew. Using pain to manipulate or hold power in relationships, or neglecting self compassion while facing hard truths. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you so much. Glad you're enjoying that. Three reflection questions. What pain have I been avoiding that needs to be faced? How might this discomfort be leading me toward healing? And am I holding on to old wounds longer than they serve me? So, some good, obviously, this little fire starter, Aries, is the salt in the wound to help heal it by bringing these things up that you're wanting to see about yourself. And I know if listening to my podcast, you probably heard me say that, yeah, all of my wonderful master teachers, as I call them now, instead of bastards, I call them my master teachers because they showed me what I wanted to see about myself over and over and over until I saw it. And they were persistent and determined and so helpful. So, I can't wait to tip them when we all get back to the other side, or if I see them in this lifetime. Here's your tip. No, I have no ill towards any of them now. Alright, so that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you, and, hang in there. Fun, fun. Woohoo. Raise your hands as you go on the roller coaster, right? Alright. So let me take a quick sip here. We'll continue on here. So, Stormborn, you are up for 1758. Thank you so much for your patience in getting to your reading here. There is your timestamp. So, what should you do about your work situation? Oh, I love that. Hey, here, you're here. So, what should you do? Should I look for another place or will it get better? All right, so let's say here, from spirit's perspective, there's no shoulds, there's no right or wrong. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. So, what I'll do here is if you uh, stay where you're at, what kind of energy is there? And if you choose to go somewhere else, what kind of energy is around that? That way you can kind of see which flavor of energy you would like to experience. So if you stay where you're at, boom, boom, boom. And if you go somewhere else, boom, 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 boom. Wow, that's a lot. All right. Yeah. So on the bottom of the deck, you do have the star card, which is wishing upon a star, a dream come true energy. And I feel like what a great card to be on the bottom, which is what is your dream come true regarding career? Is it what you think you're supposed to do, or is it from your heart? You know, is your heart drawing you to want to do something different? You're doing what you're doing because you're like, oh, I got bills to pay and I got things to do, and this is secure. But is it what brings you joy that makes your heart sing? Obviously, it doesn't sound like you wake up in the morning, right? Yeah, stepping stones, right? Yeah. You don't wake up going, "Ooh, I'm living my dream." You're like, "Okay, let's go. Let's get up and get to work." So let's see here. If you stay there, what kind of energy are you going to experience? Well, you got the Hierophant, which is it's funny that you said stepping stones. It's the master of stepping stones. So it is a stepping stone. You have the 5 of Pentacles, another 5. So this is a feeling of not being appreciated, the fear of being abandoned, left behind, not having enough, not being enough. So it feels like they really don't celebrate you there. They more abuse you and use you kind of energy, right? You have the 7 of Swords, yeah, lies, deceit, betrayal energy. They never do what they say they're gonna do, or very little. They make promises and don't keep them. That'll continue there, right? You got the King of Cups, which is an interesting energy because I feel like excuse me, the job itself feels very compatible for you. Like, I feel like you enjoy the work, just not the people that you work with, or some of them that you don't work with, right? So I feel like you feel like it's a good fit, but it's like usually, like, when you love a company you work for, it's like, "I love the people, but the work, eh." This is, "I love the work, but the people, eh." Yeah, 3 of wands. I feel like you will end up going in a different direction here, as well. Um, you have the page of wands. I do feel like there's a new inspiration that's gonna pull you in a different direction here soon. So if you stay there, it's only gonna be a matter of time before you end up leaving anyway. So if you put up with it for a little while longer, I feel like you're still gonna go somewhere. So let's see, you got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards, number of transition. So let's see if you go somewhere else, what can we know about that? Yeah. Feel like I feel like the tower is this is about when things are moved out of your way, it makes space for something that's more in alignment with your energy and your higher self. And I feel like you could make a very fast decision. I don't feel like you have to wait for anything here. I feel like they're kind of encouraging you that it's just a matter of time before that job ends, and you can either leap out beforehand or get blasted out of it. But I feel like I don't feel like you're getting fired. I feel like the company's going a downward spiral. So I feel like they're kind of encouraging you to, follow your joy. You got the 4 of wands. There is something out there that would bring you joy, that would celebrate you with this joy and celebration that's here, right? You have the full card, yeah, brand new beginning, free beginning, brand new start, something that feels like an adventure rather than a journey. Journey sounds like it takes a lot, right? 8 of cups, yeah, walking away from emotions and relationships that don't serve anymore. So there very much is this. You'll feel freedom, and you'll feel this when you walk away and to this new place. You got even the 8 of wands. I told you, um, and you have 8 cards, which is the movement and flow energy coming in here, which the 8 of wands again is another fast movement energy that comes in. You do have the ace of swords. So this is something brand new, not something you've ever applied at before. It's, you get new clarity that comes in. So I feel like if you start looking around out there, that you're gonna find, something, a new company, a new opportunity that you have never looked at before. Yeah, you get the Page of Pentacles. It's even better money, um, but definitely a new opportunity that comes in here. And yeah, and the Six of Cups. Maybe it's, opening a daycare. No, I'm just kidding. You're like but the 6 of cups, it's almost like it's a I wouldn't say it's a childhood dream, but it is something that makes you feel a little bit like, "Oh, wow, I'm excited. I can't wait to, you know, pursue this," because I feel like it's from the heart with the 6 of cups. It's something that not only, meets financial needs and pleases your mind, but your heart is also happy about it. So I definitely feel here, this is that there is a dream out there, and that don't wait. I feel like with this tower card, the countdown has begun for this position, this job, this company to end in a way. And that start looking, you know, tonight or tomorrow. You might be too tired tonight, but tomorrow, just start looking and going, what's out there? And allow don't be too stringent on the search filters. If you're looking at a job site or something, just see what's out there. Just start taking your time to kind of wander and wonder what's out there because I feel like um, you'll get clarity around it. Yay! I like it. So, and then you asked when. My when card's over here? I'm like, where are they? Over here. Let's see here. I'm just going to do a quick card on based on current energies. When could you find a new job? Yeah, you have the Four of Swords, which you've got October 13th to October 22nd, which I know is what, 5 months away? Less than 5 months away. Can you believe it? That we're already middle, almost towards the end of May. But it can be sooner. But I feel like um, October 13th, October 22nd. But of course, the more you focus in on as well, what you enjoy and are grateful for in the job that you have and any jobs that you have had, that can bring things in sooner. The more we're focusing in on lack and what kind of sucky company something is or whatever, or what's not going well, that slows things down, right? But the more we're like, I'm going to focus on what I'm grateful for, what I'm grateful for in my skills, what I'm grateful for and what these jobs have offered, have as you say, have their, has the paychecks always gone through? That's a big gratitude thing right there. you know, it's never bounced. Hallelujah. That's a start. Then we can grow from there. You don't have to like be grateful for an entire company, just specific experiences you had at different companies and different jobs. And that starts changing that energy and it can bring it in sooner as well. So I like that for you. Excuse me, your fortune cookie you got is balance. It's like you're on top of the world. It says true power comes from harmony. Align mind, body, and spirit for optimal well being. Adjust your energy. Bring more balance into your daily routine and relationships. On the flip side of it, it says imbalance may be causing stress. Prioritize self care and inner harmony, right? So I like that because something we learn about the conflict we're having is actually conflict in here, right? That's how we learn that how people are acting or not acting, what they're saying or not saying. We create a story in here about what that means about us when really that's just telling us what's going on with them. But it definitely shows us things that we can release ourselves and be free. And so we can learn that here so we don't take it to the next one, right? What is bothering me and why? What fear is at the root? Then we can, that's what stepping stones are for. They help be a mirror to bring up crap so we can release ourselves from it. So it stops stinking in our life, right? We're like, yeah, I'm ready to let that go. Freedom, So you're very welcome, Stormborn, and thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. So many blessings. All right, Jamie, hello, hello. Good to see you, and thank you for your donation. We'll get that on the list here. Let's see. I think I got everyone on the list here. Let me just make sure I marked everyone here. And we got those. There's Chloe's. Let me give that a love and a like. Got Alice's. And yeah, I got Crystal's. And we do have Angelina's on the list. I want to make sure here. I'll just check them off so I know he did that. And then Jamie, we got yours just now. All right. Very good. All right. And I'm going to continue on here about 30 more minutes. I'll be hitting 5 hours. At that point, if I haven't got to any, if I haven't finished all the donations, I'm going to step and do about 30 minutes of free readings. Then I'm going to go back and finish all the donations. And then I'll go back and finish out as many free readings as I can. Maybe all of them. We'll see what my energy is at, but we'll definitely give it a try. All right. So let us continue on here through the donations. So for donations, I got 2 for Alice, and then I got Chloe, and then Chelsea, and then back to just Alice, and then Crystal, and then Angelina, and then Jamie is where we're at. So let's dive in. So Alice, 431.12 for yours here. So here is so far. Thank you so much for your donations. So you want to know, what do the angels and spirit guides recommend you do to Kyle's message? All right. So I like this. Ignore, energy around ignore, the energy around react with an emoji, or respond. All right. We'll see what energies are around there. Which option is most likely to make him come back? All right. So let's take a look here. Let's see what these energies underneath each one of these will be about. Will any of them do that? And or not able to let go of me, remember you more strongly. Okay, I get those with her here. So, all right. So first of all, ignore it. Yeah. So let's see. This was the energy. They're like the two of wands, and this isn't the energy around which you ignore it, right? Let's see, does that have them come back? No, the Four of Cups is a stagnant energy, so ignoring it won't and that makes sense that it doesn't make them come back, or, you know, not make them able to let go of you, remember you more strongly, because it's not about your response, it's about your energy that will either repel them further away or draw them in. And I feel like they're kind of saying that, you can't make them choose, because the Two of Wands is, remember your choice, remember your power of choice, but you can't force them to do anything. The more you try to push them, the more they, resist, and the more you try to pull them, the more they pull back, and you can't make them do anything that they don't wanna do. And I feel like it's a good question is to ask, why do you want them back? Why do you want someone who treats you the way they do back, right? So I feel like there's that energy. It's like ignoring, whether you ignore or don't ignore with this Two of Wands, I just kind of feel like, you have to choose for you and realize that you made a good choice for yourself. You have the Emperor on the bottom of the deck here, which is, you get to choose what you want to do and you take action on, and that, you know, you don't need to be held hostage to someone else, to another emperor who's over their empire. Well, I'll just decide what I'm going to do in my world based on what they're going to do. You get to decide what you want to do and then have action here. But I feel like ignoring it doesn't do anything. It doesn't oh, if I pretend, then they don't fall for that. That they're used to playing games. They know how to manipulate things, but they're like, yeah, ignoring me, is not going to make me chase you, because I was planning on breaking up with you anyway, right? Based on your last reading. But let's see here. If you react with an emoji, we got the Ace of Cups. Excuse me, as I crunch here. Below the deck here, I mean, underneath that, Queen of Cups, which is like the High Priestess energy. So responding with an emoji, you're still in your High Priestess temple by yourself energy that comes in here. The Ace of Cups, I just feel like they're saying here, because the Ace of Cups is about self-love, and they're like, you're the love that you're looking for. In fact, they're kind of turning this around to go, what do you have to do to make you come back to yourself or to never let go of yourself and to remember yourself more strongly? Because when you're giving yourself away, because, I'm going to do what I need to do to try to get them to choose me, the first thing is you have to choose yourself, right? So I feel like these two. If you respond, you got the hermit energy here, and the Knight of Wands underneath there. If you respond, but the hermit is a card of being still being to themselves. The Knight of Wands, because you're the one that broke up with them, right? So if you respond and whatever, the Knight of Wands is they're not going to give you love. They'll just come back for more action and passion, but they're not going to bring you the love that you're looking for, because that is what you know need to find inside of yourself first. So I feel like this is what, they're kind of coming in here. It's really doesn't matter what you do, because ultimately, like we said, that they were planning on breaking up anyway. So they're like, all right, well, I'm moving on. And I feel like they're already searching out there. And that's all right, because you're like, someone please take away my problem. They're not taking away your love, your lover, someone that was going to be with you forever or whatever. They were, you know, just kind of hanging out, waiting to see if a miracle happened, and suddenly you became this person that they are looking for in life, but it's not who you are. And uh, so hopefully that helps. I know. Wish I could just magically make them go away out of your mind and heart and everything, but you're experiencing it all as this beautiful mirror to free yourself, right? So you got flow energy here, which says alignment brings ease. When you surrender resistance, things move effortlessly. Allow life to unfold without forcing outcomes. Follow the path of least resistance. On the flip side, you may be forcing things. Step back, relax, and realign with the natural flow. So I kind of feel like, you know, uh, if you want bruddaZEN, not that was spirit, right? If you want bruddaZE's perspective, I, at this point in my life, would not respond or respond with, an emoji, you know, "Thank you," "Enjoy," and I would just let it go. I wouldn't even I mean, I respond out of just so that I can say I responded, but I wouldn't respond in a long message or anything like that. I would just short, brief, um, "That was kind of you," emoji, and then that's it. But you get to choose what you want because it's your life, which is great, right? Right. Then for your next one, Alice, here we got 43939. Look at that. Wonderful repeating numbers. Pardon me. So for this is what one number 5. My goodness. So you had asked, when is Lucas going to message you back, right? So let's do a when card here. Excuse me. When is Lucas going to message you back? Okay. So you got the 3 of Wands and the 6 of Wands. No, 3 of Wands. I feel like this was March 31st to April 10th. Is that the last time you guys communicated? Or when you guys met? Because that's the sun in Aries. But the 3 of Wands is about, like, changing direction, right? The 6 of Wands with the 3 of Wands kind of is like, with you switching direction, there's victory in that. You have August 2nd to August 11th for here too. And let's pull some cards here around Lucas because I feel like you're getting these mirrors showing you what you want to see about yourself so that you can be freed from, you know, choosing emotionally unavailable individuals. And I know this for myself too. And you're definitely not alone because when we're emotionally unavailable to ourselves, which means, we're looking for our love out there, which we're all taught to do. That's why you're not alone in this. So we end up drawing emotionally unavailable people because we're emotionally unavailable to ourselves. So we draw mirrors that show that to us so that we can be freed from it and find the love we're looking for, which is what we find when we turn inward and upward. And then that doesn't mean we stop looking for love in the outside world. We just we don't need it, but we can want it, but not in a want needy kind of way. But we're just like when we're having a 10-course meal in our heart from inward and upward with 2 desserts, doesn't mean we don't make room for more dessert. We're like, "Sure, I'll take another dessert." And then we get it, and it's above and beyond extra. So where before it was lacking and falling short, when we find our love on our insides, we're like, "Wow." It's a beautiful, beautiful, above and beyond extra. And then they bring a 4th dessert and 5th dessert and 6th dessert, and we're just loving it because we're already full and it's just extra and we love it. There's no fear of losing it like we did when that's all we had when we didn't find our self-love because they want to withdraw and hold back 7th dessert, and we're like, "No, don't withhold dessert because that's all I have." But when we're full already, we're like, "Phew, fine. You keep it. You're doing me a favor. I am so full." A great book that helped me in my journey was, Deepak Chopra. It's The Path to Love, if you're interested in that. It's been around for decades, but it's a beautiful, beautiful book that helps us find the path to love inward and then to the outward, so it's a beautiful book. Let's see here, what else can we know about Lucas here? You got the 5 of Wands on the bottom, so I do feel. Yeah, just it kind of feels like an energy of another stepping stone kind of energy here. Yeah, 5 of swords, another 5. So conflict energy. It does through this, you do learn your strength and your inner strength with that Leo energy. So, I definitely feel like you find out, more about your worth through these experiences with them. So that's why I feel like there's delays and, why aren't people responding to me? And it's, this energy where you're learning so much about your own self. And you have the Queen of Cups. Again, here's that high priestess energy, this all this emotion that you're able to offer. And the 10 of Swords, which is I'm tired of expectations. I'm tired of trying to live up to this long list of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be. It's exhausting and it sucks the life out of relationships. So the more we focus in on, well, this is who they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to do, what they're supposed to bring to the relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start, supposed to progress, supposed to end up, what it's supposed to bring me, who I'm supposed to be in the relationship, what I'm supposed to bring to it. It's a lot of heavy stuff where it's all this stuff we always feel like we're in the negative. We're always trying to get up to 0. That's where we start 0 and success and abundance starts after that. The rest of the time we're in the negative, and the more we're focusing on what's not happening, the more we get less and less and less. That's what sucks the life out of relationships. The more we start focusing in on who we are, filling up with all of our emotion and overflowing, we are more in gratitude because we don't need anything, we don't expect anything because we got everything inside of us. Then whatever someone gives, we're like, "That's above and beyond extra, I'm grateful for that." And then the more we're grateful for it, the more we get, the more they give, the more abundance there is. The more grateful we are, and then the more abundance that comes in. So it keeps going, and it keeps going, and it keeps going too, right? So I like that. And then what else do we have? Yeah, you have a calling, this judgment card. It feels like you're being called Yeah, to the 9 of Pentacles. You're kinda called into this self-sufficiency, into this rest energy for a little bit, and I feel like, if you're tired of, "Why do I keep attracting these," you know, people? We won't cuss or anything, but why do I keep, drawing in these unavailable people? And it's like, well, let me step back. Let me read a book by Deepak Chopra. Let me reflect and go, what am I learning about myself through these? Because then, as you raise your love vibration, you won't need those teachers anymore. You won't need those mirrors. And then you start to draw in someone else. Because when we're looking in mirrors and every relationship we have is a mirror, they will only reflect back whoever's looking in the mirror. So if I don't change, then the reflection in the mirror doesn't change. So as soon as you start to change how you feel about yourself and finding your self-love and raising your self-worth to levels you haven't had in your lifetime, then you start drawing in people that match that. You're like, "Ooh, I like this," right? So hopefully that helps. Here's your fortune cookie for this one. Yep, elevation. You're moving on up, stepping up those beautiful stairs. You are rising to a higher state of being. A new level of consciousness is within reach. Expand your awareness through learning, meditation, or connecting with higher wisdom. The flip side of it is you may be resisting growth. Open your mind to new perspectives and release, hiccup, limiting beliefs. So I love that for you. So hopefully that helps, Alice. And we'll circle back around. I think we have one more. Yeah, we have one more here in a few. So thank you. We'll circle back around for that. All right. And Cat Marie, hello, hello. Thank you for your additional donation there. Get you on the list here. All right. So I think this is your first one here. Is that correct? Look at the list. Yes. All right. So Chloe, you are up 448 16. I think you might be a little behind Camry, so I did see yours. All right. So, Chloe, thank you so much for your donation. I think you're up here, right? Yes. Let me just make sure here. Okay, very good. All right. So, Chloe, when it's your turn, can you tell you what Aaron at the store you shop at thinks of you? Ooh, all right. So, let's do a little cheers here. All right. So, Aaron, what do they think of you? Let's take a look here. Do you have that one here? You got that one there. What else? Yeah, hello, hello. Glad you're here. I don't feel like we want those many. We want this one here. I do want these two. Kind of want to, you know, I don't know if you want to know how they feel, because sometimes, I mean, we as humans, we've got this entity that thinks and then this entity within us that feels, and sometimes they're opposites or different. So to get a kind of perspective, we can kind of see how do they feel about you as well. And if you don't want to know, then just tell me and I won't tell you. All right. So let's see here. What do they think of you? You got the King of Cups, the Three of Pentacles. I like it. I feel like, they feel like you're someone that has a good balance between head and heart with that King of Cups. Three of Pentacles is someone who is unique and authentic too. I feel like they feel like you're different than other people that they meet, and that you are authentic to who you are, that you don't try to pretend to be someone you're not, and you're just like, "Here I am," and I feel like they like that about you, but they feel like you're really balanced too. You're not, like, so much in your head, you don't know what an emotion is, and you're not so emotional that you're in a emotionally unstable. They like, who you are kind of energy. So I like that. Okay, very good. They have the 8 of swords, and I do feel here, like, in the beginning with this 8 of swords, I felt like because they put everybody in a box, they put everybody in certain containers. Like, they met you and they're like, "Oh, you're this type of person." So they put you into this group, and then as they got to know you more, they're like, "No, no, you don't fit in there. Maybe you fit in no, you don't fit in there either. Well, you don't fit in there. Huh, I'm just gonna put you over here for now." Um, and I feel like the more they've gotten to know you, they realize that that's how they realize that, you're not like other people as they've gotten to know you. Yeah, I have the 9 of swords on the bottom. They do have some fears. They're still kind of the jury's kind of out yet here, because they've got the emperor is, like, clearing the throne room, trying to decide what they think, and they're kind of not sure, quite yet. So, like I said, the jury's out. They're gathering information, but I feel like this 9 of swords, they've had some pretty awful relationships in the past. On the bottom of the deck, we do have the 5 of pentacles, yeah, and the 3 of swords, so that makes sense. So they've had some heartbreaks. They've had some people, and especially when they were younger too, about, the fear of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, and so I feel like they've had some of that, and that's why they're careful and slow and just jumping into things. It's like they give everyone a little bit of trust, but the rest of it has to be earned, with them. Emotionally, ooh, Knight of Cups. So it's a little bit of romantic interest there. You have the Strength card. You have that courage energy of Leo energy here. So there is a little bit of, Leo passion energy there. Um, and I feel like they're kind of drawn to you. You're not a fire sign by chance, are you? Because you got the 7 of Wands too, which this is like the 3 of Pentacles, which is they really are drawn to you because you're true to your authentic self. And so I do feel like they're kind of have this emotional draw that comes in with this too, as well as like attraction, physical, energetic attraction. But there is emotional energy that flows there too. So I just feel like they're like getting to know you more and more. And they're just kind of, you know, just seeing who you really are and discovering who you're not, that they assumed you were, and getting rid of, like I said, those thoughts and beliefs that don't serve anymore. But I just feel like they think you're really cool, you know, and they're like, you're different. And I like that. And I want to get to know more who you are. But I feel like they're just kind of taking their time and not pushing things because of that need to build trust. Oh, you're an air sign. But there's this draw that comes in. Libra. Yeah. So interesting energy. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. But hopefully that helps bring a little bit of thing in here. And yeah, abundance. I like it. Fruitful tree. It says, true abundance comes when you believe you're worthy of receiving all that life has to offer. Affirm your worthiness. Open your arms to accept prosperity in all forms. On the flip side, scarcity thinking may be blocking abundance. So shift your mindset to sufficiency. So, what do you love about yourself? What are you grateful for in yourself? Even what are you grateful for in relationships that you've had, and what kind of love you've had in your life, whether romantic or not, family, friends, whatever. The more you focus in on the gratitude about who you are and what you've experienced, the more we draw in the positives, right? The more we feel lack or anything along those lines, then we kind of start to draw in things that match that. There's a great one of my podcasts, which is Abundance Where It Be. And since this, talks about abundance, I'll share it with you here if you're interested, because that can be financial abundance, but it can also be love abundance or anything. It talks about our energy and our inner child that rules over the city gates that allows things in or not. And if our inner child has a belief that, no, 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 you need to do all this to deserve this, then they keep things away. So if you want to check that out, if that resonates, that could also help out your adventures. So hopefully that helps, Chloe. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. And thank you for your donation. All right. And then we've got Chelsea LeBeau. Chelsea, we're at 45637. This is for your number 3. So thank you so much for that. And I think I marked it up here. Nope, that wasn't it. Must be further up here. Did I go flying by it? Oh, no, Chelsea. Yours is the Cash App. I'm like, hello. So, Chelsea. Oh, that's right. And you're off at your mom's, right? Oh, I love that for you, Chloe. Oh, thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate that so much. It does change things, doesn't it? Beautiful. All right. So, Chelsea, would love to ask about your dad and if he has any messages for you. All right. So, let's find out from Papa San. What's going on here? So, what do you have for your little girl? Okay, we got those. Feeling wants this one too. And that one underneath. All right. Of course. Of course, your father would say with the Queen of Swords here, which is an energy of, you are just, you know, uh, it's like the perfect compatible person, right? They're like, but I feel like what he's saying when he does this is, no one's ever going to be good enough for my daughter. At least in his eyes, he's like, you are such a gift. You are such a, you know, uh, so compatible. Intelligent, emotional, uh, and he goes, you're just everything. You're the whole. What is he saying? The whole shebang, but the whole package. You're just the full package, and no one's ever going to be enough for you. But well, there is someone out there for you. But I'll work on bringing the best person towards you. I like that. What else does he say? Yeah, 10 of Cups. I like that he's saying, "You are my joy." And the 10 of Cups, is relationship energy too. So he's definitely confirming that there is a wonderful, amazing relationship that is in your future. He's like, I know I can only tell you so much." And underneath that, you do have the Page of Wands. Yeah. And it's passion at a new level as well with that. So you got the 10 of Cups, a full heart and overflowing, and passion at a full level too. He's like, you can have it all. Don't settle. You can have it all. And I like that. So what else does he have to say here for you? You got the Four of Pentacles, which is about your home. And let's see, he's got these other cards. What does he want to tell you about the home? Yeah, 10 of Pentacles. Again, another relationship card here. That you have the King of Swords and the Queen of Cups. Wow. You got both extremes here with all this too. 'Cause I feel like he said that, you you are going to move once you find this relationship, and because you got the King of Swords, who's the ruler over the sword suit, gets a second portion of swords. They're the master of the mind. Then you have the Queen of Cups, who rules over the emotional suit, who gets all queens get cups behind the scenes. So you got the master of emotion of mind and master of emotion. And and I feel like he's like, this is someone that you meet that can match that, because they feel like you can go totally into your mind, and that's your Capricorn energy, right? Totally into your mind and they can follow you. Then you can go dive deep into the emotion, and they can deep dive there for you with you as well. And it's you're of course, he's telling you and he's trying to give you this picture of a little bit of hope that, there is someone that can just match you so well. Um, but, they're still not good enough for you. But there is someone that can at least follow you with mind and heart, um, and they're acceptable for me. Not good enough, but, acceptable. But I do feel here with that 4 pentacles being the 4 walls of home, that you will end up, moving house and, living together. So he's like, yeah, there is this beautiful relationship energy for the future, coming in. Let's see what else he wants to tell you here. Yep. So, part of this with the Page of Pentacles, which is this new, this new opportunity that will be coming up. The 3 of Swords represents, awareness that no one can break your heart or I break their face. He's funny. "They break your heart, I break their face." He's, like, saying it in an Italian accent. Um, but that your heart can't be broken, that it's just fear, that pricks our heart. Just fear that breaks our heart, that makes it feel like it's breaking, but it's just the prick of us going into fight or flight mode. And that as you what is he says he's asking you to, forgive, but he's bringing in that beautiful way that I've heard is said, which is, pouring out the wrath so that you're no longer a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, words or silence. And, um, and he knows that I feel like he feels like he caused pain in people's lives, and he goes, "Yeah, it sucks when you can feel the pain that other people experienced because of your actions." Though, he's asterisk, everyone gets to choose their own emotions. So technically, I didn't make him feel any way, but I didn't make it any easier for him either to choose a higher vibration. But, I feel like he's bringing in here that, any heartbreak that he caused, um, and again, asterisk, because he's going, I didn't cause it, but any, heartbreak that was experienced near in his trajectory. He's trying to very much say, "I didn't break anyone's heart, but I know people had heartbreak because of what I did or didn't do, what I said or didn't say, but they coulda chose differently too." So I think he's trying to, in a nice way, in a not very clear way, talk about how empowered we are in our hearts, that we don't have to be heartbroken, we don't have to, be hurt. That the Page of Pentacles is when we realize and see our worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way, we can feel so strong. And I feel like I don't know, it feels like he's a coach because he's trying to coach you through this and going, you got this kind of energy. You're going to overcome this, you're going to find this. And I like that. Underneath those 2 cards, you got the 8 of Wands. Yeah. And I'm going to help. What's this about? Macaroni and cheese. Mom made macaroni and cheese, and I helped. It's an old commercial he's bringing back to my head here, but mac and cheese, I don't know if that means anything. But, the Eight of Wands is tons of messages from spirit, and he's like, "I am guiding you. I am at the moment that I stepped out of my human body, I was by your side. I'll never leave your side. I'm giving you freaking messages all over the place all the time to let you know it's me, it's me, it's me, and I'm I have a personal interest in in" and he goes, "And not a creepy way, but in your love life, and I'm wanting you to be able to experience the love that you deserve." So, yeah, I'll be a rooster blocker sometimes, but, it's because I love you. Oh, is he the one that's blocking this current guy? He's like, "Could be." Hilarious. Yeah. 'Cause if you had it your way, you'd be a hermit tied away. No, I'm just kidding. The hermit is, again, you know, the I can guide you, they're the lamp. I'll be the lamp unto your feet, and, I'll help you not trip and fall. I don't know, there's something about you tripping and falling a lot. I don't know what that's about, if that resonates, but I just feel like they're like, "Yeah, I have it so you won't trip so much." But I like this that he's taking this, like, "Spend time with me. I'm always around you. I'm always connected with you." If you he's saying that if you get, like, a notebook, you can do automatic writing and ask me questions, and I will come through you. I will write through you, and you'll think at first it's you, but then I will take over. So just start writing, and then I will start, um downloading into your brain, this in my messages and my answers to you. So I can do that. We can do that. Underneath that, you do have the Eight of Pentacles. And this is a beautiful energy because it is an energy of, like the caterpillar transforming into a butterfly. And and I do feel like butterflies are so overdone. Yeah, I use them to communicate with you, but they're so overdone. I do I love his personality because he's like, "I do weird shit. I do weird shit." And, so what is it that he shows up as? He was like, snails. He's showing me snails. I don't know why he's showing me a swordfish. A swordfish, but not one in the ocean. I feel like it's one on a wall. I'm like, what is this? A fish, a swordfish mounted on a wall? Is it in a restaurant? Seafood? Seafood restaurant? Not Captain D's. But I love that he's just like, I show up in weird ways because I know, 1, you'd appreciate that, but also, because I didn't like doing things the regular way. So, interesting. So, hopefully that helps. Of course, this message, I'm always with you. I always love you. I'm always with you. Always. You're never, ever alone. Ever. Not in a weird, creepy way. Just saying. Oh, I love that. Let's see here. And for your, what else does he want to tell you through your oracle card here? You got the splintering tree. Truth cracks the surface. Conflict does not defeat, it reveals. Number 48. If 48 means anything to you, or the number 12. And his message is, let what was hidden split wide. May I bear the sound of what is true. So this he's bringing this card to you when a moment of truth has arrived. It may be internal, an old belief breaking apart, or external, like a relationship or circumstance suddenly giving way under its own weight. Collapse. Judgment is often misunderstood as condemnation, but in this deck, it is seen as revelation. So when the tree splinters, it does not do so out of malice, but because the pressure was too great, because something inside could no longer remain unspoken, unfaced, or unhealed. So he's bringing this message to signal accountability, confrontation, or awakening. It marks a decisive moment. One branch leads forward with clarity, the other crumbles. You may be the one being judged. You may be the one who must choose. This is, he's saying, this is you. You may be the one who must choose whether to hold on or to cut cleanly. Either way, there's no returning to how it was. Wow. The shadow of this card, refusing to acknowledge the consequences of your actions, harsh self judgment or judgment of others, denial in the face of truth, clinging to a broken structure out of fear, period. And then reflection questions. What truth are you avoiding because you fear what it will break? Is this fracture destructive or necessary? Who or what are you silently judging and why? And how can you meet this moment with integrity and not shame? Wow, I love that. So I don't know if the splintering tree, I just feel like this means something for you too. I don't know why. There was a tree, because they're reminding me in an old house we lived in, the backyard, there was a tree that got hit by lightning that had grown apart, but then it grew around it, and there was this hole in the middle where squirrels would always build a nest every year, and it'd always have these little babies. So we'd always have squirrel babies, uh, a few, you know, every year, and I loved it. And I used to have this little squirrel that I could call, just going, and it would come from yards away. It would hear me, it would come running, and I would just sit Indian, well, cross-legged. We don't say Indian style anymore, right? Cross-legged, and it would jump up and it would come and sit on my knee as I fed it pecans. Till my mom looked out one day, because I was like probably 13, 14, no, probably more like 15, 16 years old. So she looked at, "What are you doing?" And then he took off. And then one day, this is what really made him not come around anymore. My mom had the sliding glass door out over as she was sweeping, and he decided to come in the house. So if any of those stories resonate with you, she chased it away and then it never came back again. But that's what they have for you, Chelsea. So what a great sense of humor he has. So many blessings to you. All right, everybody. So I am a little over 5 hours. So what I'm going to do for donations, I still have Alice, Crystal Ray, Angelina, Jamie G, and then Kat Marie. So I will come back to you guys to finish those in a moment. I'm going to take like 30 minutes, do 30 minutes of free readings here, and then I'll come back and finish. I'm not come back, I'm going to be here. Then I'll return to finish out donations. And then, depending on my energy, I will try to finish out the rest of the free readings too. All right. So let's take a sip here and we'll dive in. Thank you again so much for all your thumbs up, all your love and support. I'm so grateful. Cheers, cheers to you guys. All right. So we have Swaroop is up first. So Swaroop, here is your timestamp. And sorry that you lost your phone. So you want to know what's coming towards you the rest of the week. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know? What's coming for you the rest of the week? You have the Queen of Swords and the King of Wands. Wow. I feel like there's two important people. In fact, this might even be a couple, if not mom and dad, because you got this King of Wands who is a very fiery. person, but intellectual too. And the Queen of Swords, who's intellectual, but also a lot of emotion behind the scenes. And I just feel like that they are an important decision maker in your life this week. That's what I do feel like if that resonates to represent like your parents, I feel like, especially with this communication energy, I feel like they have an important announcement or important information to share this week. It doesn't feel like ominous or anything like, but I feel like there's important things that they want to talk about this week that is important for you in the decisions that you have to make going forward. So it does impact you, but not in a negative, just more altering things a little bit. Um, but nothing horrible, I feel. Nothing that we would see as because it's always happening for us. But I do like this coming in here for you. But I do feel like that's a big one of the big things for this week is they got news to share. Um, so uh, so don't feel like, oh, family meeting. Oh, it's gonna be just altering stuff. It's not anything devastating, like no one's dying or anything like that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. And then we have Butterfly 51719. Oops. So, Butterfly, thank you again for all of your assistance in the chat. Always so grateful. And for all your comments on my social postings. I appreciate that too. So, hey, friend. I did have some time to relax. So, thank you so much for that. And yeah, nice to be back too. So, a message from the Holy Spirit. All right. The Comforter. Let's see. What does the Comforter have to say? Yeah, I was going to say, is there going to be some divine feminine energy here? Absolutely. We got the Empress and the Sun card. Beautiful abundance energy, both of these cards, two major arcana coming in here. Of course, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Take care of yourself. Make sure you're getting enough rest and relaxing as well. But there's this mother energy that's coming in because we also have the Sun card. I don't know if you can see the little kid. He's so cute on here. Let's see if I can get it to focus in. Is it going to focus? Maybe. No, not quite. But you can kind of see him a little bit there. But beautiful, beautiful energy with us because there is this abundance. And um, I feel like children are important here because the Empress is also, she's usually pregnant or it's about birthing. And then the Sun card is about the inner child, but also child energy. So I do feel like there is something about children. Maybe there's someone going to be with child coming up here. I don't think it's you. You're like, I hope not. Immaculate conception. I don't know. But there's this I feel like there is something about a child coming in. Um and it's beautiful. Um what else do you want us to know about this? Because I feel like it's going to be something that you've been hoping for, whether it's being a godparent or a grandparent or um but I definitely feel like there's this youthful energy that's coming in, an important one coming in here. Just a bright brings a brightness to a situation. And I like this creativity, this creation, this birthing energy. And and if that doesn't resonate, if it's not an actual child, sometimes because they're reminding me that like birthing a book, birthing a creation of some sort can also come in here with this energy as well. So, or both. It doesn't have to be one or the other, but I do feel like definitely creation, successful energy of something. And so if there is a birth that we're worried about, of course, I'm no licensed medical professional, there is a brightness around the birth of whatever this is. So I love that for you. So hopefully that helps, Butterfly. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then mini heal, you're up 5, 20, 42. So mini heal, here's yours. Any new exciting things coming soon for you? Let's take a look here. Anything that we'd like to, that we can know about? We got the King of Swords, the King of Pentacles. Wow. Yeah, there's definitely something abundant coming your way here. This King of Swords it's like, here's some bright ideas, and I feel like you're gonna get some creative ideas on how to generate income or generate something that feels like abundance that comes in. Can even be about writing something. I feel like it would be very successful here, whether it's a book or not a podcast, a blog. Um, but it has something to do with writing and possibly even, teaching something through writing because and that could be a book, of course, but or creating a training program or because I keep on seeing scribe, writing, creating something through writing that brings abundance here for you. So I feel like there's an opportunity coming up and you're just gonna get this, like, idea that's dropped in that, can be very successful for you. So I like that for you. I feel like that's what they want you to know right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Blueberry. Hey, Blueberry. 52218 is your timestamp. There you go. Got to do your little hello. So, a general reading about your future babies. All right. Let's take a look here. Got this and this. So, what is one thing here? Got Justice card here. Libra energy. Someone kind of air signy. I like this. Someone very balanced, very relationship oriented, but very, I was going to say, very organized about it. I don't know why that comes in, but they have their way. This is how things go, kind of energy. I do feel like maybe with the Justice card, they might even end up being in some sort of uh, interest in the future about being in a judge, an officer, something about justice, right? The justice system kind of energy that they're very much an advocate for that, or a lawyer, right? Don't have to be a judge. But I feel like it's someone that really is organized and fights for things too. So I feel like they're going to be very intelligent and very uh what a handful, which is great, because they're gonna ask a lot of questions. "Why? Why? Why this? Why this? That's not fair." You're gonna hear that a lot from 'em. "That's not fair." Oh, get prepare now. Then the other one, we have the 7 of Swords. 7 of Swords here, again, another air signy kind of energy. Um, yeah, and they're going to I feel like this would be a younger sibling because I feel like they might even have you might end up with at least 3 because this feels middle child energy. They're not talking about the 3rd one yet because 'cause they're feeling like the middle one, it'll be a little bit of a challenge, but they want you to know why. Because I feel like they're gonna lie a lot when they're younger because we have overperformer, you know, older sibling, I feel here that intelligent, overdoing this, da 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 da, and then the baby that everyone da da da, da, and they feel left out. So they make up things, uh, stories to get attention, but they also lie about things because they don't want to feel less than. And I feel like if we understand that and we make sure, when they're acting that way, instead of punishing, 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 realize that it's that we love you, we love you, we love you, They're reminding me of a tribe I think it's in Africa, that whenever someone breaks a rule, they don't punish them, they gather everyone in a circle, and they don't stone them. They all love them, and they tell them everything they love about them because they realize that the deficiency and why they're acting that way isn't because they're evil or wrong, it's because they're crying out for love. Isn't that amazing? So I feel like that's what they want you to know right now for your future babies. So I feel like you're having at least 3, but we'll see. Possibilities of at least 3. So that's what they have for you, Blueberry. Many blessings. And then we have Ashish 52609. So Ashish, here is yours. And what should you know about the path that you're considering, such as relocation, independence, or starting something new? All right, let's take a look here. What is important for you to know now? You got the Judgment card. You got the 8 of Wands. So, there there is a calling, a pull with the Judgment card, like you're being drawn somewhere. You're being pulled somewhere different. The 8 of Wands, too, is a lot of information, a lot of signs and synchronicities are coming your way to draw you somewhere, to give you the clarity. And if you just ask, if you just ask your higher self and your posse saying, "Can you guys make this an no-brainer decision? Can you show me information that just makes it like, I know what I need to do?" And they will, they'll bring you in because they feel like they're saying, "We're already sounding the trumpet. We're already drawing you in a direction. We're already giving you tons of signs already." And, there's 2 reasons why we don't make a decision, right? One is we feel we don't have all the information. So we need, it's equal and there's nothing that's, you know, making it very obvious. And that's what we can ask them for. But there's that sometimes you already know what you want to do, but you're afraid to do it because you fear it. So I feel like they're saying, you know what you want to do, but ask us and we can give you even more clarity to make it even more obvious. They're funny. And you can also do the flipping the coin trick, which I love when they bring that up because, whenever we have choices to make, even if it's multiple things, you take 2 things, you go, this is heads, this is tails, you flip a coin. If that ends up heads and you're like, maybe 2 out of 3, you wanted tails. So just don't even worry about doing it again. Do the other, right? Or if you got the one, like, all right, that's what I wanted, right? Or if you're like, I don't care, then those 2 you don't care about, so let it go. Then choose the next 2. And you repeat it until you get down to the one that you're like, "This is the one I want." And that helps us because it's in when we see a result, our instinct immediately tells us what our heart was hoping for. Because if we're like, "Oh," then we knew we wanted the other one. If we're like, "Yay," then we knew that's the one we wanted. And again, if we're indifferent, then we really don't care between the 2, right? So hopefully that helps, Ashish. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. All right. Just prepare a couple of these real quick here. All right. And then Lotus of Serendipity. We got you at 52913. So Lotus of Serendipity. I had a good day. I hope you did as well. So a message from Spirit. Let's see what we've got here. Got that. Got this. So you got the High Priestess and the 8 of Swords. So there's a little bit of calling to kind of step back a little bit into your High Priestess temple so you can see things from a higher perspective, look behind the veil to kind of understand a different perspective of what's going on, even diving deep into your emotions. But I feel like this is more of a questioning some thoughts and beliefs energy with this 8 of Swords. It's a little bit of celebration of you've been letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore. But I feel like this is a time to step back and go, wait a minute. Why am I feeling blinded or bound or trapped or restricted or small or powerless? What belief do I have and where did it originate from? And it's taking step back before you make any decision. If you have a decision to make here, step back, look and go, what's holding me back? What thought, what rooted in fear thought do I have? A small T truth that doesn't serve me anymore and has been holding me back. And what am I afraid of? And is that true? Nah, it's not true. But what can we do to release that and transform it? Because that allows you to move forward. So I feel like it's important for you to kind of step back and be able to see things from a different perspective so that you can move forward into something in a direction you wouldn't go have gone before. So I like that for you. That's your message. Serendipity. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria P, you are up. Thank you for your donations earlier. So for your free reading, we got here, boom, boom. So a general for you for love and work. Let's see here for love and work. Whoa, did you guys just hear my stomach growl? Whoa. So for I feel like this one was for this one was for work. We got the emperor energy, which the emperor energy is about, clearing the throne room, getting out of your head, getting into your heart, deciding where does my heart want to take me for work? Plan, action, movement towards that, right? I feel like we're gonna get that. Every time you ask about work, they're gonna go, "Where's your heart taking you? Where's your heart taking you? Where's your heart taking you? Hey, Maria, where's your heart taking you?" Because I feel like you're like your higher self and your posse want you to move in a direction of following your heart, getting out of the head, right? For love, you got the 5 of Pentacles. This is a reminder that one of Wally's and probably yours too, because most of ours are about this fear of being abandoned, being left out in the cold, being left behind, not being enough, not having enough, and that's a big piece that causes them to react. And because of, you know, that fear of abandonment and knowing that that's one of their biggest fears, when you choose to abandon them and reject them and break up with them or whatever, that it hits them deep and hard. And if you haven't apologized specifically for that and talked about that, I feel like that's an important thing to do to be, if you want, you don't have to. It's up to you, of course. But I feel like it makes a big difference in your relationship if you're like, I know this is something that um, can impact us, and I'm sorry that I reacted and did this because I know that doesn't feel good. And I feel like if it's just something like that, that they're just like, wow, okay. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Kat Mia at 5, 33, 39. Look at all these threes that add up to a 9. I like that numerology. So you want to know, should you take it after 100 or should I take it after color changes? Which one will be a better option? All right, let's see here. What energy around take it after 100 or take it after color changes? So after 100, you got the 2 of Cups. Energy after color changes, you got Queen of Pentacles. So color changes is the abundant energy of the Queen of Pentacles, which is about, the I'd say physical abundance. You're getting results in the physical world. The take it after 100 is more of an emotional relationship energy. So it depends on what option you're looking for. If you're looking for an emotional abundance, better option than after 100. If you're looking for a physical abundance kind of better option, then take it after the color changes would be the one there. So hopefully that helps. That is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. And the emotional can be like building relationships with people. It doesn't have to be romantic, but building relationships with humans. So, right. So many blessings to you. Good to see you. All right. So we got a couple more here. We got Pinky Aura Angel. Pinky? Yeah, Pinky Aura Angel. We got 5, 35, 25 for you. All those fives. And your question for today is different somehow. Ooh, what is the color of your current aura, and are you protected enough from your spirit gut? Okay, let's take a look here. So, what is the color of your current aura? Right. And then what about protection of the gut? So, what do we have here? Wow. So, we got 10 of cups. I was going to go, this is a black and white deck. I go, how are you going to tell me this? But 10 of cups is a very big, joyful energy. And this blue is really standing out here. So I feel like it's a more of an aqua blue, which should be kind of the throat chakra energy, kind of expanding out into your, your aura energy. But I feel like a nice sky aqua blue type of energy is the color current uh, one of the colors of your aura. If you haven't, let me see, do I still have that saved here somewhere? I do. Um, Here's a little video of my aura that someone recorded, and I'll throw it under your name um, in the pinned comments in case you're not watching right now, which I wouldn't blame you. It's been 5 hours, but um, in this video, they can measure your aura and they can see how it changes. And so you can see the difference. There's all these different colors, but I feel like a big piece of yours is that blue, that light blue color. And you can look that up. What does that mean, right? Because they all bring something different in with that there. Is your gut, your spirit gut protected? You got the devil card energy here. With this Capricorn Saturn energy, I do feel there's a little bit of I feel like there's some thought and belief and mindset that might be having a little maybe out of balance because the devil card is more as of a restrictive energy than it is an expansive flowing energy. So you can kind of question what thought and belief and mindset do you have around why you feel limited? What are you afraid of? And I feel like they're saying, what fear do you have about being seen? So I feel like that's an important energy to kind of question. And that could be a lot why they're bringing up the throat chakra too. What are you afraid of being seen and speaking your truth? I feel like is an important energy. So that's what they have for you. I know you should have a pinky. Your aura should be pink, right? Pinky or angel. But yeah, check that out, that video and see. I don't know if the sound was on that one, but they did talk about, and you can see changing energies and purposely doing things like she stuck her hand. Hers was like a big purple when she touched my aura, kind of interacted with it. So our energies can interact with one another. And then at the end of it, I did a little experiment where I pulled in love energy down through me, and I said, "Can I try something real quick before we stop?" And I purposely, like, I focused to bring love energy through me, and you can see this bright light. It's really cool. But, I love it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. Hey, Krabby Kaka. Happy haha. Good to see you. All right. And then we got Christina Lowe, 53938. So Christina Lowe, hello, hello. There you go. And please, you had mentioned that you had your questions for the for the for your free reading that you won. You can send me a video too if you want to just go, this is what I'm thinking, blah, 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 blah. You don't have to worry about type it up, make it sure it makes all this sense, just blah, and then I will clarify, is this what you're meaning? And then you can be like, yes, because spirit knows what you want from your heart. So don't overthink it. All right. And then you want to know, how does your grandmother Chris feel about how things are progressing with the probate process and your aunt Pam wanting your mom to sell our home property we've lived these past years? All right, let's take a look here. I'll have you know that when they're on the other side, they don't care about any of this stuff. They care about relationships with each other and um, not so much that stuff. But let's see what she says. Yep, we got the ending and beginning energy. Got the world card, the ending of old cycles, the beginning of new adventures, the ace of wands. It's all about what we focus our energy on, not about this. So it makes sense here that she doesn't she just loves everyone and everything, right? When we step out of these human bodies, we're connected to the giant collective of powerful spiritual beings that we are, unconditionally loving. And we don't it's like this is a game. They're like, all that goes away. What does it matter? What matters is what energy we're expressing in each moment, right? In fact, I just posted my social media. What was it? From one of the Buddhas who said, we review our lives and find out, how did we love? How did we live? How did I let go? How easily did I let go of things that no longer served me? So I feel like, she's not attached to this world of physical things. In fact, one time when I channeled someone's husband who had passed, and they asked me, "What does he think about his urn?" And they were like, "What urn?" Because they showed me that they were so focused in on their wife, and because they could feel every emotion that she felt all the way back to she was in the womb, every thought she had, and every action she took all the way back into the womb, and all the future too. They go, "We can't talk about that, but we can talk about this." And they were like so enamored and so focused in on who each individual person is that they don't care about all that stuff. It's like the Matrix. It's just numbers. It doesn't exist, but the human exists, the being exists, and that's what they focus in on, you know. So they're like, that's all. I don't care about any of that stuff. I'm not there anymore. I'm not attached to those things. I am all about love, and I love everyone, including Aunt Pam. And so, um, she doesn't have you don't care. In fact, even they brought in that, all that stuff in my office you can get rid of. You can get rid of my clothes. You can get rid of that stuff. Don't feel bad. Don't feel guilty. I'm not attached to that stuff. I'm spirit. I'm forever. I'm everywhere. Um, so I know that we would rather and say, oh, they hate Aunt Pam and they need to stop that, but that's not how they feel. You know, they're like, "It's just stuff. What matters is relationships. What matters is love." So, hopefully that helps, Christina. Right, many blessings to you. All right, and then we've got Gene XO. Hello, hello, my love. Right, so we've got here, did I do that right? 543, yeah. So you wanna ask, what are eyes feeling? Hello, good to see you. Been hanging out all this time. You're so nice. So, what are eyes' feelings and intentions towards you? And then also the underlying energies. So, let's take a look here. So, what are eyes' feelings? You're here and ready. Aye, aye. All right. And then what about intentions? Excuse me. All right. So, what are their feelings? I got the Two of Wands. So, they kind of go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth here. It's almost like, I don't if we had this before. Like over here, I've got one of those little, I can't think of the name right now. Tick, 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 tick. So we got that going on. What are their intentions with the Page of Swords here? Yeah, well, pendulum. It's the little, is that what it's called? A pendulum? Yes, that thing, a metronome. You got it. So it just kind of feels like I'm keeping in time, but I'm going back and forth. Chick, 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 chick. Um, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Waiting, waiting. What am I waiting for? But the Page of Swords, for their intentions, I feel like they're trying to gain clarity, and they're kind of just I almost feel like they're hypnotized, mesmerized, right? When, it's like that's how you can hypnotize someone. I am hypnotized by you. But I feel like they're going back and forth between something here. But the energy on the bottom of the deck, they do have the 9 of Wands, so something is holding them back here. They're trying to step into their power so they can step through this barrier. So I just feel like it's, going back and forth. It's almost like they're chipping away, chip, 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 chip. He loves the way you communicate. I love it. But I do feel like they're kind of just clarity, clarity, clarity. A lot of clarity is intentions, more communication, more talking. I feel like is the a big piece of this energy here. But they do have a barrier here with this 9 of Wands that's kind of just keeping keeping things where they're at, more gathering. They just showed me your spirit guides are funny. They showed me Hannibal Lecter behind the little glass with the little air holes, and, he's been burned by women. And, Clarice, uh, tit for tat, Clarice, tit for tat. And how they're communicating and going back and forth. You ask a question, I ask a question. My turn now. Yeah, Silence of the Lambs. Yeah. So, that's what they're showing me. So be careful. I don't know. Have you done a background check on them, Gene? I'm just kidding. It's not any warning signs. It's just funny how they brought it up there. Little barrier, you're still talking back and forth. Oh, the Hannibal TV show. I think I saw some of that. It looked good from what I saw, but, I don't know why I stopped watching it. I grow tired of things really fast. They have to be, like, super unique and bizarre, for me to stay interested. It's my Aquarius energy, right? All right. Let's see, 30 is 45. Oh, yep, so we've hit 5, because that was 30 minutes, right? 5:45, and we're past 5:45. Okay. So that's what they have for you, Gene. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Has some nice Chianti and, fava beans, right? Alright. So, I'm gonna return back to donations. I do have a handful to finish, and then I will return back. Right now, I've got for free readings, I got Ala, Livier, Ruby Grimm, Ateshi, Brenda, and then Debbie O, Footwork, Mackenzie, and Chelsea is who I have right now. Yeah, cheers, cheers. And then for donations, we've got, one more for Alice, and then Crystal, and then Angelina, and then Jamie, and then Kat Maria is where we're at right now. So, we will do that. Let me take a sip here. We'll dive back into the donations. Thank you guys for your patience. I know we're at almost 6 hours. I think we're gonna have a maybe set a record tonight, but cheers, cheers, everybody. I'm so grateful to be here, and thank you for all your thirst for hearing from spirit. All right. There we are. So, Alice, you're at 549.51. So, thank you so much. All these multiple donations tonight. So grateful. And you said, if you ask to get back together with Kyle tonight, how will he respond? All right. So, based on his current energies, how will he respond? So, we got those and these and this one. All right. So, how will he respond? Well, Two of Swords, is I need to decide. So I feel like his response, "Well, let me think about it." That's what the Two of Swords is. It's like battle between the head and the heart, or, standing at a crossroads, needing to make a decision. What's in the middle here, we've got the star card. Here's that every single time, right? The, wishing upon a star, this, you know, dream, this, shoot for the stars, you'll hit the moon. But he wants to shoot for that star. So he's got that on his mind. Got the Ace of Swords. So he needs to seek clarity around this. Got the Four of Wands. Yeah, it's clarity around what do I want? This is all this because the Four of Wands is like a marriage card, and I feel like they're thinking there's old adage that says, don't make a date with someone who won't make the best mate kind of energy. Got the Two of Pentacles. So they do have this, going back and forth energy with the Temperance card too. Patience and time kind of energy. But this Two of Pentacles, it feels like they're again balancing and weighing it out, going, well, let me think about it. And they're like putting you over there and then putting you to this unobtainable thing. Let me weigh it out and see what happens. And then we do have the Page of Cups energy here, which is looking for this higher love that comes in here. So let me take a look here and see. Because what does this mean? I just want to clarify because it feels like here, yeah, I mean, we've got the Six of Pentacles, which is an energy of, you know, codependent, overgiver, taker energy. I just don't. Yeah, I got the Lover's card here. But I just don't like this for you. I get this energy of such resistance. Like my heart almost aches, like they're pushing on my heart going, "No." Because I feel like they'll use you with the Six of Pentacles. Like they'll be like, "Well, I don't think you're that, but I can at least still use you in the meantime until I'm ready, and then I'll break up with you and, you know, look for the next person." So I just feel like there's this isn't healthy for you is what I feel like with this energy, but feel like they will eventually. But, you know, I'm by no means gonna keep anyone from learning the hard way like I did. And I never judge anyone. I'm like, trust me, I ended up with the same person in 5 different people's body over, let's see, it was 3 years for the first one, 1 year for the second, 3 years for the third one. That's what, 7 years, and then 1 year, right? Yeah, and then I was single for 3 years, and then I tried one more time with a 1 year, and then I'm like, "That's enough." So, yeah, hopefully that helps, Alice, but I feel like it'll take time with that Temperance card for them to choose it. Yeah. Yep, you got transformation. Here's that damn butterfly we were talking about before. A period of deep change is occurring. Release what no longer serves you to make space for growth. Let go of an old habit, belief, or situation that's holding you back. Embrace the new with open arms. And on the flip side, fear of change may be creating resistance. Trust that transformation is necessary for evolution. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So hang in there. Oh, I tell you what, I know. I tell you. So much love to you. Hey, Krabby Kaka. Readings are still open. Sure. We're getting closer and closer to them ending, but yeah, we're definitely they're still open for now. All right. So up next for donations, we've got here Crystal Ray 55545. So Crystal, whoops. Thank you for all your donations this eve. Here is that one here, and I think here's where they're yeah, okay. Very good. So, you wanna know why does Corey's mom not want you pregnant? Let's find out. From the first reading, what they're bringing back to me, because 'cause they're bringing back to me when I first pulled the cards there is, um, because she doesn't want pregnant from, um, out of a relationship because and we'll look at here, of course, but they're like, um, we got the death card underneath for here is because I'd kill him. That's why. No, it's so the energy that I'm picking up because she has all this like he needs to get out on his own and he needs to, get his act together and get this. And a baby would just it would almost be like, "I can't do it. I have to come, can you help us take care of the baby?" Can she it feels like she's been so burdened. I don't know why she feels this way, burdened with him, that she's always having to bail him out of things and it's like, yeah, when he got a dog, who ended up kept taking care of it? Me. When he got a cat, who ended up emptying the litter box and getting the food and taking care of him, taking him to the vet? It's always me that ends up taking care of his stuff. And she's like, wants him to take responsibility. And so she's like, just don't get her pregnant, you know, till you are in a relationship, at least you guys have moved out. You will take care of them. It'd be all you, not here, kind of energy. So she's funny. I'm done. Yeah. Yep. And here it is. Here's the temperance waiting till you have a stable relationship. Four of Cups is a stable relationship, and temperance is patience. We also have the Queen of Swords and the Judgment card coming in here. And I feel like they're wanting to make sure that, you know, it is this perfect compatible person, that it's not just you know that the a child is from someone that you care about and that you have a relationship with, not just an accident, kind of energy, that you're pulling, you feel this calling to be with someone and you want a child together, that it's not a by accident energy. So I don't know if it was her that was an accident from her parents or her son was, or both, that brings in this, you know, I want a better life for you and for your child, kind of energy. So it's not personal, like, oh, not with her, it's more situational. We got the Hermit and the Moon. I know, I love it. So Mother Moon wants to be alone. Mother Moon wants to be by herself. So at the core of it, kind of it sums up what we were talking about with what was coming in here, right? So it is that energy where she didn't want she doesn't want the complications and the difficulty of all that, because she's like, I'm gonna end up taking care of it. I know I am, kind of energy. So let's see what your fortune cookie comes in. And because I think all of yours were two, that ends up to $5 or more. So you do get one of these remaining Oracle of the Rift Walkers. Let's see what your big one is here. Ooh, are you a cougar? I'm just kidding. It's a mountain lion. Power does not beg. It watches, waits, and knows. So the invocation of this is I move without noise. I do not need to prove. My breath is enough. See, did it reset? Okay. Oh, it must have just reset at 6 hours. My breath is enough. My presence, the crown. Says the mountain lion is the spirit of embodied confidence, the kind that does not demand validation or applause. It walks where it belongs without asking permission. So, this card reminds you that your power is not a question, it is a truth, and it's time to live like it. You do not need to roar to be formidable. This is self assurance rooted in instinct, experience, and presence. The mountain lion calls you to step fully into your space, own your voice, and trust in your strength without apology or over explanation. You are allowed to be powerful. Wow. Shadow side of the card. In shadow, the mountain lion can reflect hiding your power out of fear of being too much, shrinking to avoid conflict or attention, mistaking stillness for invisibility rather than readiness, and the tension between being a protector and a threat in others' eyes. So be aware of where you've been taught to dim yourself for comfort or safety. You are no one's prey. I like that. Three reflection questions. Where have I abandoned my own territory? What would it look like to move through the world as if I belonged in every space I enter? And how do I show confidence without performance? Ooh, interesting. So I love those for you. So that is what they have for you, Crystal. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I'm very grateful for those. All right. Say, Krebikaka, we'll get you on there. And hey, Celestial, we'll get you on the free list here too. We'll see if I last this long. We're going to do our best. All right. So up next, I think I have three more donations, and we'll be heading into free readings again. All right. So Angelina, you are up 6:03:03. Look at that timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So a general for June. All right. Let's see here. What do we got coming in here for you for June? Okay, we do these. Do these. Did want that one. Did want that one. All right. So you have the Emperor card as the overall energy for your reading. Emperor is Aries energy. It is about, you know, clearing the throne room of a lot of the out, opinions and blah, blah, blah that's going on out there. Self-appointed advisors telling you what you should do with your life and what you shouldn't, etc. Right? But this is about getting out of your head, sitting in your heart, seeing what it is you want to do, and then making a plan and putting action behind it. So there is this kind of change and shakeup coming in here for June, but it's not an external imposed, but an internal imposed that you're doing there. Sorry, let me take a quick sip here. My voice is trying to go away. No. And things kind of feel like they unfold a little out of order in June because you've got two cards, then three cards, then one card. Because normally 3-2-1 or 1-2-3, but you got 2-3-1. So things might just kind of unfold differently in a different order than you think they should, but they do unfold. So let's see here. You got the Six of Swords and the Three of Pentacles. Yeah. So here's that again, looking at things from a different perspective of the Six of Swords allows you to see things from a higher perspective, leave behind old ways, and allows you to move from choppy waters to calmer waters. And the Three of Pentacles is that energy of being true to your authentic self. So you're kind of cutting away some beliefs of who you should be. And you're going, this is who I am. That's not me. This is me. And And that makes sense that that's what needs to happen first towards like the beginning of the month of June that allows you to go, "No, I don't wanna do that." That's what everyone else wants me to do, but I wanna do this. So this change of mindset begins to make changes in your outside world because thought turns into action for you. Then in the middle, you have the 3 cards, which you have the 3 of swords. Yeah, the fear of disappointing others. You got the 6 of pentacles, kind of this codependency energy, with the magician energy, the power that you have. So it does feel here this you're realizing that a lot of your overgiving that you've done in your life, where you feel you have to give so much and deserve so little, that was tied to, fearing disappointing others, and then if you disappoint others, that you'll get ostracized. So I feel like, part of this is me and who I am. Then in the middle, you face telling people of the actions that you're gonna take, and that's not gonna be what's gonna make them happy. But you find out here when you step into your power with this magician energy that all this fear you had, it's like coming out, and we, you've been holding it in for years and years, and this is maybe not years, right? This is more of a personal story that we can have where, years we hide it and we're almost suicidal and everything, and finally we're like, "I'm gay," and they're like, "We know," and you're like, "What?" And like, "Well, we love you no matter what. We wonder when you were going to come out." And you're like, "What?" All this that we put ourselves through, nothing, right? Um, so that's for some people. I know some people get thrown out of their house and ostracized or whatever, but that's usually more smaller than it is, that people don't care or knew all along or whatever. So it's this energy of going, "Yeah, so you get to do what you want. Yeah, that's fine." And you're like, "Really?" I was so had ourselves under so much pressure, and then you realize when you step into confidence, you're like, "I am who I am." They're like, "Yeah, we accept you." And you get to do what you want. So I like that energy coming in. Yeah, and then you end up with the full card. Then you make the leap. Then you have the new beginning. Then you start on this new adventure, free of expectation, full of possibility, ending old cycles. So I love that for you for June. Underneath the surface, yeah, I got the Queen of Wands. Follow your gut, follow your instinct. There's that energy, follow the draw, follow your passion. You got the Queen of Pentacles too. Take care of you, choose for you, brings you abundance. The 2 queens. What else do you got here? And yeah, and you have the death and the rebirth. The phoenix needing to rise, needing to burn down what doesn't serve anymore so you can rise from the ashes. So there's definitely a rebirth that happens here, but this is you taking action, you birthing and becoming more true to your authentic self. But that emperor, it's up to you. You get to choose. You get to clear the throne room of all the blah, 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 and go into your heart, visit your heart, and see where it wants to lead you. Where's it guiding you? And then you get to take the risk, take the leap, and follow that. So that sounds amazing for June. It's funny, just as a side note, and this may not be what's going on here, but June month is Pride Month as well. So I like it. All right, so that's what they have for you. Your fortune cookie is vulnerability. And so it says, being open emotionally is a strength, not a weakness. True connection requires authenticity. Can't make it up. Share your feelings openly with someone you trust. Allow yourself to be seen fully. And then the flip side is fear of exposure may be keeping you guarded. Let go of past wounds and trust again. I love it. So that's what they have for you, Angelina. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Sounds like a great, great June for you. All right. Hey, is that artist? Hey, artist Tarot. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right, we got Jamie G in the house, 61019. So, Jamie, thank you for your donation. And you want to know, is upper management considering you for a higher position or considering breaking up your department? All right, we'll take a look here. So let's take a look here. Based on current energies, are they considering you for a higher position? Look at that first. Okay. And then are they considering breaking up Menudo? I remember when Menudo broke up. Do you guys remember that? Ricky Martin's old band? Way back in the day? Probably not. All right. Let's see what we got here, Jamie. So, um, you had the 6 of Cups in considering for a higher position here. 6 of Cups energy. It feels here there's this, because the 6 of Cups, they're breaking it out into 3 cups on either side, and they're pouring the cups. I feel like it's being, like you said, considered, so it does feel like it's being considered. Let's see what's below the surface here. Yeah, I feel like we have the Ace of Swords, which is seeking clarity, and Page of Wands. And there's something to do here about they're trying to find out what the intentions are of management. And so I feel like they're considering it, but they've got to get more details about some future plans that are going on because there's some stuff changing, it appears. We'll see if they're going to break up your department. But it feels like there's a lot of things moving and changing here. Um, yeah, and I feel like here they want to wait on communicating anything because they don't want to jump the gun and then break your heart, disappoint you. So I feel like that's why they're not communicating anything because they're waiting on so much to come down to see if things are going to change. But I feel like they're considering it. But you know, I feel like they're waiting. Let's see here. Are they considering breaking up your department as well? We got the Page of Cups. You got the Nine of Pentacles energy that's coming in here too. Hey, Artistic Tarot, it's all down in the description area of my stream if you want to check that out. If not, I'll be done with this reading in a minute and I'll tell you more. But we got the wow, this Nine of Pentacles feels like alone. Let me see what these other 2 cards are, because we got the King of Swords. Still feel like they're considering that, and the Seven of Swords. Yeah, they're not telling anyone yet with the Seven of Swords. I feel like it's kind of a secret, you know, not anymore. But I feel like this Page of Cups is they're trying to find out what people would want to do, where they would want to, kind of go, kind of energy. And um, and this Nine of Pentacles, because Nine of Pentacles feels like, people separated. It's hermit energy. So I feel like they're trying to figure out where would people want to go and where could we place them. And if we did this, did that, I mean, there's so much. I feel like there's a bunch of moving parts because I feel like there's some significant changes that are being made because of that first piece. And then they're looking at what would it look like if we're splitting people out into different places. So I feel like there's a lot being considered right now, a lot of, change is afoot, but they don't know what changes they want to make yet, which fun, right? So, um, I know that's not very helpful. Gives a little bit that yeah, they are considering doing both, um, offering you a higher position. But I feel like it's more, when they're talking about breaking up the department, I feel like the entire department isn't looking at being dismantled, just like there's a skeleton They're just ripping off the skin and the muscle. They're gonna leave the skeleton. Ew. But that's kind of the energy that I'm feeling is it's not all being dismantled, just parts of it are being moved out, and you and then and if they move you into a higher position, you'd be moving into something that's not being broken out, if that makes sense. Your fortune cookie says serendipity. Of course, it all happens on purpose for a purpose, right? So, unexpected blessings arrive when you're open to life's surprises. Stay open to synchronicities and chance encounters today. Magic is unfolding. The opposite of that is rigid expectations may be preventing you from seeing opportunities. Be flexible. Ooh, interesting. Right. So that's what they have for you, Jamie. So many blessings to you. All right. And Alice, thank you for your additional donation. Get you on here. So we've got Kat Marie up next, and then just Alice, you'll be there after that. All right. So, okay, I'll put this one here. All right. So, Kat Marie, you are 6/16/57. All right. So let me remove this off of here. There we go. So thank you for your patience and getting to your reading here. You're welcome, Jamie. So you want to get a message about your life path. You are number 33 life path number and always felt like you have a higher calling. All right, let's take a look here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So let's see here. What do they want you to know about your life path? All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the chariot here, which the chariot is the power of choice, right? And what's amazing here, when we talk about life paths and, when astrology, life path information, everything is all about possibilities and kind of is a giant map of different choices we can make and we can go in different directions, different outcomes, different experiences. Excuse me, but from spirit's perspective, there's no right or wrong, and there's no really a higher calling or a lower calling. There's just different experiences. And, you know, our human, we get into we think there's contracts and we have to achieve, but we're already perfect beings. We're like perfect mountains, and we come down to explore ourselves, and we choose different vibrations, different tours that we can go and see different parts of ourselves. But there's no right or wrong or have tos or punishment or badness or anything if we don't do anything. That's why the choice card is coming in to say that you have a wide variety of possibilities. We have the lowest expression of an experience that we want to experience, everything in between to the highest expression of everything available to us. And we've had tons of these. We've had tons of these. We've had billions and billions of different expressions in this earth and other planets and other dimensions, other, galaxies and universes and everything else, to where there's no, that was it, you blew it. We're eternal. Eventually we're going to hit it all kind of energy. We're going to experience everything we want to experience in one way or another, somewhere, somehow, sometime, even though there's no time. So we're always going to be able to find things. And so when we come down here, yeah, do you have a higher expression? Like you feel drawn to do more? Then that's your heart wanting to express itself more. we might limit ourselves with our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets growing up about what you're supposed to do and not supposed to do, should, blah, blah, blah. And we can feel constricted, and I feel like you're feeling that constriction and you're ready to break out. I want more. I want to express more of who I am. I don't want to, it's like when we're growing up, we're given a lot of wet paper mache strips and like, "Here, put this on yourself. This is who you are." We're like, "Oh, okay." We don't know any better. We don't realize we could say no. We just keep piling on everyone's impression of who we're supposed to be and should be, need to be, have to be, must be. Pretty soon it starts drying and we feel like one of those, mummies or someone who had a bad skiing accident. And we're in this giant body cast and get to see our eyes and two little nose holes and somewhere we can sip and you can see our fingers and our toes, right? And but it becomes constricted at one point where we start breaking free out of that and we start ripping away pieces of us, of this false identity that was suggested to us that we took on. We start ripping it off piece by piece, and then you get to see more and more of who you truly are instead of what everyone has told you you're supposed to be, right? So let's see here what else they want you to know. Yeah, you've got the 9 of Wands, which is the barrier that's been holding you back, and the 4 of Wands, which is a restful energy, and it's basically saying to break through this barrier, to break free from that, is to step out of the mind and to look at those beliefs that we don't have, to obey. It's a story, it's an opinion, it's a suggestion, and we're the ones that get to choose what story we live. It's a great suggestions, everybody, but denied, veto, or whatever. I'm going to choose this for my story. And I like this empowerment that comes in here for you. You have the moon card along with, you got two more cards. You got the Empress. Here's that three energy or 33333 creatress energy, right? And you got the death card. So the moon card, the Empress card, and the death card. So, what a beautiful, 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 energy here of emotions from the surface, from below the surface, bubbling up that want to be heard, your heart wanting to be expressed. This death of the mind and the beginning of, a rebirth kind of energy too, right? Yeah, a lot of major arcana, and then another 3 in the 13 as well. And, but there is this revelation, this reflection energy from the moon. The Empress, also has so much emotional energy that I feel like this is the death of the mind, created, cast, and the freedom of the heart that's being expressed. Because the Empress rules over all four queens. All four queens grant their energy to the Empress, and all four have cups behind the scenes. All queens do. So in addition to one having air, one having fire, one having earth, and of course the Queen of Cups having also emotion, there's four more cups. So there's five parts emotion and then one part earth, air, and fire. So there's a lot of emotional energy being expressed, and it's like there is this, I need to be the Empress. I need to create. I need to share this love in my heart with the world in my own special, unique way. And I feel like this is that, the moon energy, this flooding of this, emotion, out, and this creation, but being true to your authentic self, not being, the other, right? So I love that. Um, and then let's see what else we got here. We got the 2 of Wands. So this is your power of choice coming in again, where you want to, choose to put your energy, is your choice. Where are you gonna express it, how are you gonna express it? You're the one that gets to choose here. Yeah, underneath that, you have the 3 of Swords and the Sun card. So, this, 3 of Swords is the fear of failure, the fear of not living up to what is expected. And that can also be, from yeah, it's getting more intense by the day. Yeah, you're ready for this birth. You're ready to break out of this restrictive energy. It's fear energy, that's bubbling in here. And it makes sense for this year as well, being the year of the fire horse. And there's so much about self-expression and ready for movement and action. And it's like, I've been stuck in this cast for so long. Get me out of here. I'm ready to run, or like Forrest Gump when he was in his um, braces on his legs and he finally broke free from it and ran, ran and ran and ran and ran and ran. Run, Forrest, run. So it's time for Cat, Cat Marie, run, Cat Marie. um, but it's this beautiful, the sun, this bright shininess, and realizing once you break free from this cage of the fear of failure, the fear of not living up to them, right? Um, there's this great you always say that, "Run, Forrest, run." Um, so, there is this energy of this stepping out of this fear of disappointing yourself, disappointing others, or disappointing creator and God, but you can't disappoint. They love us unconditionally. They already see us as perfect. We're just on a playground learning how to play and discover ourselves, and we're on these wonderful little journeys, and there's no supposed to be from the spirit realm. That's a man-made human thing. "Oh, you better do this or else." They're like, "Oh, no. If it's of fear, it's of man. If it's of unconditional love, it's of the spirit world." So we like that, right? Yeah. What's great is with the chariot card, there is no wrong choice. There's no right choice, there's no wrong choice. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. From the spirit world, there's no better or worse, right or wrong. This different. Everything's an adventure from spirit's perspective. So it's us that we get to run and go into whatever, directions that we're wanting to go. So I love that for you. And then you also have the devil card. Yeah, I was wondering if you're gonna have this. It's like Saturn, Capricorn return energy, Saturn return. Um, Saturn return happens, it's every 29 years. Saturn returns to the point it was when we were born because it's so far out. Anywhere 3 to 5 years before and after, we start experiencing the impacts of it. But the first one at 29, so that can happen anywhere, what, from 23 to 35? No, 34? Something like that. Um, is a beautiful, um you know, shaking up of our long held thoughts and beliefs. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, so, you start feeling it like age 20, oh, 24, age 24 to 34. It's like a 10-year period. 5 years before, 5 years after, and your first one is a bit of a shaking up because it's where we question a lot of our long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. I came out at 29. I was so predictable. I was like, "I can't take it anymore." Oh, wow, I didn't know. But, you know, um, so you've been feeling it for 5 years, and this is why it's feeling extreme because 'cause you're hitting your, the 29th year, your birthday. You're probably gonna have right around that period of time, Saturn's gonna be exactly where it was when you were born. So, you've got this beautiful transformation. It just turned 29 March. Yeah, so you're at that, and you'll feel it for a little bit, but it'll start to wane as you question and release yourself, like, Artist Tarot is saying, "Release that MFing, you know, those chains." And so we're, releasing those. And what's great news is when you hit your, um, 58 years old, it's, you learn more from watching other people. You don't have to experience it, you watch other people. You learn from watching other people instead of going through it yourself. Because I just hit my, uh, 2nd Saturn return last year, and it was like, "Wow, this wasn't so bad compared to the first one," where I almost offed myself at some point. It's like, "Stay with it. You got it, you got it. It's just gonna get easier and easier and easier." And then, of course, I feel like the 3rd Saturn return were more of a teacher, etcetera. Yeah. Well, humanity, we tend to not listen to other people till later in life. And even then, it's with one ear, not the other. Yeah. So, you choose to live, then it changes life, and I'm so glad that I hung around because I was 22 actually, is when I was severely on the edge of gonna do it. Um, and then, throughout life, we get those, "Oh, just let me out of here. I just wanna end it all." And they're like, "Well, just end it all in your mind, reboot." Just say, take it down to death, but not physically and real, but just, what if I just didn't do anything I didn't wanna do? What's the worst that could happen? They could kill me. Well, I was gonna kill myself anyway, so I'm just gonna live my life the way I want it, and it takes the pressure off. So, yeah. Yeah, hey, there you go. A best-selling book. I like it. So, your fortune cookie here, Kat Marie, you got card 52 with war paint. I like it. And it says, "What you mark becomes sacred. What you face becomes known." Ooh, I like that here. It says, "I do not run from the challenge." There you go. "I ready myself in spirit and step forward, painted with purpose." I like this for you. War paint is a call to action. It arrives when something within or around you demands confrontation, courage, and commitment. This is not a card of passive observation. It is the rally cry of the fighting spirit. The moment you breathe steadies and your will sharpens. To don war paint is to make a vow, to show up fully, fiercely, and with heart. It is the outward sign of inward readiness. This card reminds you that preparation is sacred and that choosing your battles with clarity is a form of spiritual integrity. Whether the conflict is external or internal, war paint asks you not to cower, but to confront. Let fear ignite your resolve, not extinguish it. You are stronger than the obstacle because you're willing to face it. Wow, I love that. The shadow side of this is rushing into conflict without cause, mistaking aggression for strength, avoiding the inner work in favor of outer battles, and forgetting what you're truly fighting for. Your 3 reflection questions are: what challenge must I face head on? Am I acting with intention or impulse? And what would it look like to prepare with reverence? Ooh, I like this. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. Let me catch up here. All right, before your awakening. Oh, okay, so you're giving advice here. Okay, very good. All right. So, all right, I'm gonna have to cut off donations here at some point because I'm hitting 6.5 hours. So, um, I'll grab here, Alice. We've got 3 more for you, and I'm so grateful for the donations. Yeah, Artist Tarot, I'm at 6.5. My I think my record is like 7 hours and 15 minutes, but what I may do here, um music goodbye, I know, right? Um, I did, and I'm so grateful for it. I mean, this is how I do earn my living, so I definitely grateful. What I may do is, um, I may need to, uh, wait on the free readings, and I might, like, get those in the morning, maybe. Maybe I'll do, like, a morning recording and just put it out, not, like, go live, but record it and then put it out for the free readings. I might do that 'cause, this is amazing. I'm so grateful for you guys, for all of these. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much. So I'll put these out here, and Celestial Nebula, thank you for your donation there too. Let's see, who's this? Let's see, were you down here too? Okay, so I'll take you off the free reading here, Celestial, since you made a donation there. Thank you so much. Yes. Oh, you're Eastern time. Wow, so you're like 1:30 in the morning there, right? You'll be up early. Do you have your question, Artist Tarot? I don't think I saw a question. I'll put you on the donations here, but I might, we'll see how far I get on. I probably will finish up the existing donations. Um, just a current general reading? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll get you on there. There you go. And Cat Marie, just because you deserve 6 hours. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, I had one come in here on the PayPal too. Oh my goodness. And let's see, what time did that come in? 11:17. All right, so that was in after Alice is there. So I did get one come in from an Alan. So Alan, are you here? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, you're Alan. Oh, okay. So thank you. So I see he's Alan. Okay, thank you so much. Well, so I see your donation via the PayPal. So, so in addition to your, uh oh, you donated 10. I see what you're saying here via PayPal. Okay. So I get what you're saying now. I was like, "You donated 10." I thought you were saying I donated then, but you donated 10 via PayPal. I get it, I get it, I get it. Okay. So, yeah, so we will definitely move you, whoops, to your proper spot. So I've got one more for Alice, and then you'll be up next if you still wanna hang out here. And then, we'll do that here. All right, and then Alice, thank you for your additional one here. All right. So, okay, boom, boom, boom. I'm just gonna give all these a love and a like here. Thank you guys so much. I haven't had, I think, this much, this many in a long time, so thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So, um, I know. You guys, I love you guys. So, Alice, all right, 640 25 is for this one. Look at all these. Boom. All right. So, for this one, you want to, how will Kyle respond, feel, think if you give him an emoji, short response, or a more long emotional response to his message? All right. So, how will he respond or feel, think if you give him an emoji? This sounds familiar. Did we already do this one? Or did you put it again? Let's look up here. I just don't want to spend time doing another one if we already did it. Here. Okay. I think you just asking it a different way, right? It's similar. Okay. I just want to make sure that I didn't do it. And then you're like, no, I already did that one. Okay. All right. So, um, with an emoji, response, feeling, think. With a short message, respond, feel, think. And then with a more long emotional response. Yeah, I get you. All right. And this was respond, this one's feel and think. All right. The bottom energy, I still feel, look at the hermit card coming in here. I still feel like they're going to kind of ask, I need to think about it. I need to spend some time thinking about it, kind of energy. Hermit. But how will he respond if you give him an emoji? We have the 7 of Pentacles. Yep, I feel like won't respond. 7 of Pentacles is, that's like the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So it feels like, if you respond with an emoji, they won't respond for a very long time. Um, with that, and I feel like I don't know, it just feels like it's, like the 7 of Pentacles is the fruit is different. They're like, "I don't think this is what I want," kind of energy. But let's see here. What would he feel? We have the Chariot, which is movement, action energy, victory energy. It doesn't feel like they're bothered by it. Um, and the 5 of Cups. Yeah, I feel like they're a little bummed, emotionally, but their thoughts are, oh, that's their thinking. Yeah, because they feel it's funny that it's almost reversed. They feel like victory. That's right. They're like, "This is what I wanted. You responded." And their minds are, I feel like this 5 of Cups is more that they think like, "Oh, um, you must be upset," kind of energy. Um, Because I don't feel like their thoughts are, um, about their emotions. They just feel like they're, you know, done, kind of energy with that. It just kinda because that 7 of Pentacles, it feels that way. If you do a short response, they have the 6 of Swords, which is, seeing things from a different perspective, going from choppy waters to calmer waters. So, I feel like their response is, uh, it almost feels like equal, 3 swords for 3 swords. Like, if you give a little short response, they give you a little short response back. Their feelings around that, yep, I feel like they feel with this 3, of the Empress card that, you know, this is an emotion. They're like, "Okay, yeah, this is your heart." Um, and it feels like they feel abundant. They feel like I got what I was trying to do. It feels like they have a little bit of, success energy, like, "Oh, I got you to respond to me." And then the thinking, yeah, we have the King of Pentacles. Again, there's this abundant energy of, "I sent this to you to get you to do what I wanted you to do," and it feels like a victory to them. Um, if you send a long emotional response, their response is ending, death death card. They're like, "Okay, that's overboard." That's funny. But how do they feel? Yeah, again, they still feel like, "I got you to do what I wanted you to do," with the Wheel of Fortune, and from their thoughts, the Eight of Cups is walking away from emotions that don't serve. So, I feel like this energy that's here is that they're wanting to be alone, well, not alone. They eventually wanna be with, whatever goddess they think that you're gonna find. But it just feels here, that they were hoping that, here is, you know, this energy. Well, out of the 3, you know, it would feel like the short response is the one that's the most beneficial with this, but you're falling into his hands is what they're saying here, is that you broke up with him and he goes, I'll get her to respond to me. I'll do this nice little note and draw her back in. Um, and so, I feel like that's at the if you're going to do this, the one is the short message here. Cause I feel like the Six of Swords is he'll respond in kind. The long message, he'll be gone. The emoji, gone. The only one that he doesn't, kind of not reply, or I mean, the only one that he replies to back to you is the short response message. Not the emoji, not the more long emotional one, but the little short one. So if you still wanna do that. It just feels like he's luring you back in to use you till he's done, and then he'll will dump you like he normally does. Um, so I say the true best response is no response and just let him go, right? But that's up to you, right? Your fortune cookie is intuition, which says your inner knowing is a direct link to manifestation. So listen to your deepest guidance. Follow your intuition today without overthinking. Let your instincts guide you. On the flip side, external distractions may be drowning out your inner voice. Tune in and trust yourself. So there you go. You get to trust yourself. All right. I'll take a quick sip here and then we'll jump into Artist Tarot, Alan. So we'll jump in for your general reading, and then we've got three more for Alice, then Celestial, Nebula, and then your additional one there, Alice, as well. Then I'm going to have to cut off after that. So any additional donations after this point, I'll pick up tomorrow. And any free readings that I didn't get to, I will pick up tomorrow as well, because I'm going to be hitting almost 7 hours here. So I'm going to need to be heading to bed here soon. All right. So, Alan, you were at 649. We'll put 649.49. Those repeating numbers. So, boom, boom, boom. And so, thank you for the 10 and for the 2 as well. So, thank you so much for that. I would definitely appreciate that. And let's see here. So, a current general reading. Let's see. What does Spirit want you to know right now? and this one here, and that one there with that one. All right. What do you have happening here in your life, Alan? You've got on the bottom of the deck for the overall energy, you got the Queen of Swords. So there is this beautiful kind of balance between your head and your heart, and something about something that's a good fit or someone that's a good fit. We'll find out more as we look at these other cards here, but there's this just this perfectly, it just feels like a glove that just slides on perfectly. Not too big, not too small, just perfect there. So I like that. All right. And so that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what we got here. We've got the Page of Wands and the Page of Pentacles. Yeah. So there is this, of course, upgraded opportunity that's coming your way here. All of these 11 energies that are going to new levels, new heights here. And I feel like a little bit of a upgrade, even with spiritual abilities, with this Page of Wands energy, but it just feels like there's this kind of things going to a new level for you coming in with those cards, right? And it just feels like it just fits perfect. I keep on hearing it's just a perfect fit. Everything just kind of slides into perfect alignment and it goes to level 11. Boom, boom. That kind of kicks in here. Underneath that, let's see if we can find out more about this, right? You've got the Magician starting off. And of course, the Magician, great energy. It's like GPS. You know where you're at. Do you know where you wanna go? That's the next step is, let's think, GPS doesn't work if you don't know where you're at, or if you don't know where you're going. If you have one, not the other, it doesn't work. You kinda have to know both. Like, where am I? Let me get a clear picture of where I'm at, and then where is it that I wanna go and where I wanna go? And then that allows you that that energy to kick in to draw you and it gives you directions and to give you alternate routes. Do you wanna take the scenic route, the direct route, or the slow through town, the freeway, or the slow through the city streets route, right? So you get to choose what you're ready to experience. But there's also, with all of the, you know, you probably know that there's all of the aces on the table, right? You're like, "Duh, I do have tarot in my name." That's just a joke. But it's about what I love about it is the important thing is to know how to use the 4 elements that are there, right? Because we've got, of course, the air element and the mind energy. We've got the emotional energy of the heart and our focus energy and our physical action energy. So it's realizing that my power of choice of thought and story is so important. My choice of emotions I'm choosing each moment is important. The energy I'm putting forward and focusing on is what I draw towards me. So that's important. And then the energy behind the physical action is important too. So it's very much knowing where you're at, where you're gonna go, and then what kind of mental story and emotional soundtrack to go with that, and your actions and your, energy behind everything. What is it that you wanna how are you gonna use that to get where you're going? And so, I feel like that's an important thing here, and this upgrade is such a big part of all that. You also have the Eight of Swords, so letting go of old stories that don't serve you anymore, right? Those that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. Eight of Swords celebrates what you have released and what you're ready to um, continue to let go of. There's some changes of stories. There's some stories that worked well and have brought you to where you are and they served you, but now it's time chop chop, right? So I like that. Yep, the Ten of Swords. You are done trying to uh, live up to everyone's expectations, right? It is stick a fork in me, I'm done. I'm sick and tired of trying to please everyone else and also trying to get everyone else to please me. I'm letting go of expectations. I'm freeing myself and everyone else along with me. We're just gonna, you know, have zero expectations and focus on gratitude and higher vibration and what I'm grateful for that I do have in my life and what I have had in my life. And then there's this movement, yeah, focusing on gratitude. 10 of Cups. So, there definitely is this focusing on joy just brings more joy. Focusing on the gratitude brings more of that. So all of this, it's kind of like you doing these things is what has helped you get prepare for this upgrade and where you're headed here. So I like that. What else we got here? You got these two that came out together, the Four of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles. What a great combo, because this is a story. The King of Pentacles, of course, experiences the entire suit of Pentacles. And one of the greatest stories he has is his time as the Four of Pentacles, which he learned when you define yourself by the three buckets of the outside world, you feel unstable because those buckets are unstable. Those three buckets are relationships with humans, situations like job, education, social status, marital status, situation, whatever you can get into, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. All of those are unstable. People change, people walk away, people pass away. Unstable, right? Situations never stay the same. Things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down. So, uh, you realize the instability of it all. We get bored with it. We get tired of it. It all points us back inward and upward to the only solid thing we find, which is the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. And when we define ourselves by that, we see that we are priceless. And then the outside world transforms to something that has felt lacking and falling short, which it does when we're looking for the love that we can only find in here. Once we find that, then the world becomes full and overflowing. It's abundance, not lack. It's the extra. So I feel like this is part of what is unfolding here, and your self-love and your awareness of that's just skyrocketing, which is allowing you to see the world differently. And yeah, underneath that, the high priestess, which definitely helps as we step away into the high priestess temple, connect with that love from above, our higher self and our spiritual posse in the spirit world. We look behind the veil, right? We dive deep into our own emotions, but we see things from a different perspective. So when we see our worth from that different perspective, that's what, changes everything. So I love that. And then you have the Empress and the King of Cups. Yeah, so you've got the counterpart of the Queen of Swords, because the King of Cups is a balance between head and heart again, and the Empress energy coming in here. And I do feel like here is this abundance, here is this, because you've been focusing so much energy on nurturing yourself and getting in tune with your emotions, you have balanced your emotional life so much. Um, and I mean, especially from the beginning when you first started, I mean, night and day, right? But even I feel like over the last year, even you've done a lot of extra work that has taken you, there. You're a Libra. Perfect. So there is this, again, a kind of a celebration of the work that you've done to balance your emotions and the time that you've taken to focus on you and not the outside world, and allowing yourself to be selfish, which you've changed from a barrel that you used to plug everyone into, that you used to exhaust yourself, giving everyone else your energy, to trading that into a chalice where you've allowed yourself to be filled up and then everyone else gets the overflow. And so there's this beautiful transformation that comes in with that. And I love that. Right. leading you to your final 3 cards. Yep, you got the moon card here again. It's beautiful moon energy that's coming in here, right? There's this beautiful, um, moving with the mother moon energy, and there is some hidden that's gonna be revealed, and it's a a wonderful it almost feels here like you're part of this upgrade you're going through is a new connection to the Akashic records through your emotional center below the surface. It's like they're opening up a pathway. It's like your key card. They're showing me Harry Potter of all things. You know how they have the restricted section, you know, the restricted section of the library that only special people could get in there. And it feels like you're getting a special key card that allows you now because of where you're at in your heart, you won't use the information to blackmail people. That's funny. You're able to go in and learn and see more things and have access to more. Such is the time as this, for you. You have the 2 of Wands. I love this too. You're on the verge of the tree and yeah. And the 2 of Wands, I like this because here's that power of energy that I feel like you have 2 options, and I don't feel like you have to make a choice, though. It's like there's 2 paths that you can walk at the same time. There's one this kind of energy, one this kind of energy, and I feel like one feels like an emotional path and one feels like a knowing path. So, I just feel like there's 2 paths that you get to go on at the same time and that you don't have to again, another Harry Potter reference. Are you a Harry Potter fan? 'Cause, it's when Hermione had the little turning back, she was able to take a bunch of different classes because she could be 2 places at the same time because of this the little time traveling little, trinket, locket. Oh, your brother is, but you're very familiar? Yeah. So there is this being able to do travel 2 things at the same time that's there. So, I like that. And then you have the devil card. Yeah, Capricorn, Saturn energy. There is this but this doesn't feel like the regular, breaking away of things. This feels more focusing in on the 10th house of work in that this is part of your, you know, design to be able to make this like business, if you're wanting to that's not really business, but it's if you are wanting to have this be your career where you can, use your abilities and and it's like creating uh, a spiritual career where you can, have funds come in and that where that can replace any other kind of income if you're not already doing that already. But it feels like, yeah, this is part of your work, part of why you wanted to come here. And through it, you help other people break chains. You help them understand, especially doing the Akashic work. I feel like you're able to help people understand like where they're coming from, why they chose this lifetime and to do what they want to do. So I like that. And then for your fortune cookie, you got the Serpent's Rattler, number 37, which says, "The warning comes before the strike. The body knows what the mind fears to admit." Ooh, so let's see what this brings in here for you. So the invocation says, "I hear the tremor in the silence, the shake before the fall. I will listen and turn before the bite." When this card appears, something within or around you is sounding a warning. Perhaps it's a tightening in the gut, a strange silence in a conversation, the way your hands shake when a certain name is spoken. Or perhaps it's deafening, a pattern repeating again, louder this time. The serpent's rattler is not the strike, it is the signal. Ignore it and you may suffer needlessly. So definitely be in tune with your intuition, right? You know who she is already? Okay. But heed it and you might step out of an old loop before it draws blood again. So the shadow side of the card is ignoring your gut feelings and warnings, confusing fear or paranoia with intuition, addiction to chaos or repeated risky behavior, staying stuck in harmful cycles despite red flags. I already know. So, for reflection questions, what am I pretending not to see? Where has my intuition been warning me? How can I listen to my body before the strike? And what patterns am I being called to break before harm happens? Wow, I like that. So you already know the warning. Rattle, 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 rattle. Did you ever see the movie Outrageous Fortunes with Lily Tomlin and Bette Midler? Lily Tomlin, one of the sisters, she had this little thing and she's like, "Tick, tick, 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 tick." So I like that. All right. What's your intuition telling you, right? She chose the wrong path despite what I had already revealed to her and make her regret it, or do I just end it now and just go? Yeah, I agree. That's kind of what I'm feeling is you can't you can't teach them. They're not open to hearing anything new. So all they would hear is I told you so. And but I feel like you make a bigger impact by then, but just going, I'm just gonna go. And I feel like that is a bigger message than anything you could say. So I agree. Right. So that thank you again so much for your donation. Staying up so late as well. Yeah. Yeah. Goodness, goodness, goodness. I know. See, Kat Marie said, "Is there a way to get one more message about your lost loved ones on the other side? Are they protecting me?" Um, I'm actually what I'm going to do because my shoulder's starting to kill me, too, because I've been sitting this way. Um, and and hopefully everyone, I am going to do Celestial Nebula. Um, and you can make a donation, Cat Marie, and I can get you. I'll need to do it in the morning though. Um, let's see. Probably since it's midnight right now and I need to wind down, I'll probably be up around 9 a.m. Mountain Time, and I'll probably uh, have to check my schedule. I don't think I have anything, so I'll probably do it around. But I'm gonna record it and then post it. I'm not gonna do it live. Um, I'll post it out there as a video, and then is how I'll do it. Because if I go on, then I'll start getting a lot of people more coming in, and I'm not prepared to do 2 sessions in one day because 'cause I'll be back tomorrow night. But, um, so if you want to make additional donation, you can do that, and then I'll add you on to that list there. Well, I'm gonna do your Celestial Nebula, and, Alice, I hope you don't mind, but since I've already had 7 with you, um, I'll do yours, guys, in the morning. It'll be 9 a.m. 9, probably more like 10 a.m. Mountain Time is when I'll post it, and I'm gonna do the remaining, so I'll have, like, Alice, I'll have 4 for you, and then Cat Maria, if you make one, I'll have you on there, and then the free readings, I have, like, maybe 10, so it'll probably be on probably about noon. Yeah, 11:11, there you go. Oh, earlier than 3. But I also need to go to, I have to go for a walk and hit the gym as well before my 5 PM session, so, um, I'll probably do it first thing in the morning. I know you guys are so funny. So, feel free, Cat Maria, if you wanna make your donation here. So, Alice, so grateful. I hopefully you understand, um, and, just I wanna give Celestial theirs since that's the only one they have, and the only one they've had tonight. And but I will, do it because my voice is starting to getting a sore throat too from talking for 7 hours. So, I'm not used to that old man. I used to talk in a call center for 8 hours a day, but that was a long time ago. Right. Alright. So, Celestial Nebula 71151 is yours. So here's your timestamp. Taurus. And again, here's you'll have this last of these little cards here too. All right. You've been seeing and hearing crows. I love crows and ravens. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. So let's take a look here. So, a general reading. What does Spirit want you to know here? Anything about the crows? Anything about the crows? Let's see. Do you want these for? Do you want these two and this one here? Those below the surface. All right. What do we got going on here? Bottom of the deck, you do have the King of Pentacles energy coming in. And is that the King of Wands underneath it too? So definitely have some strong divine masculine energy coming in here. I like this because I feel like you're really stepping into your authority with all this here. Because I feel like you've been really transforming a lot of your self worth, really getting rid of a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and emotions, even physical things, purging things out of your life um, that don't serve you anymore. And I feel like you've really been stepping into defining yourself so much independently from the inside out instead of outside in. So I love this. So I feel like you're reaching a new point where you kind of cleared the throne room of all the advisors, the yakety yap, 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 yap with that King of Wands. And you're like, thank you, everyone. I appreciate your opinions and your information, but chop, chop. King needs some time by themselves to kind of focus in on getting out of my head and all those opinions into my heart and then deciding what it is that I'm wanting to do. And I feel like you're in this. What is it that I want to do? I feel like you're at a big transition point with all this because you're like, now that I'm free from all that noise, the world is my oyster, full of possibilities. Now it's like, okay, heart, I'm listening to you. What are you where are you drawing me? And you don't have to figure out like the rest of your life to in a tonight. It's where are you drawing me to next? And then maybe make a plan. Like I'm gonna head off in this direction, but doesn't mean that, in 10 days I don't go off in this direction and then this day I go in this direction, you know. But it's this wonderful, you know, energy. Let's see where this is leading you. Yeah, well, you definitely have, the Ace of Pentacles. This is about you've found the Ace of Pentacles, which is looking at your worth. in relationship to the outside world in a different way. And it is a new opportunity with this Wheel of Fortune, right? Has it been feeling? It's this um everything has been unfolding for me. And you realize reflecting, I feel like you've been having some real ahas of going, oh, I understand why that happened. I understand why I wanted that to happen for me because now I where I'm at today wouldn't have happened. So you're like, you're looking at that this is not an out of control drama train. We're about to leap off the tracks and explode. It's been happening on purpose for a purpose. And I see it, right? You're like, woof. So I love this. Leading you to the Four of Cups. Yeah. The stagnancy of the emotions. You know, the three cups of, I like how they present this because you got the three cups of the outside world. I'm really close to the microphone. Hey. And then the Ace of Cups that's there. And it is this energy of, you know, the three cups of the outside world, relationships with humans, situations and things. All of that is not fulfilling. It's empty, you know, kind of energy. And so, you know, when we see that and we get there, it's like bland. It's unfulfilling and it starts to become it's just we're like, "Meh, I don't care. I could take it or leave it." But then we get this Ace of Cups from the heavens that offers us something more from our heart and we're like, "Oh, this feels like my whole I have a new breath of fresh air for life," right? And I feel like this is what's unfolding here for you. Leading you to these 4 cards, which you have the Page of Wands. So you've got this beautiful upgraded energy, this upgraded passion coming in. And you got the Justice card here, the clarity that you've been seeing with that Ace of Swords, the out of balance where everything that was kind of plunged into your life when you were younger. Now you've been, of course, getting higher knowledge that's been helping it, but you've also been taking old small t truths rooted in fear, transforming them into spiritual wisdom. So you're taking stuff from there and adding it here. The balancing has happened and is happening very fast because of the awareness that you're seeing. And you have the Nine of Pentacles. So, you know, I've I've got this, you know, it's like it's not solitary confinement that you've been in, but it has been but you chose it, right? You chose to kind of separate yourself, kind of step back, kind of hermit a bit, but it's allowed you've not been alone because with every 9 of uh, pentacles, there's usually a bird which represents spirit. And so you've been with spirit. You haven't felt lonely, but you've been alone, right? And so you just kind of been just hanging out. Got the Four of Wands, this beautiful joy, celebration energy. And that's something that happens, right? When you spend a lot of time away from drama, you start to realize how much you enjoy your own company because you have joy that's undisturbed by other people, right? And so I feel like you just this has allowed you to really connect to your joy, to your true essence as you've been spending time alone too, because it just allows it. It's just been growing. And the more you're in joy, the more you're in gratitude. You don't have things so much pulling you out and distracting you. You've really grown a strong foundation. And I feel like the cement's been drying, really putting things into place for you. And then you've got, yep, the Temperance card. Let me do it this way. The Temperance card and the Three of Pentacles. So you've been really enjoying this alchemy of the Temperance card, you know, the slow going back and forth, trusting that even though sometimes we can't see it, we know things have been transforming. You can feel it even though you can't see it. And through it all, you've been creative. I feel like you've been really connecting to your creative side. Maybe you've picked up painting again or creating something with clay, some sort of creativeness I feel like you've been inspired to wanna do, and if you haven't done it, then chop chop. But I feel like you're being drawn into expressing your creati journaling, that's good. That's good too, scribing, journaling. I feel like there's something about creating, though, something creating with your hands, whether it's, like you said, plants or, um, I don't know, just something with your hands creating where your emotional expression gets to come out. And I guess journaling does that, writing, creative writing does that, you know, writing fiction, doing everything, something that helps the creative side of you is like a from my mouth, creative side of you to be, going forward, right? Oh, how fun. Yeah. And so this is something I feel like you're encouraged to do this because it's part of helping you express your true authentic self through creation. And I feel like it's important for you to do that, whether it's doodling or whatever you feel that it is, your unique way, but it's got to be something you enjoy. But I feel like it's a creative, thing. Watercolors, silly putty, whatever, Play-Doh, whatever it is, it's about it's like connecting to your inner emotional child and letting them it's like planning a play date with your inner emotional child so they can come out to play. I feel like it's an important energy here for you, with that. Leading you to, yep, the Leo strength card energy that's coming in here. So I love this natural leadership energy that's kicking in here, and it's about leading by example. But I feel like your energy is gonna be naturally attracting people towards you. Oh, I love it. I love that. So, you get to sit down and help them and do it with them, right? You're like, "This is fun." There's this great I don't have it with me. I forget what the name of the cards are. They have these, artistic cards that have little assignments on them. Let me see if I can find it for you just super quick here. Because they are amazing, and I feel like I'm supposed to do them, and I'm not sure where they're at in um, my buckets back here. Let's see here. Let me see. Art. Maybe if I just search art cards, I can find them on my little thing here. Not there. Oh, wait, what? Sorry, I think they told me where they're at. Hold on. Um, down here. Oh my gosh. They told me exactly where they're at. You gotta love Spirit. They're like, "No, don't do searching, just use us." So they're guided art therapy cards, and they're really cool because they'll have, like, on the front, they'll say, like, "Art in motion," and they'll tell you the goal for the activity, what medium you use, the time commitment, and then on the back they've got the materials needed. It may help with instructions, even a little example on what it looks like, and then exploration questions for after. So, I like that. So so there you go. If you're interested, of course, but they're really fun. They are. Yeah, isn't that great? And I got them on Amazon is where I got them. Well, I mean, you can get them anywhere if you want, but yeah, I love that. Hey, Krabby Kaka, yeah, I'm not gonna get to tonight. This is actually gonna be my last reading tonight. I do have more donations to cover, but, I, uh, I am wiped. I've been on for almost 7.5 hours, so, I am gonna do them in the morning, and I'll post a separate video, for those, but I will do those. I look beat. Well, it is 12:30 in the morning, it's after midnight here, so but, yeah, I am getting beat, so I'm going to, that would be molest but I do have you on the list, so, I will post it tomorrow. We got a couple more cards here for you, Celestial, and then we got your fortune cookie too. So you got this strength card, this Leo, this leading energy, which I feel will draw people to you too. Just naturally, it's like this shining bright Leo energy that's coming in here, right? Um, and you got the World card, which is an ending of an old cycle through a victory, going to a new level. So I like that. You also have the King of Swords, which is all about teaching. So that makes sense here. With all of this, I feel like you are being drawn into a new level here. And I feel like you're going to get recognized for this too. Yeah. But here's that Ace of Cups. So I definitely like this, that this is something like your heart is guiding you in this wonderful direction. It is something it's a breath of fresh air, and it feels like there's this new exciting thing that's coming your way. So I love that. So some good things coming your way, and I'm loving the energy around, especially the creative energy around it all. So I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And your fortune cookie, look, you got the sharpening stone. Beautiful magical energy. It says transformation is not only mystical, it is forged in grit, callus, and sweat. Your invocation says, I do not wait to be ready. I shape myself with steady hands. I become through the doing. Wow. So the sharpening stone arrives when change must be carved, not wished for. This is not soft transformation. It is the hammer striking the steel, the edge meeting stone. It speaks to growth earned through repetition, discomfort, and effort. You're being asked to commit to the process that tempers you. So, this card honors the physical, earthly side of becoming, practice, ritual, labor, skill. Whether you're building something tangible or reshaping who you are, or both, right? This transformation comes with sweat and scars. The stone sharpens, yes, but it does not do so gently. The sharpening stone reminds you that refinement is not punishment, it is the path of intention. And when you meet the work willingly, you not only transform, you dignify your becoming. Wow. Yeah, that's card, right? The shadow side of this is avoiding the discomfort of growth, waiting to feel ready before beginning, romanticizing transformation without honoring the labor or laziness. I feel like the only one that really would stand out is waiting to feel ready before beginning. Your three reflection questions: what skill or trait am I ready to hone through action? Where am I resisting effort that could empower me? And how can I make the work itself sacred? Ooh, I like that. I like it. I like it. I like it. All right. So that is it for you. I love that for you. Thank you again so much for your donation and your patience in getting to your reading. Oh my goodness. And let me see here. What an exciting adventure. Hey, Divine Hub official. I'm actually done for tonight. I'll put you on the free list and I will I'm gonna probably in the morning, afternoonish, um, in about what, about 12 hours from now, I'll probably end up posting a video and I will complete all the free readings in that too. Um, but I've been on for 7.5 hours, so I'm not gonna complete any more tonight. Oh my gosh, Celestial, thank you so much. So grateful for that extra donation. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. Um, and then I'll see. Cat Marie, are you still here? I think you said you were gonna do a donation for tomorrow, maybe? You as well. Sleep tight, everybody. I'm so grateful. I don't think I did I get one somewhere? Don't think I got one that came through here. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything here. Oh, yeah. So I see you gave me an extra $10 just because I rock and so I'll consider that the donation. I see that now. Sorry, I am obviously tired. Alright, so I'll include that tomorrow as well. So for tomorrow, just to make sure, just Alice, I will complete your 4 additional ones. I'm so grateful and thank you for your patience. I really would try to stay on, but my throat is starting to hurt, and I know that's spirits going, "Let's go, boy. You need to go sleep." So you'll be up first with the 4, and then, Cat Marie, I'll complete yours. And then I do have, some free readings to complete. We got Ala, Olivier, Ruby Grimm, Ateshi, Brenda, Debbie O, Footwork, Mackenzie Knight, Chelsea, Krabby Kaka, and Divine Hub. I'll get you guys in the morning too. So I'll post a separate video, probably out around noonish or so tomorrow. So thank you guys again so much. Oh my God, I'm blown away by all your love and all your support, all your thumbs up that help spread the Zen love. And I can't tell you how grateful I am. I can't tell you enough how grateful I am for to be on this adventure together. If you haven't checked out my podcast series, you can check that out as well. The most recent one, I'm going to have that new one come out tomorrow too. Have to fit that in between everything else. But this last one was growing the empathic gift. If you want to see the rest of the um, playlist, the link is down in the description, or if you go to my main page, the playlist is at the top. It's the easier path. So if you're interested, check it out. All right, you guys. Thank you again for your patience and getting to all your readings. Sorry I didn't get to everyone tonight. I'm so grateful. I'm blown away. Uh, and I'm going to dream about giving readings, I'm sure. So I'll meet you in the ethereal plane. Maybe I'll say hi on my way. All right. But until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. I'll be back tomorrow night too. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday night. So I'll see you guys when I see you. Much love. Sleep well. Enjoy this full moon energy we have coming up. All right. Love you.